and I like that. The main problem is when I don't have my brother. Like it sucks like going to the gym without my brother.
Yeah.
But like it was a lot of fun to go with 5 people.
For sure.
I used to go to Orange Theory, and since I stopped going, because I had a car then, and I don't have a car now, so since I stopped going there, it's been hard. I got these weights behind me, but I'm not using them that much. I
can't do any lifting at home. I just can't do it. There's too many distractions.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, there's too many distractions. So I have to go to a gym.
I can do calisthenics at home. That's the only thing I can do, because like taking out weights and then using them and then putting them back, that's like seems like a big hurdle at home. But calisthenics, you can just like, if I go like, all right, after I do this, then I can do like 2 reps of push-ups, then I can do that and come back to what I was doing. That's okay, but that's my maximum. All right, and I'm live on my end now. I know, Smith, you're good to go, yeah?
I used to work out at work while like in the elevator. Like I would choose all the most like exhausting like tasks, but every time I went up and down this elevator, which is like a lot of times I would do burpees. Every time up, every time down, I would do 10 burpees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I don't look like it anymore, but I used to be like every single day I'd go to the gym with my friend, and then it seems like it's impossible to go without somebody else. Need that.
It's really tough to be able to do. It is. Like just having somebody there to just like chat with and just do whatever. Yeah.
I find it's that like initial like action potential or whatever that's especially hard too. Like going from like, okay, I got home, I'm done work or whatever, and then being okay, let's change and go to the gym.
Yeah.
Like that shit's hard. It was the easiest, I think, in my young adulthood when like I worked on like a truck or whatever, and with the drivers, like I was like the swamper, so I just lift stuff. And so the guy on our way back from our last run, he just always dropped me off at the gym every single day. And I was just kind of like, okay, well, I'm here.
That was what my friends did to get me to go to the gym. I was like, man, I want to go to the gym. Me and my brother were like, we're going to go. And my friends were like, we go to the gym like every day anyway. We drive past your house, just jump in the car and we'll go.
And just grab you, yeah.
It's made it so easy. So
yeah.
easy.
That's why I liked Orange Theory so much.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's why I liked Orange Theory so much, because you buy like a certain number of classes per week, and if you don't use them, you lose them. So you set up the classes and then you have to go, and if you fucking miss it, you're wasting your money. So
that's fair.
I think one of my roommates signed up for like jujitsu or something, paid like a bunch of money and just didn't go to a single one. It's pretty bad.
That's tough. That's just burning money. So I want to say thank you guys for doing this. I very carefully selected the people that I invited, and all of you guys said yes. I didn't invite anybody who said no. You are like my hand-picked guys to talk to about this. Cool. I got to give credit where credit's due. I didn't think this kind of conversation would be possible, period. But I heard Smith talking about his sexuality several times on stream so openly. I was like, this might actually be a conversation that can really be had. And I think that this is something that I just kind of always knew in the back of my head I couldn't talk to like my friends growing up about. So I would usually just end up talking to like either like my girlfriend about things, which is they have no frame of reference for, or like I never really had talked to like my therapist. Not like I have a bunch of issues, but because of Smeth's the first person I've ever seen just talk about it and put it out there.
Okay.
Smith is definitely a trailblazer.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I'm gonna have a conversation with you, Smith, after this about your like lighting and all of that, because I wanna replicate that.
Oh sure. I'm conscientious of this one right now, but yeah. Well, if you want my lighting, all you have to do is you have to just do it like this, like. Just get one of those umbrella things.
He's blew my mind. The way it looks to what we normally see, it looks like it's like a whole magnitude of like less effort than that. Like you just have it like perfect without even trying, kind of deal.
Yeah. Yeah, it does look kind of effortless.
You just I have this. I never move it. It's just there.
What, do you know what the umbrella things are called, or is it literally an umbrella?
Thank you for
I
the
have
follow.
no
I appreciate it.
idea what it's
Umbrella
called.
lighting thing.
Yeah.
What is the photography umbrella?
I think it's like a reflective thing, is what it's supposed to do. So like reflective umbrella
Yeah, it's
lighting,
okay.
probably we'll find it.
Yeah.
It's literally
Yeah.
called the photography umbrella. That's the name.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Somebody said light
Yeah.
spreader or bouncer. Oh, then they said reflector. Okay.
Okay.
Softbox umbrella. Oh shit!
This
they
is
make a
this
full-
is
Sorry.
this is really really gay, and I think that's good because the conversation we're about to have is really gay.
Yeah, it's kind of gay. So actually, I think that's kind of a good thing to talk about. But first, I just wanna open with on the 11th, I put a poll on Twitter, and I don't have that much Twitter engagement, but I got more engagement on this probably than anything else. I said, do you think that most men are open and honest about their own sexuality? To be more specific, do you think men are open and honest about how their sexual feelings manifest, make them feel about themselves and their relationship with others? And I got 89.3% no, but that's actually like a 96% no because 7.1% was results. So, so nobody thinks that we have that we're even honest with ourselves or other people about it at all. What do you guys think? Do you think that you're open and honest about your sexual feelings, like how they come about and how they affect your relationships with others and yourself?
I think. You
good.
would.
Okay. I'd like to think that I'm pretty open and honest about it. I would say that it's definitely my opinions have changed over time, but that's just because of my knowledge of myself. I'd say definitely growing up, I wasn't. It was like about how some of the things affected me. Like for a very long time, I acted like I had sex when I didn't. The classic stuff. So yeah.
Yeah.
I'm kind of all over the place. I think there's some things where I think in most ways I'm pretty open and honest about my sexuality. And then there's like a few things that are almost like the deep dark secrets or whatever that it's just like I don't want to talk about. Not like kink shit necessarily, but yeah, there's certain things that it's just like I don't know. It just doesn't come up or something.
I'm pretty open and honest about how I feel, except I feel like socially, there is a lot of confusion about sexuality at all. Like I just last night had a conversation with Phil Illy, who's just wrote this research like book about autogynephilia. Or not just autogynephilia, he called it like auto heterosexuality. It's just like every guy kind of like at one point is like, if I had a woman's body, I'd be like, well, like that'd be hot. Like everybody's had like a brief thought. But some people have that more, and there's actually a lot more people that are like that in general. And I feel like we don't really understand our own sexuality very well.
Do you think you understand yours?
As much as I could, but then I learned something new, and I'm like, it opens my mind in new ways. I feel like I feel like I always understand it, but then something changes constantly.
Yeah, I'm in a similar boat. I would say though, when you said like there's at least always a moment where it's like you wake up in a woman's body, you'd be like, that's hot. I don't think I've experienced that.
That's
Like,
fair. That's fair. That's
I don't
fair.
I don't think I have. I don't know. I would feel like the first thing whenever I engage with that idea, the first thing that I think about is like if I woke up in a woman's body, I'd be like, "Where's my dick?" Like, it'd be like
Yeah.
panic. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
I think that's true. I think for a lot of people, the idea is that they have a boundaryless relationship with a woman's body now. They can grope and poke and prod and do whatever they want and not have to feel like accountable for any actions because it's your body now all of a sudden. I think that might be the thing that's underneath the surface there.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's the theory is the word that's often used is sexual target misattribution error or something like that. Something like that. But that's actually pretty common, and that can happen in many different ways.
Interesting.
So is it just the fixation on the idea? Is that what the ism is? Like that's what it's about?
It's about like your sexuality. It's called metasexuality, I think. In that it's so rather than having a direct relationship with the objectified, you see yourself as that, and then you have a unique relationship with just yourself, seeing your object of desire as yourself too.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like my feelings about being in a woman's body for a moment or whatever are pretty puddle deep. It's like, okay, if it's a chick that's really hot or a chick that I have like a thing for already, I'm like, God damn, this is never gonna happen
It's
any
the
other
thing
time.
I was talking
Whatever, right?
about.
Yeah, exactly. I have like that a little bit of that, and then the other
Yeah.
thing is like, oh, it'd be really interesting to see what clitoral and like cervical orgasm is like, and if it's way different from my routine orgasm or what. Like
That's my
outside
first
of that
thought.
though.
You get to find out what it feels like, and it's like, okay, unless this is amazing, I would just like to go back to what I'm used to now, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Interesting.
So one of the things that I'm really curious about is when I brought this up to you guys, was there anything that you immediately had like in your head, like, I think I'd feel uncomfortable talking about this thing? Because that's kind of like the point of this is that my goal for this is for the people that see it to see that these four guys are able to talk about things that I didn't think that I could talk about, and hopefully it gives them a little bit of courage to express themselves in a healthy way. Because if we're not talking about these things, I think it hurts everybody.
Uncomfortable. I don't think there's the only thing I could think of that would make me uncomfortable to talk about would be like naming sexual interactions that I've had with like specific people, like naming names, kind of a thing. But that's just kind of I feel like that's a general like everybody would say that probably makes sense to not want to do. Like if I was like, oh, I had this kind of a bizarre bad sexual interaction with and then X person, I feel like that would yeah,
Oh, sure.
like that's the only thing that I could think of is like naming names. I don't want to like put anybody out there or on blast.
Does it make you uncomfortable saying like things that you've done? Because that's like most people are like that, you know?
No, I don't think anything that I've done has been that out there that I would feel uncomfortable like talking about. I feel like if I'm uncomfortable talking about it publicly, I probably wouldn't do it privately at this point in my career. Like if you asked me like 2 years ago, there's plenty of shit I would say I wouldn't want to talk about in public, but right now, yeah, I'd say it here.
What's changed that? Is it just being like a streamer, do you think?
It's focusing more on like relationship dating and stuff like that content. Like 2 years ago, I was more focused on like trans issues, racial issues, and stuff like that, talking about like I don't know, erectile dysfunction probably wasn't the top of the docket for me.
Yeah.
That's a good topic.
I agree.
Oh.
What about you, Nick? Are you ever uncomfortable talking about sex?
Generally speaking, not really uncomfortable talking about sex. Like the one thing I had in mind that it's like I'm like, am I uncomfortable with that? It's like a weird thing to talk about. I've talked about it before though, so I don't think it's uncomfortable. Sorry, it takes like a little bit of groundwork. I'm totally down to go back to erectile dysfunction now, or I can say the thing first, then we can go to erectile dysfunction or whatever.
Take your time.
Why don't you say the thing
If you
first,
have
then we can go back
boundaries,
to it.
if you have boundaries to set, we want to hear them. I'm sure everybody here.
I have no boundaries. I'm too much of a man for boundaries. So basically, like, there's this thing that gets brought up in regard to the red pill a lot, right? Which is about whether or not, okay, is the purpose for sex or is the reason that we like sex about the internal experience of sex? Like, I enjoy pleasuring someone, having myself pleasured, and then achieving climax. Like, is that what sex is for? Or is it like a status thing, or is it like a heuristic for status? So it's like if I'm having sex with lots of women or exclusively beautiful women, or in the like highest order world, having lots of sex exclusively with beautiful women, it's like that makes me more intrinsically valuable or whatever, right? And I think very few people want to admit this, especially men. I think that most men care most about sex from that status perspective, and I'm like actually like way in that direction.
Oh,
Actually,
Really?
yeah,
I
yeah.
thought you were gonna go the other way with it.
No, that's why it's weird. That's why it's weird to talk about. It's really easy to say you're the guy. It's like, oh yeah, I just love sex. I don't give a fuck what anybody else thinks. But I really enjoy validation. Period. And so like, yeah, I guess I'll leave it there.
So
Do you
I
feel
mean,
like
I-
you? Do you
I
feel like
talk
you'd be
about that.
judged?
Do I feel like I'd be judged like for saying that?
Yeah.
You mean?
Yes.
Oh yeah, for sure, for
Oh,
sure.
yeah,
All right.
100%.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not judgmental of that.
well, I hope that none of us are here to judge the other ones. We're all here to be supportive of each other. I have the exact opposite of what you're talking about. That's going to be the biggest challenge for me during this is that because so many people, a lot of guys say things like, I fucked like this chick, that chick, or like my dick's like 10 inches long. I feel like I can't talk about any sexual experience in a positive manner at all without like, no matter like I can't talk about any true stories if it makes me sound good in any way, in a social way. I feel like that's like I'm getting anxiety thinking about it. I just
Yeah.
feel like such a fucking douchebag. Like nobody's gonna like one, automatically I'm lying. Two,
Yep.
I'm just like over here just like jacking myself off and like everybody's just like, wow, what a fucking dumbass liar. Like he's fucked nobody.
Yep.
1 inch dick. Obviously he's talking about a positive sexual thing. Nothing freaks me out more than sharing a positive sexual experience that I've had.
I know exactly what I 100%. You know what's weird? I agree with you. Maybe it's weird. I agree with you, Elder Drazi, but I'm also in a similar thing as like what Nick was talking about. But I'm assuming you are too, but maybe not, Nick. I'm trying to learn my way out of it. But like, yeah, I very much I can feel the emotional like drive of like you'd be, you know, it'd be nice if you only fucked like tens. You know what I'm saying? It'd be nice. You know, you'd be cool for that. I'm trying to like learn out of that behavior and
Yep.
that feeling and stuff like that. I'm trying to work through that. But I also agree with Drazi. Like I don't feel comfortable talking about any positive sexual aspect about anything because yeah, I feel like a douchebag. Like I can't talk about I don't even I was gonna like for instance, when I talked about my dick size, which isn't even that big, when I talked about my dick size on, I think it was CuteBot stream, me and Darius went on there, and then she asked how big my dick was, and I was honest. I got so many people that are like, no, you can't say that. It's like whatever, and it's reminds me of why. Like, do you do this thing as well, Drazi? Like, I did this all the time growing up because I had that same feeling where it'd be like when somebody would say like, ask your dick size, you would automatically just say like 2 inches. You would just say like ridiculously small. So that way you wouldn't come off as a douchebag. That's what I used to do all the time.
Yeah,
I just discovered. Sorry,
or I just spin it as a joke. I'd be like, "Oh, dude, I'm hung like a baby," and then, or maybe I could leave it at that, or I could go the other route if I wanted to be funnier, say like 8 pounds 6 ounces or something like that. But just something too ridiculous to where it was any kind of a real answer. Yeah, I would just try to skirt it because it's just that's just very uncomfortable. Like, what if the person thinks the number is high or whatever, and they like call you a like, it's just a weird spot to be in. And then I think that makes you ashamed of your body in a weird way too.
Yep.
I just discovered that I'm an inch taller than I thought I was because like for the longest time, like everybody knows.
You mean
his
height?
He rounds up one. Yeah, height. Yeah, height. Guys, everybody knows guys round up 1 inch. Like that's like common knowledge. Like everybody assumes like every dude is rounding 1 inch up. So
that's conservative.
I was rounding for years. I was rounding 1 inch down, and I really believed that that's how tall I was. I'm 5'10", but I was saying.
God damn it! I was about to guess. I was about to guess too. I thought you were 6'2", 6'1".
I round up a quarter inch when I say my height because I always feel when I actually give, if I say like in 3/4, I feel like it feels like I'm trying to like emphasize that like, oh no, I'm a little bit tall. So I just round up and say fuck it.
I know what you mean.
Bro, I don't know. It's very interesting meeting people in real life, but like knowing their like height beforehand, especially being like a short dude, right? So it's like I'm 5'6.5". I round down because if I say 5'6.5", people are like fucking
Yeah.
Cope, right?
Cope.
But I'll tell you this, man. I'm the tallest 5'6" motherfucker out there. Okay, everybody else who said there's so many 5'10" guys who I'm like a cock hair shorter than. It's like, bro, what is going on here, man? Like nobody knows. Jesus, bro.
Yeah, there's so many people.
I just found out the height mattered like 6 months ago. I think it was watching a stream, and then I asked my wife, I was like, does height matter? They're like, yeah. And I feel like I'm just like I'm not really short, but I'm not tall. So it's just never come up in my life. But I guess this has always been a thing, and I've been oblivious to it.
How tall are you, Robbie?
Well, if you wanted to guess Smith's, you feel free.
Oh.
5'9.5".
I'm gonna guess 5'10" as well.
So I'm
gonna guess
just say,
5'7".
I used to say 5'10 and 3/4. Now I just say 5'11. Because it's 5'10 and 3/4. But I was just, but I'm just like a weird nerd, so I just always thought it was good to be accurate. But then, like you said, it's just people be like Cope, and like, okay, I guess I'll just say 5'11 then. So I've just been totally oblivious to the entire height discourse. So like I said, it's never, like I've never felt like I was too short for anything, but like nobody's ever like, oh, you're so tall. It's just like right in the middle to where it doesn't affect me.
Really? Because I'm 6 foot and I've had people tell me I'm tall. And I'm only an inch taller than like an inch is like you can't tell the difference. Like an inch is such a small amount. Like if we were standing next to each other, people would say we're the same height. That's crazy because I've been told that I'm tall and it's not.
I've only been told that by like short women that I've dated that are like 5'4", like 5'2". So like that, what does that mean to me, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And like plus we're already dating. Like I wouldn't have even thought of it as a compliment until like 6 months ago. Like, oh, this is a nice thing to hear. Okay, that's so weird to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I
Erectile dysfunction.
Yeah.
That's super weird to be hearing somebody basically say that like they haven't even thought about their height as a man before. Because like being 5'6", bro, that shit's the center of my life for my whole fucking life.
You know what's the craziest thing as well? I have a 5'6" friend. He's like one of my best friends up in Washington, and he didn't know anything about height either. He didn't think it. I was like, how? How didn't you know this? Like you've been bullied for your entire life and you didn't even know like it mattered. And he's like, nah, not when it comes to dating because he fucks. So like, I guess him and the women that around him didn't get the memo.
Well,
he's very confident though.
I'll even echo that a little bit. It's like most of my height anxiety in the past came from men, not really from women, honestly, because it's like. I'm gonna be honest. Like if like a girl's like 6 foot, I'm not gonna step. Like I'm not gonna attempt. It's not gonna happen. It's just like the fucking river doesn't flow that way. But then again, man, I asked out this one 5'10" chick, and she said yes once, and that's the only time I've ever even tried to go for a girl that was taller than me. So I don't know. Maybe girls are way more open to it than I realize. I have no idea.
I think if a woman's short, she'll probably it'll matter to her more. But if a woman's tall, she knows she has to like manage like the height expectations, or it's just not going to be a thing that occurs to her as much. Because if you're like a 6 foot tall woman, you're not going to meet a ton of guys that are taller than you, so it might not play into like how you think about men.
I think it depends. I've met a couple tall women that are very dead set on finding guys that are the same height and taller than them. I've met a couple that are that way, but
I think it's like
the vast majority of women are super adamant in my experience about height. But then I think when the rubber meets the road, if you make a woman feel a certain sort of way, all of the other variables just don't really matter much.
That much,
yeah. It's like proclivities that you like, genetic proclivities. As much as you could have a proclivity to being like gay or I don't know, agreeable, any type of personality thing. You can have a proclivity, but that doesn't really set it in stone. So just because you're born to be a certain way doesn't mean that that's how you're going to end up. And you can be short, but still be like the object of desire for women based on your other characteristics.
Yeah, as an example, I mean, it's not a huge height difference or anything like that. Like a lot of the people that Darius has over is either the same height or like taller than him, and they don't seem to care very much.
Yeah.
Like it's not that big of a thing. They might like make a joke about it, but it doesn't seem to affect him at all in
Yeah.
his dating prospects.
Does he have a
'Cause
weird
the guy's
attitude
fun.
about his height?
No.
It probably has a
He-
lot to
he,
do with
like-
it.
Yeah.
Erectile dysfunction.
Yeah.
I love you, Smith.
So I can go first on this if you'd like, because I recently had this inflicted upon me. It's still coming out soon. It's been hard to work on. I'm doing a review of my vasectomy. I got a vasectomy recently, and it went bad. I had my wife take care of it. She's a vet. She's a surgery technician for veterinarian clinic, and so like she cleaned it out and everything. Followed all the instructions to a T. She had like all the good shit from her job for like sterilizing and all that. But there was an infection that happened like the day of, and I ended up in the hospital for 2 days. They had to do emergency surgery on me. It was already healed, and then it was so infected that it had burst open, and they had to spend 2 hours flushing it over and over again. And since then, I lost a lot of feeling on one side, which is back of like my balls area, like the whole like skin and everything, and now I have significantly greater trouble getting it up and keeping it up than I ever had before. I'd say it's probably 30% of the time now. Everything works like it ought to, and I've been told that like this is kind of normal when there's trauma there, but it's a big psych out just having things all of a sudden not work like they should. I feel like this is supposed to happen as you get older and like a slow burn, but for it to be like night and day, like all right, I can use my dick again, and for like 4 days when you can't have sex for like 2 months, it works. It's gonna work great, but after that, it's just sort of it's like it's almost like I have somebody else's dick that doesn't work right. Like where's my old reliable at? And it's been there's been very few times in my life. I very rarely think about masculinity when it comes to myself. That's been one of the most emasculating things I've ever experienced. Only second to when before I got the second surgery and I was in bed and I couldn't move at all. And my wife had to do everything for me. She finally had enough of like doing things for me, and I felt extremely emasculated. Like, what am I doing? Like, she's having to like wait on me and stuff. That and then my dick not working the way it should are like the most emasculating things in my entire life. And it's
Can you still come?
unique. Yeah. But sometimes like we have to stop, and then it's just the focus has to be on me if it's gonna happen. When it's the 70% of the time right now. I don't know if I want to go get pills or what. It feels weird being 34 and asking your doctor for pills.
I looked into it a while back, but I've discovered how to make it work for myself. But I feel almost like embarrassed even to discuss how I'm making it work. Like when you're having this issue, it's insensitive. That's awful.
Do you not want to talk about it?
No, I do, but I don't want to like as soon as he's telling us how he's got this issue, then I'm like, well, this is what I'm doing to make it work perfect for me. It's like
you're not gonna hurt my feelings, buddy.
Okay.
This is a very me-centric thing.
I had erectile dysfunction a lot in my early 20s, and I think for multiple reasons. One is I would fast before every single date, because I wanted to be like slim and like look as fit as I could.
Oh.
And fasting is not good for erectile function. Yeah. Yeah, and also being like dehydrated, because like I would be like fasting and dehydrated because like makes your like veins pop out a little bit, be a little
You're prepared for the
that's not
Olympia,
good.
dude.
Yeah, he's prepared for me.
Yes.
Bodybuilding.
But so that was part of it, but also I just like didn't understand how to like just give myself an erection. And since then I've like learned like I can just like stimulate myself and then just give myself one. And like even if like it just I have to stimulate myself. Like have you ever done, because you guys work out, have you ever done a peel?
Appeal.
Appeal is, this is something a military guy told me. I don't know if this is like a technical term. This is when you start from your highest weight intensity that you can do,
Oh.
and then you keep going lower and lower until like you can't go anymore.
Mhm.
Like until like so like after you can't do another 50 like 50-pound like dumbbell, then you go to like 40, and then you do it until you can't do a 40. So like that, if I do that with stimulation, like in like lowering like my stimulation, then I get like a rock hard boner, and then I'm good to go.
Shit. That's a hell of a way to go about it.
Yeah.
I'm do you want to expand on that anymore before I go off?
That's pretty much it.
Well, I was going to ask. Okay, so sorry. How does the peel translate into erection? So it's like,
Okay, so
are you,
no,
are you saying like you stroke? You go like RPE 10 stroke, like really?
okay. So if you're actually interested, so what?
Yeah.
So actually, I'll start out with like my whole hand.
Okay.
Okay, this is, I don't know if this is too TMI, but I do it like upside down, because
Upside
like
down.
the pinky is like smaller, and then opening is your thumb area is bigger. Anyway,
Okay.
I start off like that, and then I just move to like my fingers, and then I just move to like less fingers, and then just one finger. And when I get to one finger, I'm rock hard.
Okay.
What the hell?
I'm gonna try that.
Yeah, what the
You said upside down? Yeah?
Yeah.
With the pinky up? Yeah? Okay.
I'm in a similar position to seems like Elder but minus the surgery situation. Well, actually, no. My shit acts up every time, every single time. Like the way that it works, I think I got it pretty bad. I'm gonna probably look into. I'm gonna talk to a doctor about it because it's so bad. Like I can't even wear condoms. It doesn't work. I can't get hard enough to put a condom on. But in when I do, I'm only hard enough for like 45 seconds. So like if I'm in that state where I'm hard enough to like put on a condom, I need to know, jump like to it, slap that bitch on, and then like go at it because otherwise I can't put it on. It just doesn't work. Um, so yeah, condoms are pretty unfortunately like not really something I can do, which makes casual sex incredibly like more scary and also like really weird because like when somebody requests a condom, I'm like, fuck, okay,
Yeah.
like look, I can I'm gonna sit here and I'll try this, but it's gonna take like 20 tries if it's even gonna work to get on. And then like I have to explain that I'm not trying to be that like frat bro that like, oh bro, my condom doesn't work, dude. Sorry, dude. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to explain. It's a nightmare, an absolute fucking nightmare to be able to get that done. And then actual sex, oh man. I have a conversation with everybody that I had sex with prior because every single time I have sex, it will be hard enough to be able to get in, go at it, and then it'll get so soft that it like won't be able to work. And so I like look them in the eyes. I'm like, look, it's gonna get soft. I'm still feeling you, and whatever, but it's gonna seem like I'm not feeling you at all. But it might take a really long time to get going again, but that's the way it is. It happens every time. Like one of the most recent times I was having sex, I couldn't get hard for I think 30 minutes. I couldn't get hard. It was bad. So yeah, I should probably get some fucking whatever shit, some Blue Chew or some shit like that.
Can I ask you some questions?
Go for it.
Okay, so are you sure that the type of sex you're engaging with is like what's actually interesting you?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Do you feel like a lot of pressure to like? It sounds like you feel like a lot of pressure to get hard.
It sounds that way, but even when I had like sex with my ex, that was in a very like committed, close relationship where she completely understood. There was like no pressure or anything like that. It still acted up. So I don't think it has to do with pressure. I don't think it has to do with like stress or anything like that.
Really, even if it's just like I think there's like a higher order of like pressure to perform if it's like if it's my wife and our girlfriend or just me and my girlfriend because we don't have a long history of having sex.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the pressure is even higher. But even when it's with my wife, I just like all I feel is just like I'm so sorry. Like I promise it's not you. Like, and I feel like no matter what I say, that they're going to take some kind of insecurity away from it, and like that kills me to think that they think that I think there's something wrong with them or something. Because I've had when I was younger, my ex-wife was 17 years older than me. I was 22. And if I didn't have sex for the fifth time in the day, she'd be like, "Come on, you're 22. You should be ready to go." She'd get like mad at me.
Jesus.
Yeah.
You said 5 times a day?
Yeah. I remember specifically.
No
I was like, we had sex 4 times
shot.
already, and like it's still daytime. She's like, "You're 22. You should be ready to go." So I think I got it in my head then that like, it's going to be very insulting if I can't perform when the woman wants to go. But now, even if it's just like the first time, if I lose it part of the way through, I feel very ashamed. I feel very embarrassed, and like I have to like over explain myself that there's nothing that you're doing. There's something physiologically wrong here. This isn't normal. But then it just feels like cope. It feels like I feel like there's nothing I can say to remedy the situation that's been created.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Do you have conversations before having sex though about it?
So when it
Like,
when it started happening, I guess my wife filled my girlfriend in ahead of time, and I didn't know. And I told my girlfriend, say, "Hey, just so you know, like I've been having." She's like, "It's fine, it's fine." She was like super like cool about it. She's like, "It's fine. You don't have to say anything else." Uh, and then it went fine. But then I still had to wonder. But I appreciated that to like the highest degree, that I didn't have to like put it all out there and explain that she's like, "I got you, don't worry." Um,
mhm.
but I would feel like I have to explain for sure. I still feel like I have to explain to my wife if it like stops working part of the way through, and I know she gets it, but I still feel like I have to like say something, because I think that there's a lot of pressure on men to not only perform well. I feel like there's a non-spoken about pressure to like perform well every time, to have like the biggest dick imaginable. Like you just have to be like perfect in bed all the time. And even if that pressure is not coming from women, that pressure is being put on us by other men in the kind of like culture that we have. So that I think that's one of the things that makes it so hard for men to be honest about these things. So you're just like, yeah, sometimes sex is weird for me, and I get soft, or like, hey, I have a small dick, or like whatever the thing that you're dealing with is. Like, I just feel like that's not something you could talk about with your friends to get some kind of guidance from, because you're going to be seen as less.
Yeah, I think it's going to depend on like your friend groups and stuff like that. I've told my friends personally about it, and they poke fun. They do all of the stuff typical guys do and shit like that. But they understand it. I So I'm thankful for that, because not all guys are like that. But uh, some of the things that you said regarding the feelings of inadequacy and stuff like that. I I feel that kind of like in a way, when because I let everybody know beforehand, before sex has even begun, that
Wait,
it's a thing.
that could
Mhm.
that could even be part of it.
What?
Like you're expecting to get soft.
Uh, I would say that that would be true if it didn't like. Go ahead.
I'm just saying it could be. I'm not saying it's a sure thing. It's just
Oh, sure, sure. Yeah, yeah. So I've gotten in my head. I've thought about that. I'm trying to get in my head and be like, I'm not going to do that stuff or whatever. But either way, I had discovered the issue with a sexual partner. Like I didn't even think it was an issue until I had consistent sex. I think it was with my most recent ex, or maybe the other one. But with one of them, I noticed that I was having sex with them, or trying to have sex with them, and it just wasn't working. And it was like, oh, okay,
I
we
got one
have a
more
problem.
question.
Hmm.
Are you sure that you are like emotionally connecting, like even with your ex, maybe there was an issue, like, maybe you didn't I'm just theorizing here, I don't know shit about you.
Mm.
Maybe you didn't like feel like she was there for you or something, because that was an issue
Uh,
for me.
Emotionally
I used
connecting.
to I used
Not.
to have this issue.
I
Like,
was like, good.
so I would hook up with women and they just like look at me like a deer in headlights when like sex is starting and stuff, and then just like look at me like, but look, okay, do your thing, and then it's like, and I realized that that's not going to work for me, and if that
Mhm.
happens, I'm just like, I'll just do something, but it's not going to be. I got creative with it, like it's not going to be just normal sex. So just like, okay, we'll just goof off. But
Mhm.
I learned that I need to have a woman that'll like actually like have some agency or some like sexual drive, some fucking sex drive, or like or show her
Mhm.
sex drive to me.
Uh, so with my ex, at least, um, the issue came up even when like we were both like very much infatuated with each other during the like infatuation phase. So I was like super into her, she was super into me, and I still had the problem, and I felt like I had a good emotional connection. I mean, we had like talked long distance and things had gone pretty well for like 6 or 7 months. So I felt like there was a decent emotional connection, and I found her very attractive. So I just in my mind, it has to be like some kind of stimulus thing, neurological, whatever thing. It's got to be something weird. I don't think it is like a pressure like to perform thing. Maybe not though.
There's one more theory. This is one I don't like. So this is not my advice. Or like, but I like people will say that we'll just jerk off less. I mean, I think that does work, but not well, and it also just sucks. And I don't think that that's the right solution, because like I have considered that and gone through that, and I've found solutions that aren't jerk off less.
A jerk off less is one that definitely has positive effects. I think for me, because
Yeah,
I'm like more horny, which can like keep my like I feel like it allows me to proc the chance to get hard more frequently. Um, so yeah, I feel like that helps. But how long I have to go without jerking off in order to get that is like pretty like I have to go like 2 weeks, and I slap that shit every day. There ain't no way I'm going 2 weeks. I so I'm not. I don't want to
yeah,
do that. I
yeah. That
want to do
sucks.
that, and it's
That
not even a
sucks.
guarantee. It's just like a little bit, like whatever. It's like I ain't giving that shit up. No way.
Obviously, Nick doesn't have anything to add. He'd just be nodding over here. I assume everything's
What do
working
you?
the way it should, and you've never had this issue. Uh, yeah.
Yeah, broadly. I mean, I had a little period where I went hypothyroid while I was going to school. Like I just had a whole bunch of stuff going on in my life, and during that period, I just had like negative libido. So it's kind of different, I think, from your guys' experience, right? Because it's like I had a diagnosis. I didn't want to have sex. I was
Mhm,
with my committed partner at the time. Like I was with Erudite, and she
mhm.
was understanding of that, and so it was more or less a non-issue. I think I don't think I even had, because I think because it was so clinical, uh, and I was so like fucked up over just life emotionally at the time, like the performance anxiety, or um, what's it called? Performance anxiety slash uh, fuck, what's the word for erectile dysfunction? Element of it was just kind of like not really on my radar. So
Mhm.
other than that, I don't have too much experience.
I definitely think that the anxiety comes more from me and my desire to perform well than the woman. Because I don't know if I've ever, save for like my ex-wife, I don't think I've ever gotten anything but total understanding and like a caretaking energy back from it. But that almost makes it worse. Uh, Probably doesn't help that most of the women that I've had sex with are pretty submissive women. So like to see that
Mhm.
like role reversed and then they're taking care of me afterwards, like this is exactly the opposite of what you want to be doing right now.
Mhm.
Um, so it's just
Mhm.
it's all coming from me. Um, but
I think
since
broadly, I've had a similar experience. Like whenever I tell people about my ED, they seem like cool with it. They seem like fine with it. We can have sex, and it's not really an issue. So yeah, I mean, pretty broadly, I have a similar experience with explaining it, but
I just googled to find a study because I had a theory in my mind because Relly is the tallest one here, and he has experiences the most. I googled it. He has the most erectile dysfunction. Me and Drazi are like moderate, and Nick has no problem at all. And I googled it. I could not find something regarding height in my quick Google, but I did find something about BMI and like having high body fat will has a correlation with erectile dysfunction, and becoming more fit and lowering your body fat will lower your chance to have just your proclivity to erectile dysfunction. I don't think that you have high body fat though, Aurelie. Really, probably
I
that's not your
definitely
issue.
don't know.
Yeah.
This is something I know. I've always known that if I drop some more weight, that I'll have better sexual performance, because I used to be in hella good shape. Like 8-9 years ago, I worked out every day, like 23 chin-ups in a set, kind of like fit. It's like so for the people that work out, like that's
Jesus.
like about where I was at, and like I was definitely at the top of my game then. So definitely letting my weight go like I have, I know is an element of it, but I also know that like part of it is just like surgery and having to heal too. Um,
Mm.
I have a question that I'm assuming that we could get Nick in on a little more. How do you feel about if you want to do something with a woman that like she's not already doing, like you want to address like, hey, what if we like if she's never like asked you to go down on her, be like, hey, what if you let me go down on you tonight, or like we 16 out or something, like maybe even like kinky or something, like what if I tie you up or something? How does that work for you? Do you get like really nervous? Like, is there any like fear of rejection for that, or like that they're gonna think that you're weird, or have you experienced that at all?
Um,
I think that's pretty
yeah,
common.
yeah, I would say the the only anxiety I get around asking like a sexual partner if they want to do different stuff or new stuff or weird stuff is, am I going to make you uncomfortable by asking? It's very much other person oriented, right? So it's like if I ask for something, are they going to be like, yeah, bothered internally? That's the only thing I really care about. And I feel like things generally speaking come across pretty well, but I'm also really cautious. So I probably haven't had it go wrong because I'm just like, I'm not going to ask unless I'm pretty sure the answer is going to be yes,
How would
basically.
you feel if you made them feel self-conscious? If they're like,
Horrible.
"Oh God, no!" Like, would you feel bad about yourself then?
No, no.
No. Oh, you'd just be like, "Oh
It would,
shit, I'm so sorry."
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'd feel bad for making them uncomfortable. Like if they tried to put it on me, if they didn't, if they, so if they didn't get uncomfortable and they're just like, oh, you're a freak, I'd be like, yeah, yeah, sure. You know what I mean? But if she gets hurt, offended, bothered, aghast, whatever the heck, then it's like that's gonna just make me feel bad, right? I don't want to hurt people. I don't want to make people uncomfortable.
You guys
Well,
have
I
any
don't want to make
experience?
women uncomfortable.
I mean, I'm pretty much the same way as Nick, except for if a woman told me that she was made uncomfortable because of my actions, I probably would feel self conscious because for lack of a better term, I feel a little bit autistic. Like I don't really know how to. I feel like I have a good read on what people are feeling, but I have a really big issue with knowing what my actions will make someone feel. So I can look at you and I can be like, "Oh, you're feeling uncomfortable. You're feeling this." I don't know what I can do to make you feel something else. I don't know what I'm about to do. I don't know how you're going to feel about it. And so that's kind of an issue that I have. So if somebody was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe you did that," I'd be kind of pushed back. I'd be like, "Oh shit, maybe I actually did fuck something up. Maybe I should have done that. Maybe I should have done this." So I'd probably get pretty self conscious about it. But everything else Nick said, I agree with.
So
Or I'm the same way. I mean,
you'd put that on you and not understand that it's a them, and like and not think it's a them thing.
I think it would depend. I would look into it and like maybe like if I said, "Hey, hi, how are you?" and then they were like rapist, I'm like, "Okay,
Oh,
get the fuck out of here." You know what I'm saying?
oh my
You know?
God. I do want to ask this to Smeth, but John, what you just said, my biggest fear in any kind of like dating anything is the idea that I would be called a creep or creepy. It just fucking kill me. And if you could just put a bullet in my head instead of saying that, that would be fine with me. The last thing I
It's
ever want to hear is that
horrifying.
you're creepy. Yes.
especially growing up, I had such a fear of coming off as creepy or making women specifically uncomfortable with my like romantic or sexual advances. It resulted in a complete paralysis. I just couldn't mix with
Yeah.
my like lack of social ability. And I knew that I had not great social skills. It's results. Okay, I don't want to come off as creepy or weird, and I know I don't have very good social skills, so I'm kind of likely to come off as creepy or weird. And then so I just never interacted like sexually or romantically with women because of that paralysis. Um, and I would hope that people wouldn't like fall into a similar
Thank you,
pitfall as
everybody,
me
for follows.
when it
You're
comes to that,
amazing.
because that's not a long-term viable solution. Um, if
I
you want to date women.
I was the same. I had to. It wasn't until after high school, even after, actually, it wasn't until after college, and then I just like suddenly like having gone to art school and then using Tinder, and I used my art school skills for Tinder, and like I got like lots of hits and shit. I had to try everything out. I think just because I had good photos,
Mhm.
and so when I say try everything out, try all like the strategies, and I had to reverse engineer talking to women from Tinder, and I feel like that's like the worst place to
Oh
learn. I mean,
yeah.
it's a safe place to learn it, but that's the insidiousness of it
Hmm.
too, because it's so sterile.
Yeah,
Um,
That makes
you can say
sense.
fucking wild shit on there.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So
I
for a
like
while, I was dependent on saying fucking wild shit, and then in
mhm.
real life, I'd be like, okay, I know how I could make you horny, but
Yeah,
also this is risky behavior. Like I'm
yeah,
not just gonna
yeah,
say that.
I
yeah.
think
It's
that
kind of good.
that's kind of a thing, though, right? Being risky, having risky behavior. It's all about finding that line of like doing something that's going to like shock and awe without triggering that like disgust reflex. I think that's what a
Yeah,
lot of people are
that's
trying to look for.
yeah. I think that's like kind of part of the social demands of like men is you need to be bold but not too bold. And that shit exhausts me, just to be honest. That's just exhausting to me that I have to like ride this line of like looking a woman in the eye and being like, "Hey, I'd love to take you out," or like, you know, "Hey, let's go back to my place and let's lock the door." You know what I'm saying? It's like figuring out that balance or whatever with my social ineptitude is just such a nightmare. It's exhausting. It's to even think about. So I think is a part of the reason why I really don't like casual dating and casual sex is because it's so much of that. It's just constant like, hey, let's figure out a way to vibe out this person with the line that I can ride, and it's too much for me. It's too
Yeah.
much.
How did you
I
navigate that, Smeth?
How did I navigate that? Just fine. I turned out fine. I feel lucky. I feel so it's I can feel lucky because I had access to like matches on Tinder because I am fairly attractive and had good skills with like taking photos. Um,
I
but I'm starting to like last time we talked, Elder. We talked about male sexuality sort of before, and one thing that has changed in my attitude since then is now I feel like I really hate that how little we know about female sexuality because and there's a lot of like really like um difficult reasons why we don't know a lot about female sexuality. Like, for instance, like they're not as sexually driven for whatever reason. Like later in life they often are, like in their 40s and stuff. But like young women aren't as they don't have quite as high of a sex drive. It seems. And also, one thing that makes it really hard to study female sexuality, like in a lab with a sexologist, is that female bodily sexual arousal actually occurs from all sexual stimulus, not even actually if she's actually aroused. The theory behind that is like the preparatory theory, where she might be like being raped, and like it's just it's a biological imperative that she's like protected in that way. So like her body will become aroused even if she isn't. And so with that being said, like studying like female sexuality is like everything I thought I knew about female sexuality is totally from the framework of my own sexuality, male sexuality. And now that I'm starting to acknowledge there might be differences, like I'm letting that hypothesis sit there. It's like, well, shit, like I don't know anything.
Mm.
Yeah,
I mean,
this one's weird for me. Like the whole thing about like some people call it like the hunt or the chase or whatever, but like this game, this weird tit for tat where it's like about guys peacocking in the right way and that sort of stuff, and it's like every girl's like a puzzle or whatever, right? And I hear and I identify with a lot of guys that really hate that, have a lot of trouble with it, don't want to do it, especially in light of like Me Too and stuff, because it's like, okay, for one girl, what is like a massive turn on is like literally like a fucking an allegation waiting to happen or whatever. For me, for whatever reason, I just always thought it was fun. I just like, to me, it's like a fucking game. It's like the puzzles in Legend of Zelda. It's just weird and entertaining, and figuring out all the different minutia of every person I find super engaging and entertaining.
That makes sense.
I kind of like getting shit tested, even. Like,
What?
have you ever been like really unsuccessful at it? Like gotten a really negative response?
I've gotten rejected. I've never had like a really insanely negative response. Like literally the closest thing I can think of that would be really horrible is like back when I was like a younger guy and I was practicing like cold approach and stuff like that. I went up to this one girl in Zara who had like she had brown eyes, but like really interesting brown eyes. Like they had a really unique texture to them and they caught the light in an interesting way. And so like I told her, I was like, hey, I just wanted to let you know, like, you have really beautiful eyes. And she looks at me and she goes, they're brown. And I said,
What?
well, yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, they're very unique brown. Like, I mean, they've got a lot of texture to them. Like the way they catch the light is like super interesting, and your eyes are very big. You know, they like kind of like brighten up your face a lot. And then she goes, okay. And then I just laughed.
Kudos for the recovery. I'm impressed that you made a second attempt after they're brown. That's the fucking balls on you. If it's like they're brown, I'd be like, shit, you right. Bye. Like what the fuck?
Yeah, it felt like a spar. Like she was trying to fight back, sort of thing, which is just like, I mean, some girls do that. I don't know. It's kind of fun.
I enjoyed that. Yeah.
Yeah, like
If you
I would
know
know
that's
what to
what's
do not to
happening,
debate
it's
it.
very fun.
What am I supposed to be like?
It's so hard to
you
know,
think
though. It's
brown
like
eyes
quantum.
can't be pretty? Like I can't do that. It's not a recovery.
Yeah, for
We're
sure.
fighting now, or I'm leaving. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Those sorts of situations, they're kind of the most horrible, especially if you're not super attuned to what's going on. And a lot of the time, I would say I wouldn't really be attuned to what's going on. I would just always assume that it was playful, and it just tended to work out more or less.
I did. I don't know if what I do is the same as Smith. When I talk to a woman on Tinder, I feel like after an hour talking, I want to know. Like, I just put all the sexual stuff on the table. That way, I don't have to guess. I don't want to guess in person. I don't want to like talk about it in person and get that like weird disgust response. But I don't know if I go. I don't know if you're saying you go like really over the top to try to like if you can handle me like being like super wild, then like we're good. I know that I'm like safe here. I just try to like play it out.
This is how it goes for me. It's like the very first like few couple things I say are like disgusting, like generally, like so I read their profile, I just kind of gauge them up, and I say that like I think that like matches the vibe I'm getting, and usually it's like really disgusting, like really sexual, and then after that I remember there was like this girl from like I don't know, she was like from Harvard or something, and I was like like I don't see a lot of Harvard girls on Tinder. Are they eating your pussy there or something like that?
Hey, that's the shit I could never do.
Yeah, I can't do that.
That worked out great, and then immediately after like that, like a couple like one or two just back and forth, like just me saying two things. Then immediately after that, it's like right into like a real conversation. Like it's not like, okay, I'm a real like I'm very sexual. I'm funny. I mean, I don't do this consciously. It's just how it always plays out. But at that point, they know that I am DTF. We both see each other. Okay, we know what we were here for, and then we have a conversation. All right, we have similar interests. All right, and then it goes back to, and then I always want to meet people as fast as possible because I want to. Like I don't like the pen pal thing. Like I think that we're all like our own best friend in text, and I want to get past that and want to meet in real life and get to know somebody. So I try to get like a public place, like a safe place. We'll go get coffee and see if we vibe.
Now, you said they're not eating your pussy there, or are they? I just wanted to get the exact... No. The fucking balls on you, man. Kudos. I don't think I could ever be that bold.
Why not? It's Tinder.
I think...
I just feel like I would make somebody uncomfortable. Like,
that's what I'm afraid of.
I don't
on
even
Tinder?
know if I'm worried about
I feel like
being comfortable
Tinder,
in
it's
this.
okay on Tinder.
I just think I'm not like that. I think I'd rather like I'm like kind of like, let's lay the groundwork, and then be like, so like, what kind of sexual stuff are you into? Like, we seem like we're getting along pretty good. Like are we compatible in the bedroom too? And then by the time we get to there, it seems like, because I basically, my whole thing is like, I like doing, if a woman says like, guys will never want to do this with me, like, I want to do that thing. That's what I want to do. I get a lot of like my personal sense of pride by like doing good in the bedroom, and I've been ashamed of that for like always. I talked to my therapist about it like last month, and she was basically like, there's no reason to not, that's fine if you get your sense of self-worth from that. There's no reason not to. It's like, why would you not want to? And I was like, I don't know. I guess I just, I don't know why. So I guess I just want to make sure that, I think that if I did something really bad and like, if that freaked a woman out, that might affect how I feel about myself.
Okay.
I just like I would never say that in real life. I walk up to a woman and say that in real life, but on Tinder, I just feel like it's totally permissible.
Interesting.
I mean,
because you can just like
yeah, it can be,
there's no risk. It's just like to unmatch with me. Like we're here. You swiped on me because you thought I was hot. I swiped on you because you thought I was hot. Like and if you don't like that, then just whatever. Like fuck it. Like I've gotten weird Tinder from women and stuff. I don't know. It's just I don't really think I've ever said something like that and had someone like freak out at me. They just stop talking. They just leave.
Does that have a condom on it?
No, it's got the store wrapping.
Oh,
you don't have
okay.
any. All right, get out of here.
I think part of
with Mediterranean salad. Yeah, sure. Sorry.
She just wanted to know if you wanted salad for dinner. That's all. There's no overlap in what we're talking about. So I think one of the reasons why that works for you, Smeth, is that like you're a pretty good looking guy, and I've always been. There was like a really small like 3-year window where I was in really good shape and like I looked really good and like I'd have women compliment me without trying. That was a pretty short window, so I had to learn how to. Basically, I'm really good at talking. Like all of every woman that I've had like sexual interaction with, I feel like came from me like using my words. So I feel like if you can lean on your looks a bit, like in the Tinder thing, like you're like, you swiped at me because you thought I was hot. Like I feel like it's probably the things that I said in my profile that got the swipe rather than my appearance. So I feel like I have to be a little more cautious with the talk.
Whatever works for you is great, and there's clearly more than one way to engage in relationships.
Well, I just didn't know if
my
you thought
looks.
that
Okay,
was...
I got a game.
Oh, hey, says that's what I was asking. I just wanted to see if you thought there was if that element played into like the success of those kinds of approaches.
Yes, of course. Yeah, and also it helps that I had like I mean, I just had last night. I had a conversation about autogynephilia. I had pictures on my Tinder of me in like one piece, like women's one piece bathing suits, like leotards, and like so like clearly I'm presenting myself as like a absolute slut. And the women that matched with me, I knew like they swiped on me. So like okay, like I feel like that kind of aided in my selection of women that would be willing for that kind of conversation.
Yeah, actually, I guess that makes a lot of sense, right? Like the net you're using is already selecting for the people who will positively respond to your follow up. Like,
Yeah.
you're thrusting sex onto people as soon as they see your profile. So then when you do it in DM, it's not weird.
That's kind of how it went down with me and Darius. Me and Darius had a situation because his Tinder is like very much e-boy, like whatever shit, like fuck boy, e-boy vibes,
Yeah.
TikTok guy. And so when he does his crazy wacky shit, it like works well for his account, but my matches it doesn't work well for at all. Like when he does that shit. So I don't know. I think there very much is just when you go through the profiles, there's certain people like that'll swipe on your profile and they might be more or less receptive to your stuff based on how your profile is set up.
Yeah. Damn, I had never thought about Tinder through the Oculus or whatever of like niche maxing in that way, that it's like the people that you're interacting with are being selected for. That's weird.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how I feel about
that. I feel guilty about this one as someone. I put myself as like gender like queer or whatever. I was more of a femboy back then, and I would match with a lot of like very fresh, like newly transitioning like trans men. Like they had just started testosterone, and the reason I matched with so many is because when you just start testosterone, you're really horny. So like I matched with a lot of them, and I was talking to this guy last night, and he's like, that sounds cool because I got the experience of people that look like women but they have the sex drive of a man. But I feel so guilty because like I don't deserve that. That's not fair. Like
you sound like a mad scientist.
It's like I feel like them taking like testosterone and then hooking up with me is like me taking advantage of them, honestly.
Why?
Because like the rate of, like there's an epidemic of female to male transitioning. It's like skyrocketing. Like I don't think it's just a trans thing. There's something going on, and I feel like I was taking advantage of that. But I wasn't very conscientious of what that movement. This was like a couple of years ago.
Did you know that the testosterone thing was in play when you were hooking up with them? When it was just like, wow, all these people that are transitioning are really, oh, okay. Well then,
I would find out. Yeah, they would tell me.
Oh, I mean, like, are you aware of like that like because they're on testosterone they're going to be more horny, or did you like afterwards you like how did that play out like that and then figure it out afterwards?
It's just because I'm into very androgynous or like pixie cut like women, or like, you know, non-binary dressing women, so that's why it was a lot of that.
Here's what I'm curious about. Did you feel bad from the perspective of like you're desiring them for explicitly not what they want to be?
No, I never felt and I didn't ever felt bad back then. I feel bad now, but no, that part I thought about that part, and I performatively went through like trying to make myself feel that way, but I just never really did because they like that was their body, and I was attracted to it. So like you're attracted to me because I was also like queer. I know I was like in the middle there, and I was like a femboy, and I would have rather have been a woman. So it was like, look, you're attracted to what I am now. I'm attracted to what you are now. It just felt kind of, it's fine.
It's like symbiosis. Okay, yeah, I feel that makes sense.
Do you guys ever feel bad or weird or ashamed of like the kind of women that you were attracted to at all? Or would you have ever like not dated somebody because of like what your friends would think or anything like that? Because this is something I've seen a lot of posts, and I've interacted with people who have said like, I really want to date this chick, but like she's a little overweight and I'm afraid that my friends will make fun of me. I'm like, hey man, if you think you're going to be happy, like, and your friends aren't going to support you, fuck them. But at the same time, I know that like it's going to alter the way that you feel too. So like I've had these conversations with people a lot. And I didn't know if you've ever experienced anything like that, because that's one of the biggest things that I see people talk about.
So I felt like there's almost two different questions there. So like my taste in women hasn't really changed ever since for like since I was like a kid, since I was like 14, which is like thicker women. I haven't changed in that in quite a bit of time.
Isn't the world so much better now?
It is. It is. It's a lot better now. But also, there seems heroin chic or whatever is supposed to be coming back. So there's gonna be less demand for the body type that I want, so less competition. Let's go.
Okay, if it goes that way, let's go.
If it goes that way, then is that your dog, by the way? Is that like a
that's my
German
dog.
Shepherd?
Yeah, she's a German Shepherd Husky.
Oh my!
What a
goodness.
big dog!
I love
mix.
German Shepherds.
Yeah,
She's
oh my.
very sweet. Bro, sorry, irrelevant. Just
yeah.
on top of what you were saying, bro. It drove me fucking crazy because I am the exact same way and have been the exact same way. And in fucking elementary school, junior high, it drove me fucking crazy because everybody wanted to be blonde and fucking super rail thin, fucking skinny. And it's like, god damn, I want to meet Shakira. Like,
exactly, dude. Exactly. That's where it's at. And so yeah, I've been like that. Have I ever been like seen a woman or wanted to be with a woman and then felt like ashamed to about the idea of like dating them? Now I am king incel, so I never really saw an opportunity to date them anyway. But if I did, yeah, especially earlier in my life, absolutely. It's just part of the thing that I was saying that I kind of agreed with Nick earlier on was the like, oh yeah, it'd be cool if I could date like or fuck the most attractive, women, whatever seen as like the most desirable. And so I had to kind of like go through a process of unlearning that. And yeah, especially earlier in my life, there was situations where it's like it was typically only people I was on the fringe with. Like if I was really into them, I could like overlook it, but that was the thing. I was overlooking the negative, like whatever. It would affect me to be in a relationship with a woman who is like super undesirable back in the day. And even maybe a little bit now, maybe, but I don't really think that's the case. I don't know. I don't know. I'd actually have to, I guess, date a woman that is considerably unattractive, and I don't think I've done that yet. My two exes have been pretty in the beauty standard, but
No.
sorry, just to cap this off, my so I in the past, absolutely, I've been like, you're a really cool person, and I'm kind of like attracted to you and stuff, but like if we were to possibly get to a point of dating, I don't think I would do it because like of how I would feel. It's not even like how other people would treat me. It's how I feel other people would like view our relationship. You know what I'm saying?
I think I have the opposite. I'm biased against women that are like too beautiful.
Like conventionally beautiful, or
Yeah,
just, like,
conventionally
okay.
beautiful.
Okay.
So like when I was 18 or 19, I dated an extremely attractive woman, and I just never really trusted her. I think that I think when you're extremely conventionally beautiful, there's just like a power that can't not corrupt you. Like people do so many things for you for free, and people are so overwhelmingly nice to you that it just makes me very suspicious of you. Even I was probably 24 or 25. I was at a bar, and one of the hottest women I've ever met in my life was being like very overtly interested in me. This was when I was in that window of like I was pretty attractive, and women would like approach me, and I was just like, there's no fucking way. There's no way. Like you're up to something. You're too beautiful. And then I left with my friends when she went to go have a cigarette, and I was like, there was no way. She was like, if you don't have a ride, I can give you a ride if you want. And I was just like, oh, she absolutely, like, there was no doubt in my mind that she wanted to have sex.
Damn.
And I was just like all the alarms went off in my head, and I was just like, there's no way this is gonna happen. She's way too hot. I can't. But for the most part, I'm attracted to just women in general. If you're a woman, you're not like if you don't have like food on the side of your face, or like you have like like dirt going up your arms and shit, I'm probably at least somewhat attracted to you. But if there's a certain threshold, I'm just like, you make me very nervous. You're too pretty. Unless it's like one of like a specific thing that like I like. I'm very attracted to like when I was a kid, I really liked like most people my age. I really liked goth chicks. So like they had like really pale skin and stuff. And I married an albino woman. For me, that's the jackpot.
There you go.
So like I can date somebody that I find to be like insanely attractive, but like if all the conventional beauty standards are met, like you're gonna cheat on me or you're gonna do something bad. I just can't trust you.
I've worried about that myself when it comes to conventionally attractive people. I've worried about like, oh, you have a lot of options. You're probably going to exercise one of those options at some point. Like maybe we're in a or the main thing that I think about is like a snakes in the grass kind of a situation. It's kind of like the guy best friend thing. I don't really care if a woman has a guy best friend, but it's kind of like that with attractive people, but for everyone. Where it's like if there's any kind of a lull in the relationship, they're gonna have 100,000 people inside of their DMs ready to jump at that opportunity of them like having a slight like kink in the armor is that they can like maybe wiggle their way into. And so like that kind of shit is like, oh, okay, this is kind of exhausting.
Feel none of that. I'm so shameless. I don't often feel shame from like people like judging my decisions. I've dated very attractive women that were like really like vain, and they got like preferential treatment and stuff. And I never felt insecure because there's only one like there's only like in the United States there's only 20 people that'll match my energy. If you're in it for Smeth, there's not a lot of options for you. That's how I feel. Like really, like
if you're in it for Smith, what a way to put it. If you're in it for Smith.
There's not a lot of Smith. There are probably some people like me, but there's not a lot of people like that are like me. But one time I do remember feeling like kind of shame, but no, fuck it. I don't feel shame for shit. I think I was like, I would, but this is shameful, but I'm going to share the story anyway. It was, I was like 26 and I brought like a 19-year-old to my friend's party from Tinder, like a Tinder hookup. And like, I was like, like the whole time, like including me, like I was self-deprecating the whole time. I mean, it only lasted one date. It was just one date. But yeah, it was like they were all making fun of me and stuff. But yeah, it's fine. I expected it, and it didn't make me feel ashamed. But yeah, it's a little cringe. But
wait,
Did make you feel what?
Is it because they were 19 or because you brought them to the party?
Because they were 19. Because I was 26.
Yeah. Damn! Don't watch Darius's streams then, bro. Because the thing I was gonna say, you remember how we were talking about like different kinds of people on the Tinder profile? The average age of like Darius's matches is like 18 and 19. My average matches are like 24 to 28. Like,
okay, no, dude, like there's nothing wrong with like having sex with this is my opinion.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything wrong with like hooking up with like an 18-year-old. If whatever the age of consent is, whatever you think the age of consent should be, that's where you should go. And
Hold on.
As long as it's legal.
I'm saying if you think it should, I think if you think it should be higher, it should be higher. That's what I'm saying. So if you think the age of consent should be 21, you should limit yourself to that. That sounds about right. But like I don't think there's anything like bad. Like 18-year-olds are horny and they want to fuck, and you just hooking up. There's nothing immoral about that. But like you could like I think it would be immoral to like groom an 18-year-old into like being your slave because you're like smarter than her. Like that would be immoral. But like just a hookup, everyone wants the fuck. So
it's a little weird that a 26-year-old with a 19-year-old like cringy, but like a 54-year-old and a 19-year-old, people are like, aha. Like my man still got it. It's a very weird lens that we view the relationships in. I think that you're probably fine to do that, but I can imagine people would be really like you said, you felt like you had to like self-deprecate, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just
If you were
like
just like,
they
no,
were they
what's the
weren't they
problem? It's
weren't being
fine.
they weren't being cold to her or anything like that, and they weren't like they weren't chilling my riz. But but it was just it was like, oh, I fucking brought like a 19-year-old. It was like me and like my other like 26, 27-year-old friends like doing like 26, 27-year-old stuff, and then there's like a 19-year-old there, and it was just kind of like out of place.
I don't think I could do it because I matched with an 18-year-old on Tinder and I tried talking to her and I was like, we have nothing to fucking talk about. Like, I can't do this. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Like, you're
yeah,
pretty enough,
that's
but
why
like,
it's
it's
yeah.
no.
I feel that way with like every woman. That's the way that I'm just gonna like. I talked to Darius about this shit, and he hates it when I bring this shit up because so many young women nowadays they watch anime. Like that's a very common thing for like young women. I'm like, bro, you like. He's like, dude, no, you just need to talk to them about shit you like. I'm like, what are you talking? What physics? Like, what do you mean? Like Tarkov? Like that's there's very few people that even care about that shit. Like politics, for instance. I went on a date with a woman yesterday and she said she doesn't care for politics at all. I'm like, well, there goes the last 6 years of my life as a conversation topic. You know what I'm saying? Like, Jesus Christ, you know? And then, like, they didn't play much video games. It's like, gee, all right, you know, here we go. Like, I have absolutely nothing to talk about. But like Darius, he's watched like so much anime and shit. I think it works really well with him amongst like young people because like it feels like every 18 or 19-year-old girl who is like into his aesthetic, like the e-boy TikTok aesthetic, has watched like tons of anime or like Adventure Time or some shit. He's watched that and he has such an in with that. I feel like I have nothing in common with like any woman alive. I feel like
This is what you should do. Like, okay, this is what I say. Like, this is why being so flirtatious and sexual is like the go-to for me because everybody has one thing in common that's sex. So if you post some sexy pictures, like like somewhat sexually provocative pictures, like have your muscles, guns out, or whatever, and then like then you just gotta find the right woman, like a woman that looks very adventurous, and you'd be like, and you hit her up a message like, "Have you ever sucked a guy's dick while he's playing Tarkov?" And that's the type of message that'll get you what you want.
Amazing.
Okay, all right. Yeah, maybe I'll try the Smith strategy after this. The Smith special.
I think that you don't watch anime at all.
Not really. I watch like Naruto, and Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball Super,
Based
but
on the Super.
like nothing. I watched Death Note, but like I haven't watched anything else in a while, and I don't even remember like much from Death Note or Dragon Ball Super. I remember some things from Naruto, but like that's really it. I don't watch that shit. I watch like real TV, quote unquote, like conventional TV shows.
I feel like anime conversation has gotten me really far, and it's funny you said Adventure Time. Because like I put this shit that I'm into in my profile, so I can be like, "Do you like tattoos?" If they say, "Yeah, I have a half calf Adventure Time tattoo." So like if you like the kinds of stuff, yeah, I got it because somebody told me I wouldn't. I just sort of threw it out there, like maybe I'll get an Adventure Time tattoo. Like no, you wouldn't. I was like, it's half of my leg is Adventure Time now. That was me when I was like in my mid-20s. You tell me I'm not going to do something, I'm going to do it above and beyond. But yeah, if you like anime and stuff, like that's usually going to be something. Yeah, that's because I'm 34 and women my age also watch a lot of anime. But like that's if you're going to match with me and I have like anime and like card games and stuff in my profile, video games. So a lot of times when I match somebody, they play PC games already. Like, oh, what do you play? Oh, like it's nothing for me to reinstall WoW and play a couple hours of WoW with you before we meet or something.
Yeah, for me, like even with video games being a similar hobby, the problem is I don't play like any popular video games. Like all of the video games I play are especially not popular amongst women. Like because if I played Valorant, Minecraft, League of Legends, or
WoW.
Fuck, what's that? WoW, Stardew Valley, Sims. I'm trying to remember. There's like those are like the women games.
Women
like,
love
a lot
The
of women,
Sims.
Yeah, they do. It's like also, do you guys notice this? Women also love like Dead by Daylight. You guys notice that game specific? There's so many women that like stream and play that
Yes.
game. Like I feel like it's propped up by women. It's weird.
I fucking hate
Um,
Dead by Daylight, so I
It
would
looks
not.
like
I
such a
know,
bad
dude.
game. It looks like such
I
a bad
know.
game.
Party ass game bullshit. Fucking
I matched
just
the chick
Mario
that
Party
streams it.
reskinned.
Yeah, exactly.
I tried playing it. It's garbage. I could hear my roommate whenever he's playing it. He's like, "The stupid fucking map every fucking time." Like that's. I hear. I'm like, oh god, he's playing that garbage game again. I'm like, why do you play it? All I ever do is hear you complain about it very loudly. Yeah.
Well, that's
a
me
big
and
one.
Tarkov. Trust me, every single time. It's me and
Yeah.
Tarkov.
Valorant, I find Valorant is insane. The number of girls that play Valorant just blows my fucking mind. It's like every other lobby, there's like 1 or 2 girls, which is just like,
for a video game. Like what? You know?
yeah.
I probably played with 20 women over my 15,000 games of Dota. Like total 20
I've
women.
never heard a girl on Dota.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and Dota's a kind of popular game. Like, there's some women. I think it's like 10% of the player base or something was said that they were women or something. I was like, oh my god. But yeah,
Have you played Valorant? If there's a woman in my lobby, I mute the lobby because I cannot stand. There's 2 kinds of guys in there. One of them is like the super duper simple, like, "Hey guys, don't say that to her," and then the other guys are like the most disgusting, belligerent assholes, and like I don't want to have to respond to any of that. So there's a chick in the lobby up muted. I'm not dealing with any of this shit.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You guys are gonna be on
with the
one extreme of the cringe spectrum. I can't deal with it.
Yeah, dealing with other men's sexuality towards women is really obnoxious.
Yeah.
It must suck for women, I'm sure. Like,
yeah, to pretty much not be able to play video games. Without having to mute the whole fucking lobby every single time.
How does that play into how you view your own sexuality, like other women's experience with men? Because I found out, like maybe 2 years ago, that most men, from everything that I've heard, because I ask more now, other men don't seem to care, like if the woman gets off when they have sex. I'm like, are you serious? Like, you mean all this time I could have just been lazy and selfish for the last fucking 20 years of my life, and that would have just been the standard? I don't think I'd wanted to, but like, blew my fucking mind. I thought everybody was like, for me, if I have a sexual encounter with a woman and she doesn't have like a great time, she can't even just have a good time. She has to have a great time, or I'll hate myself. I won't say anything to her about it. Yes,
I'm just now because I am so as the researcher I talked to last night said it, I'm so paraphilic. A lot of things I'm like paraphilic means you're into stuff that's like a detrimental to your like life or your sex life. I don't know. It's like that, like as a hyperbole.
Like self-destructive.
No, nothing like that. But I just am very sexually creative and I'm into weird shit. And like so most things are like I'm not gonna be like my partner be into. And just like within the past month, I've decided I need to with my girlfriend, like with her, I need to learn how to be okay with a woman being ambivalent, because like she's okay doing stuff that I want to do, but she's like I don't like want to do it, but I'm happy doing it because you want to do it. And I need to like learn to actually like be okay. Well, I'll give it to myself. I'm able to enjoy that.
Yeah,
But
that
like
took me a long
I never
time.
I never had the experience of like feeling like I shouldn't give like a girl an orgasm. Like it was always like I had to.
Yes.
yeah.
So for me, when when it came to that, because so many of my sexual interactions dealt with my ED, a lot of it, I mean, I think a majority of my sexual interactions, especially with my ex, I just couldn't get off. And so it was a lot of like, okay, I'm not going to finish in this sexual interaction. I'm going to try to make you finish, and then explaining to them that because for me personally, coming is not important at all for sex in any way, shape, or form for me. at all. I care more about the idea that it's like a mutually beneficial interaction that we both had fun. That's what for me is far more important. And I can have fun without coming. So like I'll, go down on her, some shit like that, and then we'll get the job done, without my penis involved. But when and so for me, it is like I don't think I've ever felt like a great urge to need to make a woman come, but I just was like, it's kind of just like assumed that that's what we were here for. Like, you're here to finish, I'm here to finish. Let's make this happen. If I can't finish, and like I often couldn't, then I'm just here to make you finish, and then that's it. Like, it wasn't like a need, it was more of just like, that's why we're here, kind of a thing.
For me, it's more like playing Minecraft. Like
What?
So
He's got the fucking redstone. He's making mechanisms.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
yes, it's like coming isn't like my number one priority usually. But like it's the like having fun, and I want to like have an experience. Like one time I spent like this was for like somebody that I was dating. I spent like 8 hours. Like I was doing research and I wrote like a really, as far as I could tell, like airtight sex contract, because I just had this like, what if I could write a sex contract that was upholdable in court? So I was like, okay, so you can sign away your likeness and your rights to like your representation of yourself, like if you're a model or something, you can do a contract to do like pornography. So I could like, so I had this like, and I used like all like, and there's like clauses like you have to sign it with like 3 witnesses and your father present, and you sign it like 3 weeks in a row, like at the same date. And so like like, and it never was signed or anything. I just had so much fun writing it and like having someone read it. And so it's I have like very cerebral, like unsexual sexual experience, just like playing Minecraft or creativity. I wish that I could find partners that would like enjoy me crafting these experiences, but like nobody really shares my level of creative fixation.
Interesting.
So that's one of the things that you wanted to do that was weird during sex, huh? Is like make a sex
I guess
contract.
so. Like I would love like a woman that would just like sit next to me like on like a legal desk, and we both like writing, or I don't know, something stupid shit. I don't know.
Yeah.
Damn.
Or,
That's
like,
all
she
about the
has some
porn
kind of-
before the sex happens.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you go to many like BDSM events or anything like that?
I never have, but I've hooked up with people that have all the time. I just
Yeah.
never gone to one myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel
I've
like if
never
you were
been to an
gonna
event.
try to find somebody on your end of the spectrum, it'd
probably
probably be a BDSM event.
I've never been to any of
Probably,
the
yeah.
events, but
Interesting.
I just throw it in my profiles a lot. Like, like BDSM is always like tucked in there somewhere. Like I enjoy anime, video games, BDSM, veganism. Just sort of smush it into the.
There's no way you just throw that in there. All right, shit. You got it next to Adventure Time.
Yeah, I think my relationships with sex is much more vanilla. Like I'm super down to like try anything. I'm super open, but sex is just sex. And like for me, it's like I have a really big like vested interest or whatever in my partner orgasming. Like if I orgasm and my partner doesn't orgasm, that feels like a theft. Feels like a robbery or something to me, which is really fucking annoying. And I'm trying to work my way out of that. Even if even getting a blowjob or something like that, being like, oh, okay, like that can just happen, and then it's just done, and then that's all there is to it.
Yeah, I feel guilty if I get head and I don't reciprocate like within like the 15 minutes or something. Like I did something wrong. Like it's like the dream where you're in school and you don't have pants on and you're just like trying to hide your dick with your shirt or something. Yeah, I feel really bad about that. I'm working on that. That's like the hardest thing for me to overcome, is that sex. I feel like sex can never just be for me.
Yeah.
Not that I necessarily want it to, but if it's offered that way, like if it's not established that like what's happening is that I'm going to get head, I'm just like waiting for like, all right, what, like all right, like you can't come, you gotta wait till it's done, like till like she's done doing that so that you can have sex then, or like whatever else is gonna happen. Because like what a crime it would be if I just enjoyed myself and didn't do anything. Yeah.
Yeah, and I find it's like for at least for my internal monologue, it seems really immature, right? Because it's like I'm totally cool to do that for somebody else, right?
Yes.
And so then it's like, yeah, if you and I would be annoyed with someone if they were like, no, absolutely, you could never, right? It's like I'd be like, shut up, bitch, don't rob me of a blessing. Like if I want to do it, I want to fucking do it. And then it's like for me, it's just it's stupid.
We're really challenging the narrative that guys just want to like come and leave, though. See, like maybe I wasn't wrong. Because everybody here seems to be in agreement.
Where's these men? I mean, I'm sure they exist, but it's just like these men that I don't even fucking know are ruining my life.
I think it's more likely that these men, it's not that they don't care about getting the woman off, it's that they don't know what it's like to get a woman off. So they just assume that when they get off that the woman had a good time. And then they're just like,
that's
fuck
so
it,
stupid.
Yeah, but I'm willing to bet that that's probably what's happening. I don't think they're just like, oh, I got mine, don't really care or whatever. I'm probably, if I was a betting man, I would bet
that's what I guessed previously. But when I when I come to find out that like men, like when I've been told in like the last 2 years from a good handful of women that men don't seem to care. That's not the vibe that I get, but that's what I would have always assumed when women say they don't have orgasms during sex. Like I always assume the guys really
maybe they're just not. Maybe they're just not communicating at all.
I definitely know guys that just flat out don't give a fuck. They just don't really care.
Really?
Yeah, honestly, like trades guys, especially. Like I worked as a scaffolder for like a good amount of time, and it's like it's just a different world. Like, but here's the thing: is they're normal and we're weird. Right?
Yeah,
like
true.
we're all super politically minded, esoteric, thoughtful, likely sapiosexual to some extent online motherfuckers. But it's like if you go work at a gas plant, like every guy is talking about women in a genuinely not objective manner. What's the fuck?
Objectifying?
Objectifying, yeah, thank you. And in an objectifying manner. Like they talk about their sexual
showing you pictures of the girl. Showing you the pictures of the girl. Yeah,
it's just like that. Yeah.
I've pulled a lot of cable in my time, and it's a very, very different than these conversations. Like literally, like I do low voltage cabling, surveillance, internet, Wi-Fi setup, all that shit. So like when I doing it with those kinds of guys who do labor work, that's very much fuck you, irrelevant. We already established this conversation's gay.
I gotta use that for that. Hey, bro, you're pulling some cable, bro. You're pulling cable.
A lot of people that have been doing it for a long time, they call themselves cable hunters.
Boy. God damn.
Oh, God.
I luckily I dated for 6 months. I dated this girl. She was like she was the one that was very, very attractive and like got preferential treatment all the time. She we would engage in sex, but like there would be like a agreement beforehand, like let's both not come and like let's go wild and see what happens.
You are a weird guy, Smith, but I love you, bro. You are a weird guy, but we all love you.
Through that I got to like experience a lot of like things that to sort of just like that taking all that pressure off, and it's just we're just gonna like have fun with each other. It was interesting.
What you guys were talking about earlier with having sex and then like sex that's only for you and not necessarily for another person and how that makes you feel bad. I've felt because I essentially put women in that place when I can't get hard. I'm just like, all right, let's do this. You're gonna get off. I'm not gonna get off, but this is super chill. I want this. Let's make this happen. And I've had, them be like, oh, feel the need to like do something for me, even though my dick doesn't work. And it feels so sad. Like I'm going to make like a shitty, it feels like poking like a dead animal with a stick. They're like trying to get it to work. So that way they could like give me pleasure or something. So that way they could feel like, okay, this is a reciprocal. And I'm looking at it, I was like, you can poke it all you want. It ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna fucking work. You gotta deal with this being one-sided. You know what I'm saying? And that kind of feels bad because it's like they have to sit in that, no matter what they have to sit in and the
Yeah.
fact that they're not going to get me off. It's just not something that's going to happen.
And I think like our cultural schema is that like that's explicitly not women's role in sex.
No.
So
Like some women, thank God it hasn't been my experience, because I'm hoping it's because I've talked about it beforehand, but or at least a part of it. But yeah, I've heard of women like freaking out because they haven't gotten guys off, and like they like start shitting on themselves and stuff. That's a nightmare.
I've had that. I've had
because
that
the idea is
happen.
that we're just cum factories, you know. My ex-wife, if I didn't come, if we had sex, we could have sex for an hour and a half, and if I didn't finish, she'd be like, "Well, what was wrong? What did I do?"
Yeah,
but like, and not even like she like aggressive, like pissed off at me because I didn't like nothing. I had fun. It was great. We just had sex for an hour and a half. Why are you grilling me here? Like, yeah, I'm 20. I'm 22. That can happen. Like it's fine. I'm not sweating. But like, no, it's like it could start a fight.
Yeah. I've gotten some of that, but I've also got some of like it absolutely can start a fight. That's so freaky. But I've also gotten like I'm just not getting hard, and it's like, well, like and it's like you can tell that she's like she feels like it's completely her fault. And I'll be like, I'm just not, it's not just not happening. And I'm just like I'll be driving her home, and she'll be like looking at me like she thinks that I hate her. And it's like, no, I don't. Like it's just like just chill. Like just chill.
Yeah. Do you guys so can you guys tell like if you're especially not going to be able to get an erection on a given time, like you're especially not feeling it before starting to like work up to having sex and that sort of thing? Not me.
No. It's like it's a shot in the dark for me.
Yeah.
It's just RNG.
I think I can tell now.
Yeah. Because like for me, the only time I'm gonna have any trouble is like if I'm just like super not in the mood, and so if I'm not in the mood, I just avoid sex basically. So I think I just don't really encounter that scenario.
Well, I can tell, like with the jerking off less thing, like there have been times when I've done like marathon sessions, like, and if that's happening, then it's like, okay, well, like you did like I've gone on a date. Yeah. I've gone on a date where like a woman is like pulls it on me like by surprise. I was like, I wasn't expecting to go on a date, tonight. Like I'm not ready. Like it's not gonna happen tonight. Maybe another night if you tell me, but it's not gonna happen tonight. So
yeah, the thing that you were talking about, Elder Drazi, of like getting like doing it 5 times a day, I can't do that shit. All right, I'm just like my balls hurt, and they hurt bad if I start going like more than 4 consistently a day. Like at one point when I was younger, I think I was hitting 3 a day, but like if I hit 4 a day, anywhere near that 5, no, my shit hurts bad, like really bad.
When
like,
it
becomes difficult to like walk and shit.
When I was like 19 and I dated the chick that I said that was like very, very, very like conventionally attractive. I know all I know is that half the time we didn't use condoms, and in 2 weekends we burned through a 36 pack and like a maybe like a 3-pack of them. And I think I have a weird perspective about how much is a lot, and I had sex so much that like for years I hurt my abdominal muscles.
Holy shit.
So after she went home the second weekend, I was walking and I took a breath and I almost fell over. I had to like take a few steps, walk, and then breathe because my abdominal muscles were so fucked up to where like I'd say probably for like 10 years it would still flare up. Like I haven't had that pain in a long time, but I know like my hand went right to the spot where I had hurt myself because it was like I injured myself. There's like no other way to put it. So I think of like 5 as like not that extreme, but then when I like think about like more recently, I think probably like 4 years ago was the last time we had sex 5 times in a day. It was like my wife and our girlfriend at the time like together 3 times, and then once individually. And then the last time too, my girlfriend was like, "Oh no, we're making sure that you come," and she just like busted out the bottle of lube, and I was like, "I guess like I don't need to, it's fine." She's like, "No, it's happening," and I was like, "All right,
it's happening,
but you fucking go for it, okay? I'm here for the ride, I guess." But nowadays 5 times would be like seems pretty outlandish. I could probably pull off 3 on with everything acting right, but maybe not like in the. Not with what I got going on at the moment.
I think I can do infinite. I mean, I think I could do
Infinite.
Yeah. Yeah, and also I have a theory about the ball ache thing because I know what you're talking about. And I know that feeling. I feel like that only occurs that it's not like that doesn't occur to me from the number of times that I do it. That happens to me. I think it's just a bad nut. It's like your testicle is contracting and it doesn't actually squirt out or something like that. So it's something I feel like I can do it like a shit ton of times in a row. Like right now I'm doing it none. Because I'm just trying new things in my sex life. But like a month and a half ago, I was doing it like I don't know how many times. I was doing it like rapid fire. And I was like rapid fire, but I was this is where I like learned the peel technique because what I was doing was like minimal stimulation. So I was just like I learned how to just use one finger. Once I got so that I could just touch myself with one finger and that was enough stimulation, like then I could go again and again and again. Like it was like because I was really in tune with my body.
You're a fucking sexual druid, bro.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, you're like
Penis
training. Yeah.
Well, are you training yourself to have like no stamina then?
Well, I mean, no, I don't think so.
Oh,
Like what I'm doing
wow.
now is I'm only edging and I'm not coming. So you could say that I'm
Like
training
right
myself
now?
for stamina.
Somebody said
Not
you're
right
nutting
now.
on
No, I don't
this
mean
is-
like
this is-
you're edging right
this is
now.
a-
I mean like
this is
no,
a needed eraser.
I mean like this, like you are you like building up right now? Like that. Like this week?
No, yeah, like as it like that's my current like status of
Okay,
of
yeah.
my
How
my
many days in
personal-
are you?
well I do come sometimes, but that's with my
Oh, okay.
so like but it's not that I'm doing it just so I can have like boners or something. It's just my
Like an
sex
experiment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just killed my chat. Somebody said he nutting on 1 HP.
Yeah, bro.
Are
Yeah,
you
I don't know.
cum
Shit.
stacking?
I'm not like this anymore, but like I got my levels tested once when I was like 21 or something like that. And I had like at my peak I had 800 nanograms or whatever it is, nanograms of testosterone per deciliter or whatever, which is like that's pretty high. 800 is pretty fucking high. And Jesus Christ, man, I could like jerk off like 7 times in a day. I think the most I've ever orgasmed is like twice in one day with my partner, and then it's like that wasn't gonna happen more, so then I masturbated on top of that another 6 times. So yeah, 8 is like the most I've ever done.
I could not tell you.
Did
I
your
don't know if I can
shit
do that
not
anymore.
hurt at that point? Am I okay? Maybe I need to go to the
Really?
fucking doctor.
No, that's
Like-
that's fair.
Are you circumcised?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe that's why I'm uncircumcised. So it's all like
He's talking about his nuts though.
Oh,
I'm talking about
nuts.
my balls.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Weird theory, right? What, you guys got big balls or what?
I don't think so.
No.
I don't
Okay.
think
I don't think so.
I've
I
never
don't know
matched
I don't
them
know
up.
what makes a big ball. Yeah.
Yeah, I got pretty small balls. Okay, I've heard other people talk about their ball size. I think my balls are pretty small, and so I was like, I don't know, man. Maybe if you got small balls, you don't have this problem. Because I've never had my nuts ache from busting too much.
I don't actually think
If
it's
you're
like
busting
my-
8 times a day, they're gonna be smaller.
Forever. I don't do it anymore. You tell me I shrunk my nuts. I permanently shrunk my fucking nuts, man.
No.
To be more precise, I actually don't think it's my nuts that hurt. I think it's like my taint. Like
Oh.
you know how
Hmm.
your taint
Yeah.
gets
Oh.
tight when
It's
you
your pelvic floor muscle. Yeah. Okay. I know. what
Yeah,
you
that.
Yeah.
That. How it
Yeah.
gets. Yeah, it does that when you come.
mean. Yeah.
It just it hurts. It's like fatigue.
You can train that.
Smeth was
Yeah,
kind of
Kegel.
right
Kick the
earlier.
kegels.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. You should try it actually. It's like obviously I'm not going to say it's for your situation, but a lot of men who struggle with pelvic floor dysfunction, it does lead to ED. It's like
Really?
one of the biggest correlators.
So I just do the. It's that thing where like you can like lift your dick, right?
Yeah,
Like
so it's the same. It's the same
is that what that
phenomenon, but
is?
you want to. Well, that
You gotta
so
do jelking.
flexing. You can joke, yeah. But so flexing your pelvic floor muscle is the same thing that'll cut off the stream when you piss, or get your dick to bounce. Either one, right?
Oh,
Or you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
also
right.
use external stimuli, right? So if you like just take your finger and kind of like feel around in your gooch, and then you try
Every
to
guy
squeeze
in
your
chat right
butthole.
now is flexing their cock. I swear. I know.
Yeah.
They're all like, is it? Oh, it
And you
is.
just-
That is
yeah,
what stops
you just
pissing.
you feel if you just feel that area, you know, your fucking taint, your gooch, whatever the fuck you want to call it. You'll if you get it, you'll feel the contraction. You just need to get better at experiencing that contraction. And then there's more stuff you can do. So I used to do like the crazy shit where it's like, so you get good enough to where you can do that on demand all the time. And then eventually you start getting erections, and then you put a towel on your dick or like a washcloth on your dick, and you
That's
you're putting weights on it.
yeah, bro.
That's a real thing.
That's
That's
some
a,
overload, bro.
Let's go.
the towel thing is actually an exercise to increase stamina. I read about it
Is it?
forever ago. Yeah, when I was younger, I didn't lose my virginity until I was 17 because I was scared I'd be bad at sex. So I read everything that was available from
that's what
these
I did
tiny
too, man.
internet and like porn magazines, just anything that there was available to me. I just consumed all the information so to make sure I was good. And yes, the towel thing is for like you will increase your stamina according to the thing that I read.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, the main thing that aids you in your ability to edge, right, to hold yourself off from achieving orgasm is essentially pelvic floor mastery. And that's like about the strongest fucking pelvic floor mastery workout you can do is the fucking erection towel fucking raise thing, man.
cock push-ups.
Yeah, I was the same way as you there, Drazi, whereas like before I'd had any sexual experiences, I was like, oh God, like I gotta be perfect. Like before I ever had my first kiss, I was like using my hand to mimic lips, and I was practicing that shit, all that shit.
Yeah, my first
You know,
kiss, I got kissed.
I'm
I didn't even
imagining-
respond.
Damn.
I'm
I was, like,
imagining some woman like watching this and like these fucking guys talking about dicks but honestly like women should like they should be so lucky that we're so conscientious. Like you're literally doing like dick push-ups like just so that you can be better at like pleasing women.
Yeah.
Right?
Hey, it worked out well, man. My first kiss and my first time were both pretty fucking good. So
Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah.
Okay,
I ended up being
kissing.
a really good kisser
Kissing.
because of it.
Hold on, kissing. I don't think there are. Well, I think there are like bad kissers, but as long as you're not like doing some weird shit, like I think that just people have different ways of kissing, and I think people put too much emphasis like, oh, like good kisser, bad kisser. It's like you're either good or you're just bad. Like some people kiss different, and just because you're kissing your partner different than they are usually, people like it really slow. Or some people like a lot of suction or something, and like people like different some people like
like
the
a
squishy
dance.
tactileness of it. Yeah, so
It's
like
about reading the
you
other
just
person.
gotta figure it out. You gotta figure it out with your partner, not just like assume, oh, we didn't kiss right, you know.
yeah, that's true. What I would say, fuck. I'm big on the objective scale of kissing or whatever. Like I don't know. I don't want to talk about it too much, but like I've definitely kissed a lot of
agree.
people where it's just like, yo, man, your head movement is not on point. You're not moving with me. Your neck's fucking stuck, man. Like you're
For me, when it comes to kissing, I haven't really I don't have too much experience kissing anyone or anything like that, but I very much have been riding on my like lip thickness. I've been told is really good, and like they're like, oh, you're a good kisser because of lip thickness. So it's kind of like pertaining to like Smeth's kind of theory there, where it's just like the existence of my lips makes people feel like I'm a good kisser. But I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Well,
I got no idea what I'm doing.
I swear the single most common and the single worst thing is when people will sometimes they'll kind of like cut their lips just a little bit. They'll do like this dinosaur thing and they'll fucking like chomp on you. It's like, God, bro, just relax.
I think a lot of it
I've
comes down
done
to
bad
the
kisses
looseness
on
of the lips.
purpose.
What's that?
think the looseness of your lips has a lot to do with it. I don't
Yes,
like
for
when I kiss
sure.
a woman and they have tight lips, like it's like a
Yeah,
bird
yeah.
beak. Don't do that. Smeth,
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
also, I know that just based on feedback and like how it goes, I'm pretty confident that I'm a good kisser. But if I've definitely like given my wife a bad kiss before if she's like did something like mean or something and tried to kiss me like dead lip her or like tight lip her,
Me
and she'll go,
Yeah.
"What was
No,
that?"
you know what? Recently, I like some like little playful things I like to do is like like I'll just like go for a kiss and then I'll just bite the lip or something. But it's like one time I was like I'm gonna do as bad of a kiss on purpose as I possibly can because we were talking about kissing. So I did suck. I did a suction like around her whole mouth area. I just did like I did and then I did like the tornado around her whole mouth.
What did she do? What'd she do?
She's like, ah!
If you really want to catch her off guard, as soon as her tongue comes near your mouth, just suck her fucking tongue into your mouth and don't let it go. That's a
Like the Dalai Lama.
That's a good one.
God, the fucking that shit was crazy, man. Yeah.
Jesus, that's funny.
I've had fun like this is like weird, but it's actually like sensory. Like if you're autistic, you might enjoy this. Like having someone or sucking the air out of someone's lungs. So like you just like go for like a kiss, but then you just like breathe in the air out of their lungs, and having the air breathed out of your lungs like feels so good because like you've never actually relaxed your diaphragm before. Then that moment you get to experience that. It's actually a really interesting feeling.
I've only ever
Freaks
done
me
that
out.
with weed, like you do the little
Shotguns?
thing, you know? Yeah. Is that what you call it? I don't know.
It's where you flip the. Oh wait, are you talking about where you pass the hit to somebody?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That might still be a shotgun. Shotgun's usually when you flip the joint around and you blow out.
Oh no,
But
I was not talking
but
about
that'd probably be like a form of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you sounded like you're a dementor. There's
Sucking the life
people's
out.
fucking souls out, bro. Oh my god. Smith, you're wild, bro. You're actually wild.
Yeah, you're wild. How old are you, Smith?
29.
Damn, bro, you look my age. You look like you're 25, 26.
You could
That's 'cause
definitely
I can't
pass
grow
for
a full
early
beard.
20s.
Yeah.
I can't grow a full beard. I'm hoping at some point I can.
Your mustache came back fast as fuck.
Yeah, my mustache comes back, bro. That's Mexican Hispanic genetics, bro. We grow mustaches quick.
Yeah.
But like I ain't grow nothing else.
When you measure your height, I was thinking this earlier, but when you measure your height, was that like because you have like a couple extra inches of hair, your hair goes up a bit.
Mm-hmm.
You tell people how tall you are. Do you tell them to the top of your hair or do you tell them to your scalp?
I tell them what the doctors tell me. That's what I tell them.
Okay.
Whenever they put the little metal
okay.
ruler on your head hat, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember going for a Disney ride, and the guy like put the thing because like he's like, you don't look tall enough, and I had my hair gelled up in the front because it was like early 2000s, and he like the tip of my hair touched the thing, and he's like, "I'll fucking go."
Right before this started, Smith asked me if I wanted to have a woman come on here and ask us questions for clarification. And there's a very short list of women that I didn't think would be memey about it, and unfortunately I didn't get a response. So in lieu of that, would you guys be open to taking some questions from chat?
Sure.
Yeah.
We have
No, I
quite
think you
a
need
few
to find a
people
woman
here.
last minute.
I tried.
Have Darius, he'll find one.
Yeah, Derek.
The reason I suggested that is because like if we're talking about male sexuality and stuff, like I think like I don't understand women's sexuality. So if I was a woman, it would be like I would be like I would have a lot of questions for men.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Darius has binders full of women, somebody says.
Like fucking Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
As somebody who buys and sells magic cards for a living, that one hit me pretty good.
Wait, you did? Or you do?
I do, yeah. I got a pile of magic cards right here. My desk is covered.
You
I
buy
buy-
and sell magic cards for a living.
Yeah, Magic, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh. Pokemon's bigger now. Yu-Gi-Oh's pretty sparse.
How do you
Sometimes
turn a
Digimon.
profit? Is it
So-
like buying rare cards from people who don't know they're rare?
No. So you can go to a card shop, you'll get 25% cash. I offer people between 50 up to 70% depending on the card. So unless you're going to create a TCG player account, and they put a lot of steps in place to make it like difficult for you to do unless you're really trying to do it, which is nice for people like me. So if you need cash for your cards, it's way better to come to me than it is to go to the stores, which most people are going to go to. So it's win-win. You're going to get more than twice what you would get, and I'm going to be able to turn a profit doing it. It's a lot of work, though. It's a lot.
And you don't
a lot
have the
of work.
overhead of having to run a shop or whatever.
Correct. Yeah. I have the same access to the same tools that like brick and mortars do online, but I don't have to have brick and mortar.
Yeah. Cool.
You know what's crazy? It's crazy that you buy and sell those Magic cards or whatever, because my friends, when I moved out of Washington, and all of them got into Magic the moment that I left.
What the
rude?
Like I have like 8 friends that all got into like doing IRL Magic the Gathering, like in-house tournaments.
Do you think that would be your speed or not?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. If I was
Yeah,
there,
why-
I would do it.
They did you
still
fucking
do.
dirty then. What the fuck?
Yeah,
they
that's
did
really
me
shitty.
wrong.
Now I just play online a lot, but I'm in the top 1,000 online pretty consistently.
Ooh.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I just did a stream the other day. I was almost number 1 on Arena, which is like their big software for it.
Yep.
I got to number 88 out of like 6 million people that play. So
Damn.
I'm pretty good at Magic.
Nice.
If anybody has any questions, feel free to put them in. Unfortunately, I didn't get any word back on the person that I reached out to, so that's kind of where we're at with that.
If you guys want, I can ask Erudite.
I actually considered, when Smith said something to me, I said, Erudite was the first person that popped into my head because she wouldn't meme about it or be silly. But I told him, like, I didn't want to come off as like the reason why I asked you was so that like she could like do that, because I wanted you here for you.
Care.
I feel like
By all means.
I knows a lot about male sexuality though, so like she doesn't probably have as many questions, right? If she
But
had
she might
questions,
ask
she would
questions-
have asked you.
She
I
might
don't
ask
know, you
questions
might be
that'll be
surprised.
useful for other
Right,
people to hear the answers to.
Yeah, that'd be dope.
Yeah, I'll go ask her. I think she's still here. I'll be right back.
Jesus Christ, his chair looks so comfy. Wait, chair check. What are you rocking, Smith?
Oh,
The DX1 racer, bro.
I call it Grandma's house. Doesn't that kill your
Yeah.
back, dude?
well, this a little bit. Like I like lean on it and stuff. I this chair, like, so when I was a little kid, we had a dining chair and like a dining chair set table, and I always wanted to keep them because we had them for so long, and we ended up throwing them away and bringing them to the dump, and I saved this chair, so this is my chair.
Nice.
I used to put like a big jacket on it, like a really big like cloak jacket thing on it, just to make it fluffy, but it doesn't look as good streaming, so
So
I don't have it on.
the aesthetics of pain. You need the pain to be able to have the proper aesthetics on stream.
Yeah,
I
don't know if
paid a
should start
lot of
worrying
money.
about that. It's not hurting me.
I paid a lot of money for a chair that wouldn't hurt my back as much. It has like dial-in lumbar support. I don't know if you can hear it, but there's a clicky knob to push into my lumbar, because I have scoliosis and a degenerative continuum. I have like a neck pillow that's like what's it called, memory foam, and then the lumbar support. It helps a lot. But then I still end up sitting forward.
I used to do a lot of rowing machine, and I have like a notably like muscular back, so maybe that's why it doesn't hurt my back, because I just have a lot of muscle. Maybe that's my theory.
Could be.
Well, somebody had a question, but it got like and somebody else said spammed out. They said, in my own experience, I unfortunately have had the experience of becoming desensitized to porn due to addiction and not having other things to do. That's probably the biggest factor for me when it comes to ED. As a young dude, how have your guys' relationship been with porn?
I mean, I like porn. I think earlier in my life, it gave me anxiety issues about the size of my penis. But then, just like objectively, I don't have like a penis size that is like anything to worry about. So I was like, I thank God I had that. Like, if I if I had like I guess even a closer to average size. I have a 7.5 inch dick, right? So it's not like crazy big, but it's also not crazy small. But it's objectively not small. Like
Bigger than
there's
average.
no, yeah, it's just objectively not small. So like I felt insecure about it, and then I was like, there's nothing to be insecure about. So thank God for that kind of like objective metric. If it was smaller, like maybe even closer to average, I might have like it might have fucked me up or something. But because I knew the metrics, it didn't fuck me up at all.
Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, 7.5 is like borderline gargantuan. I think that's literally like 90th percentile.
Yeah,
I only
actually
know because
like,
mine's also 7.5.
Hey, let's go, my man.
I've never measured.
The dicks in porn are
never.
What?
I know how. I know how big.
The fuck? Sorry,
I know how big my dick is, and I'm not gonna say. But
okay.
But I just assume it's so fucking small. Just assume it's small. Because I'm not
listen,
gonna.
The way you said it, I think you're rocking a fucking 10-incher, bro.
Yeah. The way
you leaned in. You said, "I'm not gonna say how big mine is."
You never
Ankle
know, but
spanker.
But the dicks in porn, the dicks in porn are all like they're all like injected with shit that like ruins your like if you're worried about erectile dysfunction now, those guys are like they're penis pumping and injecting like bull semen or bull like testosterone.
They're injecting cum into their cock.
They're injecting something into their cock. They actually do inject shit into their cock to make it look like that, and it's like it's inhumanly big, and they're destroying their dicks when they do that.
And they got fluffers. Yeah. It's insane.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's weird to measure it. I just know like by hands. That's it. Because I feel like if I had a number, I would think too much about it.
Yeah.
Really?
Huh.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Relationship.
Bro, I like always have a tape measure somewhere handy. I can't imagine.
So
I can't imagine that you're just sitting there and you never see one and you're like,
So if I'm being perfectly honest, I had attempted to do it once and I can't get hard while trying to it'll go away.
I remember having that experience. I remember like many times when I was young, like I got hard and I was like where's the ruler? Where's the ruler? And I couldn't find it.
So I just assumed it wouldn't work. I know it's 2.5 like hand widths. That's it. That's all I know. And like everything's been okay. And nobody's ever bitched about it.
Two like wait, widths? Are you like this?
Widths.
Oh, like
yeah.
So you like
2.5 hand.
Wait, am I stupid? Am I stupid?
The average hand is like the same width.
So it'd be like
and then a half a hand. Yeah.
That's
all I know.
You're kind of working with something there.
I've never had any complaints.
Depends how big your hand is, also.
I was gonna say. Depends.
I thought hand widths are pretty. I thought hand width was pretty universal. They used to use hands as a measurement because like this shit's all different, but like this is supposed to be pretty much the same for everybody.
Let's hold hands, Drazi. Let's find out.
I bet you got some monster hands.
I actually don't. I don't think I do.
I think I have
very big hands.
Moderately large hands.
I do have big hands
at TwitchCon. Did we?
Really? I don't think we did. I know we did Wingspan. Yeah.
I wanted to say something about the person said like their relationship to porn thing. I think that if you like I think there are certain fetishes and stuff or like porn fixations that are about I don't know. It's just like you can like let the porn control you or you can control the porn. I don't think it's the amount you consume. I think it's your relationship to it. And why you're like jerking off. I think if you have a problem with porn, like if you go to a therapist, it's not actually the porn, it's something else.
Yeah. I think I would honestly be prone to agree. I think most addiction outside of the like biological and genetic impacts is an issue of self-mastery predominantly.
To be honest, I have no idea about I guess it would probably depend on the negative effect that porn is bringing to you. I have no idea. The closest problems that I've had with porn has been like body image issues that kind of got resolved pretty quickly. But yeah, I don't really have any super like I haven't even there's like the thing of becoming more have a higher proclivity for like for instance violent sexual acts. I haven't experienced anything like that in my life, and I wouldn't know like exactly how to handle it or like where it came from or anything like that if that happened to me. So I can't even I don't even feel like I could give any kind of words on that. I haven't experienced it.
Yeah.
I just have to cycle through different like categories. Porn's weird for me because it seems like this is like it's almost like create your own scenario, and so like I'll get frustrated if I'm like repeating the same kinds of things. Like this is like just like build your own thing, so I have to like keep on switching it up, and then I can like eventually go back through the cycle again. But otherwise, I just sort of had what Irrelevant said, to where like porn at first just made me feel really insecure about my dick. When I was a teenager, I just like sort of like look at it in the mirror, and be like, that doesn't seem that small. But then I'd watch porn, and be like, you know, fuck, I'm worthless. No one will ever think this is okay or adequate in any way, shape, or form. But then like, fine, it's always been like nothing but like nice things have been said. I think if a woman ever like laughed or said like my dick was small, you wouldn't have seen me talking. I would have just put myself in the ground after that. I could not recover.
Sheesh.
And Kyla is ready to join. I sent her an invite.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're in general chat.
My dad, I asked my dad if I had a big dick when I was like 12 because it started growing. And so I was like, Dad, is my dick big for my age or something? He's like, yeah. And then I remember I was like, yes. And then he started cracking up like hysterically, and that's just a fond memory I had. And ever since then, I never ever not once felt bad about my dick.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
W Dad. W Dad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh, but that's the best thing I've ever heard you say.
Yeah.
That's a great story.
I have actually kind of a similar one, except well, like in effect, but it had nothing to do with my dad, and it wasn't wholesome or whatever. I was like on the computer when I was like 17 on like Tiny Chat or something like that, which is just like it's like a video cam website or whatever. And people were doing the thing, you know, talking about dick size, shitting on each other, right? And then some guy says to me, he goes like, expletive. Your dick's probably so small it doesn't fit in the toilet paper roll. And I'd never heard, it probably fits in the toilet paper roll. I was like, huh, what an interesting like metric or whatever. And then I went and tested, and I was like, it doesn't fit in the toilet paper roll.
It's funny, dude. I had only heard of that test somewhat recent. I think it was like 7 or 8 months ago, and I tried it myself. And yeah, I was after it though. I wasn't like a yellow because I'm like, you know, I'm fucking 26-year-old man. I was like, and then I put it, and it, you know, I guess past the test, it didn't fit, right? And I was just sitting there, and I was like, damn, what have I come to that I'm trying to put my dick in a fucking toilet paper roll, dude? I was like, damn, I was ashamed of myself that I was like, what the fuck? Who cares, dude?
That's funny.
So just so you guys know, when I went on Nick's stream with the cucumber,
I had to adjust it so that
you guys were talking
it wasn't
about.
covered
I wasn't
up.
watching the stream. I just found the cucumber in a bag of like
chat.
groceries. That
No
somebody's-
way.
I had no idea. I just thought it'd be funny to hump Nick with a cucumber.
Yeah.
That's all.
You're lying.
Oh my
When I
God.
went up and told her, I was like, bro, we were literally like talking about it right now. And Kyle looks at me and goes,
By the way, Road Mike Gang, what's up?
bro.
Nick has the same one too.
Oh yeah.
Shit.
Nice.
I'm sitting over here with the fucking Yeti. Cringe.
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 I've got a SM57. It's like a standard mic.
Wait, how much do those Rode mics cost? There's
150.
like
Very
only
reasonable.
150?
For the
I thought you were
quality,
gonna say
it's
like
nuts.
250 or something.
Nope. That was 150
Damn.
Canadian. It was actually
Whoa,
really
150 Canadian.
I got mine on sale for
It's your-
$100.
No, ours was 250 Canadian.
Is that with the mixer?
No.
Oh, I
I
can't. I
think
can't.
250.
I can't.
I
Oh, I
swear it was
can't
like
do that.
250 a pop. They're expensive.
No, I'm looking at it right now. 139. 139 bucks Canadian on Amazon right now.
Oh my
We gotta go
lord.
trade them.
Also, I know that's not what this
What?
is about, but this has a built-in pop
the same
filter,
price.
and I see you have a pop filter on it. It's built into the mesh.
You say that, but my audio vastly improved when I got the pop filter.
Interesting.
Yeah, we bought it responsively because we were getting a lot of
Pop
whatever
filters.
pop.
Yeah, when Wicked Supreme was talking to me about like pop filters or whatever, I don't know shit about audio, so I might not even be accurately relaying what he said. But he said that like it works the best if the filter is at least like 4 to 6 inches away from the mic. So even if there is an integrated thing in there, it's probably closer than 4
Yeah.
to 6 inches. So it's
Mm.
probably
That makes sense. That makes
Interesting.
sense.
yeah.
So you guys
I don't know
want me to
anything.
come on here and ask you guys
Yeah.
about dicks?
Yeah, ask about our
Well,
dicks.
So like
If you want, but
so the reason I suggested to Drazi like if we had like a woman like ask questions, because if there was like I don't understand women's sexuality very much, and so like I have a lot of questions for women, and I assume women have a lot of questions for men.
Yeah, that's probably fair. I don't really know where to start just because I obviously wasn't prepping for this type of conversation. So like if you're like, what questions do you have for men about your dicks? It's like nothing specifically like comes.
Well, it's
to
not
mind.
actually
Are
about
you
it.
cutting the cucumber right now?
We made it.
I'm making salad.
Oh my
I
god.
was just making supper while you guys were chatting.
Fucking feminist, man.
We made it about our dicks. We couldn't stop.
it doesn't have to be about dicks.
I guess
Male sexuality in general.
I mean I'm much more curious about like Edie. Because I feel like men erectile dysfunction is like really, really common. Like the prevalence rates are like pretty high, like quite high. I'd have to look again because I haven't looked at the stats in a while, but I remember us talking about it like in comparison to like vaginismus, which is talked about like I would say women talk about vaginismus a lot more like openly. I feel like I never hear men ever talk about erectile dysfunction, even though I know that the rates are like decently high based on the amount of like ED medications that are sold alone.
We did talk about it quite a bit earlier, but we can rehash any specifics you have about it.
What do
Well-
you want to know?
Well, why
Like-
do you think men don't talk about it? Or do they?
Embarrassing.
And they just don't talk about it around women.
It's
This is
very
the first
embarrassing
conversation
thing.
I've ever had about erectile dysfunction ever.
Really?
So
Really?
Ever?
yeah. None of my guy friends have ever spoken with me about it in any way, shape, form, capacity, anything.
Do you think most guys know how common it is, or do you think like
Fuck no.
It doesn't.
Hell no.
I don't think it matters. So like, it's all new to me because after my surgery, I've started to have issues, and I don't care what anybody else has going on. And I identify as non-binary because I don't want any gender ever ascribed to me. But I felt enormously emasculated when I want to have sex with my wife or girlfriend, or they want to have sex with me, and I'm like, I don't even know if I can right now. It's like something is taken from me, and it hurts
how
my
did you feel about
feelings.
that?
They are.
Did it make it weird between you guys, or sorry, they?
I think it became weird for me, and the amount of love and support I've gotten about it is nice, but at the same time, it almost feels worse because I usually take the much more dominant role in our sex life, and so to have them take care of me in a sexual situation because like I'm not able to fulfill that role, it's devastating.
Right.
I just feels like I just want to disappear and not exist for that time period until I'm ready to go.
Yeah, because I feel like as a woman I've had vaginismus, pretty like severely.
What is
I
that?
feel like it's when like you're for a number of reasons your like vagina has a really hard time relaxing, so any form of like penetration is incredibly painful.
Oh.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of reasons that cause it. Mine was from childhood CSA, but I feel like anytime I would talk about it or like talk with Nick about it or anything like that, I just received like unanimous support. I don't think like Nick ever, and obviously I only have my experience with Nick, who is like a very healthy man when it comes to sex, I would say. But I don't feel like I hear a lot of women talking about vaginismus with like even partners and having it ever being like a weird thing. Like I find most people are like pretty empathetic towards it for the most part. But I feel like I'd be curious to know what the experience would be like of like talking about ED, because a lot of women get a lot of sense of value about like being able to get a guy hard. Like I remember when Nick went through a depressive episode
Hey, it's coming up.
and he just like had a hard time like getting hard from anything. I remember like having a hard time not taking it personally because it was like, am I not sexy enough? Is that
Oh, really?
yeah?
Oh, I didn't even know that.
He didn't even know. He
I
was
shielded
talking
him.
about it earlier.
I
Yeah.
shielded him from it.
I told
Yeah,
you, even no matter
apparently.
what they say, I can't believe that they're not taking it
Yeah.
personally, and then that adds to the stress of me not being able to get it up to like it just everything just builds on top of it. Because I
Right, like-
know based on the kindness, I know that they feel bad, and it's
Right.
not just for me.
Yeah. Like, because I think everyone kind of expects, like, when we talk about like sexuality for women, it's always like this thing of like women are a mystery. Like, it's expected that women will orgasm often and that things are hard. So I think, like, I could be wrong. Do you guys take it personally if a girl like doesn't orgasm?
We were just talking about that.
Yeah.
We kind of do, but we're
Okay.
outliers.
Well-
we're all
well,
outliers.
I'm not sure
You
I
guys all have like
take it.
pleasure kinks? Oh, sorry, Riley. Sorry, Riley.
Well, I'm not sure I take it personally, like necessarily in like a I'm not much of a man thing, as much as it is like I take it. I just like, oh, I just did a shitty job. I should do better to, maybe ask questions or to do whatever needs to get done. Should improvements need to be made? I
Right.
just see it as like a mission failed kind of a
That-
thing. We'll get him next time.
That feels so healthy. That's like a healthy version of what I feel, which is like I should have done better. And like, what the fuck is wrong with me? How did I not read the body correctly? How did I not pick up on what I was doing? Like Jesus Christ, I can't believe I did that. It's like a big embarrassment.
Right.
Yeah, I'm more in the Elder Drazi direction. Or if I'm like trying to like go the distance and like I bust too early or something like that, it's like, God, man,
Do you feel the need to apologize right away?
By the way, I'm just tearing up because I'm cutting onion. It's not because I'm crying.
Do you feel the need to
Because I'm
apologize
such a
immediately, Nick?
giver.
Nick,
No?
hear that?
What? No, I didn't.
Do you feel the need
Sorry-
to
sorry?
apologize immediately? If you finish and like she didn't?
I think so. I feel like I do. I think so. I don't know. I can't remember. I think I do though.
I feel
When
like
I-
we've worked out most of our issues though, because I have like a bit of a pleasure kink. So like if he's really happy, even if I didn't come, I'm usually pretty happy too. So
Hey, that's me too. That's how I was saying I operate. Is like, and that's a really big issue for me in my ED. Is like I'll talk to a woman. I'll be like, hey, look, I'm probably not gonna get off. I'm probably not even gonna get hard for very long enough to be able to get this done. I want to get you off. I want to make this happen. Let's make this happen. And then, like Drazi was referring to, and I think everybody else here was kind of talking about, is it's really, really difficult to be able to navigate the feeling that some women go through, where it's like they have to kind of just sit there and be like, okay, I'm okay with getting pleasure here, but not like giving you any. And
Right.
that's tough for a lot of women. I haven't had a very negative experience with it though. So far, it's just been
I've-
like vibes.
I've had women that looked like absolutely devastated and like they won't believe me that I don't hate them or they think I think they're ugly no matter what I say.
right.
Yes.
But if you like don't come,
Yeah. Or
Did
that,
you
or
talk-
if I don't get hard.
yeah.
Did you talk to
But-
them
but-
about it beforehand?
Yeah. Like even if I like say like I was telling you guys, like if say I was not ready, like I've been jerking off a lot, and I know like suddenly there's like a woman that's like, oh, I want you to come over, and it's like, I know I'm like I'm not look I didn't expect this. I'm not gonna be able to perform for you tonight. It's just not gonna happen. And even in that scenario, I feel like I'm I'm giving someone like I'm telling them where the dog died.
Damn. You know what's crazy is how much we stress about performing really well, but like when there's no performance at all, like for instance in the case of like ED, there's no performance at all. The women are the ones that blame themselves like for this stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They're like we're worried about looking like oh we're not the masculine men or whatever, but if we don't perform, it seems like women will blame themselves anyway.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it seems
Yeah.
like we're all on the same. We all have the same perspective about it, and even knowing that doesn't change the feelings that we have about it.
Yeah. And
Which is
also I
weird.
feel like that the pressure doesn't necessarily come from the opposite gender most of the time either.
Yes,
no.
it comes from me.
My-
For me.
Like it's internal. Have you guys ever had
100%.
a woman have a bad reaction to not getting it hard? She got like upset or angry or
Yeah.
blamed you in any way? Yeah.
No, this is new for me. This just happened since my vasectomy and a subsequent surgery after the vasectomy. So this has
How long
been.
ago was that?
I got my vasectomy in October, and then the second surgery was in late November. And so I wasn't allowed to have sex for a long period of time. And then so like when it was like, hey, you're good to go now, you're safe to have sex, I'm like, cool. And so it was super easy for like a few days. Then all of a sudden, I guess from not having that boost from not having any sexual contact, since that went
Yeah.
away, it was just like, well, I described it earlier as like I got like somebody else's dick that doesn't work right, and now it's just like I have to be the PR man for my dick ahead of time, like, hey, just so you know, there's something's not right here, and it's just very hard to like explain it to. It's almost like I'm explaining it to myself. I'm explaining it to them because I just dread the like not optimal outcome happening so much.
Right.
My relationship that
Makes it worse, right? Oh, sorry, Smith.
No, it's fine. I was, as mentioned earlier briefly, but I had a relationship for like 6 months where, both of us like went into like every single sexual experience saying, let's both not come. And that lasted like 6 months, and we only both like both of us probably came once in that whole relationship, like from each other. And that relationship really was therapeutic and like eliminated all my expectations. And now it's like I'm making someone else come, or they're making me come, or it's like mutual. It's just like I don't commit to it thinking this is my objective. I go into it thinking like I'm like feeling it out as it's going, like what is happening here? Am I making you come, or are you making me come? And it doesn't need to be one or the other.
Right.
You know, that's ideal.
Yeah.
Do you guys feel insecure about your scrotum size ever?
When you say scrotum, are you saying okay? All right, I was gonna say all right. Yeah, I'm not scientific with this shit at all. No.
I didn't tell my wife told me before at one point she's like, you have really big balls. I'm like, really? Like I've never considered this in my life. It's like, is that good? She's like, yeah. I'm like, well, cool. All right, cool. Bonus points, I guess. But like, it never would have occurred to me that would have mattered to anybody ever. It's
Right.
of all the things to be conscious of, it seemed like balls are just aesthetic.
I feel like I care a lot about balls, to be honest. Yeah.
I keep finding this out more and more. How weird.
I feel like if a cock has like the wrong balls with it, it really.
Oh, so it's like a symmetry thing. Because I got kind of
aesthetic-
small.
it's not a
I don't have
symmetry
big
thing.
balls. My
It's an
balls aren't
aesthetic thing.
particularly big.
Yeah, but I like small balls. I don't like. big
Oh,
balls.
okay, perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
Does it match? Does it match?
It doesn't have to match. It just needs to be aesthetic.
Okay.
Like,
I
if you
thought-
have
well, yeah,
really
that's what it
big,
means.
Round balls, but a really, really skinny wiener, that's also not very aesthetic.
Okay.
Mm.
So is mine symmetrical then, or what?
No, your left ball is a little bit smaller than your right ball. You're always like this.
That's not what I mean. No, I mean like okay. Does my testicular circumference and the rest of my shaft do they clash? Do they go together? Well, I'm trying to figure out.
What's the feng shui of his genitals? Is it?
Yeah.
Does it
Are my
spark
nuts feng
joy?
shuied? Yeah.
Yeah, his genitals.
Okay.
I once saw a chart that had like a bunch of different names for penis looks, and then there's one that's called the Channing Tatum, and that's for sure Nick's top.
Well, now everyone's gonna look that up.
I had an experience. Like, they don't teach you this in high school. Like, they don't teach you enough about your genitals in general. Like, I remember I was just cupping my balls. I was like 24. I was just cupping them, and I felt them like moving, and it freaked out. I was like, and I didn't. Nobody told me for my whole life that your balls move.
Oh, that they
Wait,
contract.
I thought,
moving? You guys,
yeah. I
move?
felt
Going,
them
like-
just they like
The
they
skin?
slowly no, the testicles
the
slowly
testicles.
contract and
Yeah.
expand and
Oh.
contracted like this.
Oh.
Yeah, and I didn't know that was a thing, and I just felt it happening in my hand, and I was like, "Are there parasites in there?" I was like freaking out. I was like terrified, and I had to like Google it like a fury of googling and figuring it out.
I
had to Google- I had to Google it with one hand.
Nick. What you doing, Nick? what you doing right now, brother?
It's horrifying because it's like alien.
Listen, only one of them's moving. Is the other guy okay? Or what?
Well, one of I'm pretty sure they alternate which one is like active and which one is not active.
Oh shit!
That's why one of
crazy.
them's usually lower.
You are the cock druid, bro.
Wait, does it change? Does the
I
lower
don't
hanging
feel
one
like-
change?
I think so. I think
What?
so. For me, it does.
It's like nostrils. You only have one that's like in use and ready to go at a time.
Yeah.
The for me for me it's more like the skin that like moves around. Have you never like looked at your balls and then just seen like the skin move? Does that never happen? I'm about
I've
to
not
sound
looked at
real
him for
weird.
long enough. I don't think.
Oh, okay. Because I like look at them and they'll like morph like in front of my eyes. Like you know how like your balls get really close to you, like the skin gets really tight when you're like or whatever. Yeah, I can see them just like moving when like they're out in the open. It's weird.
It's horrifying.
Yeah, it's very weird.
Do you guys? Okay, so if I have an erection, my scrotum is always like fucking sucked up. Like I can't have like droopy balls and an erection at the same time. That doesn't happen.
That's the opposite for me. That's when
Really?
they're hanging. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh?
Like your scrotum relaxes more when you're.
Yeah, absolutely. So like, yeah, that's so weird. So like,
Fucking
when you have sex, your balls are like up against you then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
tight.
no,
Well, they're not like
that's-
up against, like they're not like popped in, but they're tight for sure.
Yeah, like that's
Sorry,
I
I
always
need to
thought
stop
that was.
answering for Nick's cock.
I always thought it was
Yeah, you
super
can
normal
speak
that
for
like
me. It's fine.
If I have sex, like especially from they're very movie aroundy
They're
and
slapping
slappy.
around.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I never had that. Like anytime I have an erection, they get all.
In fact,
Honestly,
I've
they
read
just spend
comments
most
on
of the
that.
time that way.
I think mine are. I think it just changes for me. I think because I know there's some times where I've had sex, my balls are so like droopy that it like becomes difficult to do certain positions because they just keep slapping up again, and it hurts.
Yeah.
To like slap up against that shit. So like I have to mix it up.
Once in a great while, I get that pain. But I just feel like that means I'm like in the zone or something. So I just try to block out the pain.
Yeah. You got to perform. It's your masculine duty.
Yeah.
That reminds me of something
Yes.
I learned, a trick I learned. So like if you are like, this is like something you can tell to like your partners or if you're gay, but if you grab like when a guy is coming, if you like gently pull down on his balls, he'll come way harder because you're forced them to contract.
That one's for real. That one's on God.
I don't want that ever. I have, even before the surgery, I have very sensitive balls. Like they get hurt really easily. So like I can't my wife can't suck my balls. It hurts. I'm like, stop it. Stop. Don't. That fucking hurts. No. They're very, very tender.
No?
I don't think I've ever had somebody try and suck my balls.
Fucking love getting my balls sucked. That's just my favorite.
I've never had it be done, but I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I feel like.
Is there anything you would be super, super opposed to trying? Each of you?
Yeah, probably. I don't feel like I'm adventurous enough for ass stuff. I don't feel like
Ever?
I feel
Like nothing?
No, I mean, a finger could could probably work its way in there. But like,
In your butthole or her butthole? Sorry, when you're saying ass stuff, are you saying either asshole?
I actually I haven't done any anal of any kind with anyone, but
It's all
no,
right.
in mine, I feel like it would. I don't know. I don't think I could ever like do anal like with my dick on someone else. I would just feel like they're in so much pain because I know you can get like lube and it won't like be super painful, but I get in my head and I feel like it'd be so painful.
That's part of the problem for me too. You know it hurts, especially if they're not if they're not accustomed to it. You're like, you're hurting them, and that's very distracting.
I couldn't do that properly.
I
don't know how to start asking questions about this without like.
Just go. Just ask.
It doesn't have. I don't know. This stuff doesn't have to hurt. I don't know. I don't know if I understand that.
Even when I've used a lot of like, I've had a handful of failed attempts to do anal, even with a lot of lube. They'd be like, okay, we're gonna like, nope, stop, don't. And I think that's only ever happened like twice. It was okay. But to answer your question, I don't think I could ever fist a woman. That would be no for me.
Oh, yeah.
That's one of the very few
stuff.
things.
Yeah, I couldn't do any gaping shit. That
stuff.
that fucks me up. I'm.
Yeah. I don't know.
Shame if anyone loves gaping.
Yeah, there's that stuff. I haven't done like any slapping or hitting, but I'm conscious about that for several reasons. Because for the obvious, you know.
Don't you want to feel powerful? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. No, my ex was white, so it was yeah. There's. I feel like people know what I mean.
Yeah, you didn't want to have to tell a mockingbird or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm really conscious about that, but not to say I don't think she would do anything like that.
You still choke though, right? I feel like that's like vanilla at this point.
No, I haven't.
For women that aren't into that, no, I met a lot of women that actually are just. You would think so, but it is on Tinder for sure. But like outside of Tinder, for some reason, like Tinder selects for chokers.
Well, I feel like choking has become like this fad where like a lot of girls are like, I'm kinky, so I'm into choking.
Yeah.
And like they'll kind of make themselves like do it regardless of whether they enjoy it or not. I do not understand.
I've never gotten that vibe.
Fucking awful.
The last chick who's not my wife that I had solo sex with, she had this big ass necklace on, and she was just like, she made it apparent that that's what she's into, and then right beforehand she's like, I'll just take this off, in case you want to choke me or something. Like, yeah, I don't think I've been with a woman in the last 10 years that isn't like adamant like this has to you have to at least be choking to be like a part of it, like it has to like a minimum requirement. But I mean, I don't date women that aren't like, we haven't discussed that like they're into like BDSM type stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's probably a selection bias therein.
Yeah,
since you're in like a poly or an open relationship, and
you also have BDSM in your Tinder shit, right?
Yeah, it's like snuck in there just to make sure that
and Adventure Time
page.
Yeah,
I don't specifically Adventure Time, but I usually show the Adventure Time tattoo.
Yeah.
There are not a lot of things I wouldn't do, and I have trouble.
We know.
Like I know, like it just like I've never met anybody. Like I've always had like way less boundaries than other people. So like, and like so for me, it's like. It's always just trying to figure out what someone else is uncomfortable with, because like I could like do anything. So it's like trying to fill a glass of water with a fire hose. Like I'm the fire hose, and like whoever I'm like is my partner is a glass of water, and then whatever they're like will be receptive to will fit in that glass of water. I'm just let's figure out what it's.
Yeah.
So. You guys asked me to like come and ask you guys questions, but I think the thing I'm struggling with is I feel like any question I have about like, especially like male sexuality and male anatomy and anything, I probably have already asked Nick. I don't know. I'm a very curious person.
They posited that might be the case.
But what we're like, I can also brainstorm like, what are some things that you think that women often like don't know or understand about like men and like sexuality and stuff? That often feels like a thing that like you wish you could communicate, but it's like kind of awkward to like just tell her about, that a lot of women it seems don't understand or know anything about.
I think
I have an interesting like this is not something like most men are conscious of, but I recently learned there is a protein that in male brains or in brains that is responsive to testosterone, and it's suggested that men are more able to change their sexuality during arousal, and that's why men might be open to more things. I don't know. That has been really interesting to me, given what I've said about myself, but I don't know if that applies to everyone else. So.
Yeah, no, that's super interesting, especially considering the fact that like kinks seem to be very generational, right? Like hereditary. So if you what you were saying before about like kind of like your sexuality insofar as like not just who you're attracted to, but the things that you like to do, if that's like kind of set into you to some degree, and then it would I think extra make sense that men are more malleable in that regard specifically. While
If that's the case,
aroused.
if men are more malleable, that's almost like a feminist development, because that would only benefit women's experience for men to be more malleable.
Yeah. Everything I feel like I see though about like men is that they're like, in fact, like if anyone that tends to be more sexually malleable and sexually like open to stimulus and stuff, it tends to be like women. I think I actually heard you talk about
other
this
than
at
just
the, like,
orientate, or that's just in regard to orientation, though. No.
I'm not. I guess no. Women are so like even if you like do like tests of like arousal, women tend to like have some level of like sexual arousal to basically any type of sexual imagery, even if it's imagery that they're not broadly attracted to. There'll be a bigger spike for things that they're quite attracted to, but just in general, like sexual imagery tends to arouse women, whereas for men, there's very clear lines where like some imagery will arouse them and other imagery will distinctly not arouse them. In fact, it often like makes them go flaccid very quickly.
I think men have more hang-ups. If there's something that I wanted women to understand that I think that maybe they don't, and maybe I'm alone in this. If I'm not, I at least expect Smith to agree with me on this. I think that doing sexual things that don't lead to sex is super cool. I feel like most women that I've been with, they feel like if anything sexual happens, then like it's supposed to lead to sex. Like there's an expectation of it. Like if I'm doing something and like if my wife were to like put her hand down my pants or something and I didn't want to have sex with her after that, like that was really cool that happened. Like we don't have to go have sex right now. Like we can just be sexual with each other and not lead to sex. Like that's a really cool positive thing that I think probably most guys would enjoy, but there's just always this expectation like you have to wonder like if I don't go and have sex now or if we don't do something like some kind of sex act, then maybe she thinks that I'm not into it or whatever. You can be like, you can just do that and like we can have sex later and build up to it. I think that's probably missing a lot in the communication.
I'm not sure how many people that works with, but I don't know. I think that there's been some instances, or at least I've been pretty sexual with women, and they haven't thought that like there needs to be sex afterwards. I don't know. Maybe it's because I have like had a pattern or a history with them of like making that the case, where it's like I don't just like randomly like I'll pull them into me and like grab their ass and stuff like that, and that kind of stuff, or we'll just like hump or something, and then it just leads to nothing. We just go to watch TV afterwards or some shit.
I think the idea is that it builds towards the sex that'll happen later, but it doesn't have to lead to sex right now. Like there's nothing wrong with it not happening right now. We can just sort of build each other up for the later on in the evening or something. Because that just seems like it's very, very difficult to like communicate that. Like it's if it doesn't lead to sex, then like something wrong has happened or somebody. It seems like if I don't respond with like, okay, let's go have sex now, like I'm sending off a bad signal. That's not the case.
Nick, do you have anything that you feel like women need to know? Or
you're in such a weird spot, bud.
Oh yeah.
You could just answer it more broadly.
I don't know. Like I am in a weird spot. Not even because you're here, honestly, but because fuck. So I talked earlier about how I like a lot of the games that go on with like navigating early relationships and sexual tension and stuff like that. And so I feel like that's the main area where most people are like, man, I really wish women understood this. And for me, it's like I like the I like the I don't like the toxic shit, but I like the in the middle shit that a lot of people refer to as toxic. Like even some of the toxic shit like the shit testing and things, which I feel like is what most people kind of like focus on, and they're like, I wish this didn't happen, and I wish women knew that we're not interested in this or whatever. Like, or like Abba and Preach talk a lot about how women give off like signals or whatever, right? But their signals are what they think are so overt, like looking at a guy, making prolonged eye contact, looking at his lips, biting their lip, that sort of stuff. Like I like that stuff. So I feel like all the things that I could ask women that I want women to learn would be bad advice generally for women.
I don't know what shit testing means. I've heard that come up a couple of times. What is shit testing?
There's a bunch of ways that it can go down, but it's basically when a woman makes a so they what would be the word? They premeditate a scenario where they get mad at you or put you down or pretend that they're upset about something to see what your response is, if you have the right response or if you can carry whatever the response is that you give. That's like a shit test. So they're trying to manufacture a scenario to see how you respond.
Yeah,
I
they
gotcha.
manufacture like a boundary to see if you take rejection.
It makes me uncomfortable.
And
if that's
lots
what
of
I
people
know is
really hate it.
happening.
I agree.
As
I don't
far-
like it at all. Nick thinks it's fun. I think it's like I just think about every autistic man
That's my
ever that I've
toxic
ever
trait.
known, and it makes me sad for them because it's like
Yeah.
so mind fucking for
I
them.
think most shit testing is bad for the world. Like, don't get me wrong. I just also find it fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have trouble answering this question because it's like everybody's so different. But like as far as like as far as like Evo psych type stuff, like I feel like women I feel like women and men have just an unrealistic impression of what the other's sexuality is like. In particular because like all of sexuality in general, like what we assume is just baseline human sexuality really is just male sexuality.
Yeah.
So I feel like I have a lot of questions for women. Maybe women don't have as many questions for men, but I feel like if I was a woman, I might.
I think so. Nick sent me. You guys want to know how I found about Abra and Preach? I was looking for content creators, and he was like, well, he was suggesting that maybe I like get a little bit more like knowledge of like some Black content creators, just because that's like part of his culture. And also he like wanted me to get some understanding of like how men worked a little bit because he thought that I had a pretty bad understanding of how men worked, which was true. And so I started like watching Abra and Preach a couple of years ago, and it was like they're the number one channel that I'd recommend to young women, especially like young women that are in the church, so that they can like actually understand like men a little bit more. But sometimes I worry that like it's like too far, whereas like men are like dominantly often thinking about like one thing, especially like young men, which is like how hot you are. If you look at a scale of women, who is going to be like the most sexually preferred women, it's always the one with the big titties and a big ass. Almost always, even with like these like super hyper liberal men, you see like the same patterns emerge. And I think that was like probably good to be aware of. But do you guys think that that's like too far? That it's like a bad culturation rather than like a reality?
What specifically is a bad culturation versus a reality?
Men being like just almost like sex fixated, sex obsessed. They're constantly evaluating. Even like high-minded liberal men are fundamentally mostly just like looking at like titties, ass. Is she hot?
And
No, that's humans. That's human. That's clearly. I think that's just clearly humanity. That's not a.
So
That's just men.
kind of. I think it's a weird distinguishment to make because like I'm certainly no stranger to like looking at tits and ass, but the first thing I look at a woman is her hair. It's not like I'm not going to notice if she has like triple D's popping out of her shirt or something, but I usually look at a woman's hair before I look at anything else, and that's kind of going to be how I paint the rest of it.
Right.
My taking them in. But I also think, I don't know if this is directly part of your question. I think women don't have a lot of questions for men because they think they know what we're thinking, which is kind of the purpose of this stream. I think women have a lot of assumptions about how men interact with their sexual feelings and what they think about women, and so like, why would I have to ask any questions? I know how men are, but I think that a lot of the answers given in this stream tonight has kind of like challenge some of those things at least. That we're not. I think the biggest thing that's missing is that we're all the same. We all want the same thing, and that we all feel the same stuff, because we very don't.
So for me, in regards to what I felt like you were kind of asking, which is like how much like men will just revert back to caring about like sex as a number one priority.
Yeah.
I've got the sense that that's a very big thing for like most men. And the reason why is because I felt very alien not having that distinct drive, because I didn't really care that much about sex as a thing early in my life. And it like resulted in me just essentially being a need. I didn't give a fuck about how I dressed. I didn't give two fucks how much money I made. I didn't give a fuck about like a lot of shit and what it felt like based on other people's the way that other people communicated. A lot of that difference came down to like seeking women's approval.
Right.
And that's still kind of a thing like right now. I look at a lot of the people that are like really trying to achieve and like going for like goals and like gains. You can especially see this, as much as they say otherwise, in the red pill community, where it's like these people, they're clearly obsessed with the validation that they get from women. And I think if it wasn't present, I think like half of these people would just be like working 9 to 5 normal shit, just trying to focus on like, I don't know, fucking a car, building a car or some shit that they enjoy. But like instead, they're trying to like dominate the world and like do all this stuff so that way they can have like 12 hot women inside of their mansion.
Yeah. I completely agree that it's all fueled by the desire for validation from women. Like exactly like you said, I think, most of these guys would be like working at fucking McDonald's and playing League of Legends if it wasn't for that motivator. And I think it's kind of interesting for me because like there's this dichotomy that we make, I think, especially women, when they think about how they're valued, and they think about like when women are come to grips with this idea or this fact that most men mostly care about you for how beautiful you are and how young you are, because those two things are very integrally tied, right? And women view that as really negatively. They don't like that that's the case for a lot of men. And they wish that they were desired in the same way that men are. And I kind of resent that notion, because these things outside of appearance that men are desired for is literally just what they bring to the table. It's what can I do for you? And it's like, that's less intrinsic than just being hot. Like, I wish more women desired me for my body. That'd be great.
Yeah, me too. Hey, dude, dude, I've been hitting the gym. I wish I was the kid. So many people, they'd be talking about that between me and Darius. Guess who pulls more? Guess who does better? It's Darius. Do I look better? Hey, listen, say less. Of course. but Darius, you know, he's smooth. He's silky smooth. He's a real like social chameleon. I think it's the term. Like he can play to the room that he's in. He's really good about that. I suck ass at like talking to people casually and stuff like that. I'm not good at it. Making small talk is a nightmare and shit like that. I would love it like so much in theory. Well, not even like in theory. If like it was more about character, because I think, you know, women will look at like, I prefer to be on this side of the spectrum I'm at right now, which is providing, than I would just based on physical appearance overall. But like if we're talking ass meets grass, but like, you know, women will talk about, you know, only being valid for their physical appearance, and then men for like their what they provide. But it's like, man, what if I just like get fucked? I'm just born into poverty, so I'm probably gonna stay into poverty, right? And I'm just like working a McDonald's job. Like the fuck, you know, how am I gonna become high value? How is that gonna work? But then you look at like women who are like born significantly unattractive, might have like potential eating disorders or something like that, where they're like putting on a lot of weight. And it's like, you know, it would suck to be them as well. It's just
it's like a. Sorry, go ahead, Elder.
I think I'm in the minority here. I think I just as badly as everybody else wants validation from women, but I don't want to achieve something that I don't want for it. I would be disgusted by that, I think. I like it when I find a connection with a woman who likes me for me. And if it's not that, I'm like, I don't want it. I think that I get like paranoid about it. I would get creeped out by it. Like, what are you really after? Like, what's this about? It's like, I don't like, if I lost my job and my girlfriend was like, well, I don't want to be with you now that you don't have that job. Like, I don't ever want to find myself in that situation, because I think that
Yeah,
it would hurt my idea of myself, and I think I'd be really, really angry at the other person.
Mm. Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
I just try to find. I've found that the less I try to impress women, and the more I'm unapologetic about who I am, and just like very honest about like myself, the more it actually works for me. It's risen me up. Um, but
that's good for
I
you.
thought of a question that I thought of something I would want to tell women. I thought of a good one. I think
Is
this
it going to
is
change
really
the
specific,
subject?
but
Because I
think,
want to bounce off of what you said.
okay, you go.
Okay, because I had the similar
Yeah.
experience, but that was why I was a virgin until I was 24. So I tried for 24 years to be myself, to do everything, play that by the book, and it worked spectacularly for being a virgin. It worked great for my virginity. It was perfectly intact. But like at the end of the day, like I have to play ball where I'm allowed. Like that's just what it is. Because if I am being my authentic self, I'm not talking to anybody I don't know. I'm not doing any of that shit. I'm not approaching women. That's not happening. I have no natural ways to rub shoulders with women. So I would be a virgin till the day that I fucking die. Because I'm not going to meet a girl in fucking VoIP on Tarkov. That's not going to fucking happen. Like, I'm not going to be, what am I going to do? Meet one of those 20 women who I played you played with over the course of 15,000 games of Dota? It's never going to happen. Okay. So being my authentic self, I couldn't do it. It's just not compatible with getting in a relationship. I don't rub shoulders with women, and I also just don't talk to people spontaneously enough to be able to get in that. So I have to, if I'm going to, what I'm essentially trying to say is your scheme, Smith. I don't think it works for everyone. It didn't work for me.
Well, you don't have to change a lot. You don't have to play ball a lot. You just have to go outside your bubble a little bit. It's not like you just have to expand your repertoire a little bit. It's not like it's not like you have to go full red pill.
Sure. Yeah.
But
absolutely.
I think also
What's full red pill? What does that look like?
Like full red pill is like run as like playing into the stereotypes, playing into whatever gender expectations. And it's like, okay, you got to be Sigma grind set. You got to make a shit ton of money. You got to get like a really fast car, and like that's how you get the ladies and stuff. You don't have to do that. You just have to do something women do. I met my girlfriend on Discord.
Yeah.
I met my ex on Discord.
I think Smith, you have a bit of a probably a survivor bias because you're very handsome. Just like you have like a lot of like really natural facial features that are handsome, like good jawline, got a really good hairline as well, which is a huge bonus, especially at 29. But also, I think your natural personality makes you niche max to a really extreme degree. And so I suspect that the girls, I would guess like if you pull like the average girl, she might not be super into you, but the girls that are into your archetype are super fucking into your archetype, like very, very into it, which I like rallies into like propulsion and like Tarkov. And there's just like, there isn't a niche maxing that exists that like, it's like, oh, those propulsion guys, gotta love them. Whereas like you're kind of artistic. Not that I know you super well, but what I've gleaned from at least your like channels and stuff is that you're very artistic and stuff like that. Yeah.
I am absolutely. I think you're right. That's a really good way. That's really good. I absolutely am niche maxing. I should be more. I think, yeah, that's really changing my perspective.
It's interesting. We were talking about that in regard to Smith specifically on Tinder earlier, and Kyla wasn't even watching the conversation.
No, I wasn't watching.
Yeah, but I'm really analyzing myself again. Like the advice or the way that I think other people could just do what I'm doing, maybe that wouldn't apply. So
I couldn't do what you're doing. I don't have the social skills to do what you do. I don't have it.
Where you are,
what I told you to say on Tinder is
way
not
out of my bubble.
No. I'm not even talking about what you told me to say. Because this is the same like dynamic I have with Darius. Like he'll send like a crazy wacky message. I'll be like, kick it off, and I'm like, bro, you just started with a crazy wacky message, and I'm like, hello, madam, would you like to partake in like doing? I can't follow that up. How am I supposed to follow that up? You know what I'm saying? So like you be here and you be like standing on my shoulder and be like, yo, homie, I got it. I'll take over the keys. And you'll type something that's witty,
You know what?
nice and stuff like that. And then
You know what
I
a big
can't
issue
follow.
is for you, Relly, is you are the archetype that girls manifest and pretend that they're really into when they're actually into snaps a lot of the time.
True.
Like a lot of girls are like, oh no, I'm really into the guy who's like old style, kind of Pride and Prejudice, where he uses a little bit of like flowery language and he's very slow and cautious and careful. And like, you know, he's kind of like a thoughtful guy. He gets lost in his books and his activities. And girls like manifest that they want this. But then like what they really want is a guy with like that dog in him, you know? Or they're just like, and Darius comes along and he's like, and like, literally, like, oh my gosh, yes.
God, bro.
It's true. It's actually true. There was a chick that came over that was like, she came over, she was interested in me, right? And then I fumbled, right? As I do. And then it was like, you know, I wasn't really feeling her, whatever. And then Darius was feeling her, and I felt like they were feeling her. So I was like, yo, what about my roommate though? And then, I mean, now they're still talking. They're still hanging out. So like they're
Hold on. Once I'm gonna say I'm 70% confident about this theory. As soon as you're 26, I'm 29. As soon as you get into your 30s, I think you're gonna you're gonna have a better relationship than most people, because the people that are gonna select for you are gonna be long-term mating attitude, not short-term.
I would probably agree. I mean, that's part of the reason why I was talking about earlier. The average age of like the women who swipe right on Darius' profile alone are like 18, 19, maybe 20, right? And the average woman who swipes on my profile is like 24 to 28.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's going to be, I imagine when I get in my 30s, there's probably going to be a majority of women who are single who are going to like my vibe.
Yeah. And I would say not only that, right? But the girls that Darius is getting all these swipes from are also like these semi-e girls, like really on TikTok, like, and which even that is like I don't know if it's a minority anymore, but it's definitely not it's not the only demographic of young people.
Yeah, no. For the way that I describe it is like, for me, I'm like somebody who really isn't. I say that I don't really mesh well with young people, even though I am a young person. The reason why is because I'm not like using my youth.
Yeah.
Right. What a lot of people want to do when they're my age is they want to travel, they want to hike, they want to climb, they want to do some activity with their youth. They want to use their youth. I don't give a fuck, dude. I want to sit inside. I want to play fucking video games. I have an obsession with this. It's a dream that I have. Okay. I want to get a wife, have her, love interacting with me. And I want to, as a unit, make a lasagna. It's a dream of mine. It is such a dream. I remember with my ex, one of the greatest experiences I have ever had in my entire life, I tell you, was the first day that I mowed her lawn for her. Oh my God, it felt so great. She was inside. I think she was like doing the dishes or something, and I was outside mowing the lawn. And it felt so fucking good. It felt so fucking good to do that shit. And then like making food together. Oh my God. Nothing can beat it.
It's fun making food with a partner.
Do you think that the kind of women that you're looking for, there's just like an incompatibility between what you're looking for and what the women you're looking for are looking for? Because when I talk on Tinder, it's almost always like, hi, I introduce myself. I find like one particular thing, and if they say they like horror movies, like, what's your top 5 favorite horror movies? Talk a little bit about that, and then like 30 to 60 minutes later, then I'll talk about something sexual, see if we're compatible there, and then like can set something up. So like I feel like my approach isn't that different than what you've described your approach to be. Just maybe there's an incompatibility between the ones that swipe on you and what they're looking for.
I just straight up, I just don't think there's very many women that I can find that are like looking for like fucking domestic life at the age of like mid-20s.
Well, they're looking. There are, but There actually are, but they're looking for 30-year-olds, right? So you're
Sure,
you're
not on
like
Tinder.
you're like a
true.
grown
Yeah,
man.
and they're not-
you're like
yeah,
a
they're
grown
not
man
on
in a
Tinder.
young man's body,
Yeah.
right? Whereas all these
Yeah.
women are
Yeah.
looking for a grown man in a grown man's body. 'Cause
In many
there
ways,
aren't
they're
no,
looking-
there
Makes more
aren't there
sense.
aren't many young men that are internally like grown, or if you want to use this this verbiage or whatever.
Yeah.
I just
Right.
remembered
I
something.
take back everything I
Bef-
said. I'm 34, so that makes sense.
Before
Yeah.
this
Yeah,
stream,
exactly.
I was talking to my girlfriend, and I was talking about always talks about how he's an incel and stuff, and she told me, "Really? Oh, that guy's hot. How is that guy? Like that guy's like really hot." And she's like, "I was like, what? Really?" And so he's like, "Yeah, I watched this stream once, and I noticed he was like really hot. And then I listened to him talk, and his attitude, man, he's really spicy." So I think that I think you have the riz. I just don't think you're putting yourself in a situation where it's gonna work.
Well,
You got
no,
something. Like,
I don't.
you've got
I would highly recommend you watch when we get women over here and they want to go on a date with me,
Okay.
because it is bad, bro. It is bad. It is really bad.
But you don't communicate that you're into them. That's the biggest issue. It's not like, I feel like the most common like reception I hear from like the women that you talk to is like, I just didn't know if he was into me. And it's like a girl wants to feel wanted, right?
I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
I
yeah.
get it.
I just I don't know how to properly do that. I really don't. And so
I swear to you. So I'm so sorry. I shouldn't be interrupting you. Go ahead.
well, you can.
I was just gonna say, there's like, I think we've talked about it a little bit, but I think you have like a really acute lack of intensity in those bullshit conversations, which you describe as bullshit conversations, right? So it's like, remember when we were in San Diego, right? And we keep bringing this up, but you had the moment where like you turned the whole room into the fucking circle debate talk, and you wanted to get people to say the N-word and shit.
Yeah.
So like we had girls there, and as a result of that moment, there was multiple girls that were like, oh, you know what I mean? Like
I didn't know that. How the hell am I supposed to perceive that?
Well, listen, it's not gonna happen.
I didn't know that.
But so it's like the fact of having intensity, even if it's not fucking directed anywhere, is like a massive turn on to all sorts of women. I'd say just probably most women. But then you talk with them, right? And they're talking about some dumb shit that you don't really care about. You get into horoscopes and you're like, oh yeah, you know, Aries man, I think, or was it Taurus?
Yeah, Aries man.
Aries man, and they're like, I don't know. Yeah, I think that's literally the biggest thing. If the one biggest thing is just the chronic lack of intensity when you're interacting one-on-one with these women, and you kind of, I think you gave the answer about that, which is that you don't want to do it. You don't want to fake it. You don't want to pump it. Because you don't give a shit about anything that you're talking about with them.
Are you swiping right on baddies, or are you just swiping right on like everyone?
I'm swiping right on just about everyone.
Who
Got
are
the
you
auto
hitting up?
clicker going.
Who am I hitting up?
Yeah.
I think
I remember my biggest frustration as a single woman growing up was that like guys were like, "Oh, you have it so easy. All these guys like want to fuck you," and I'm like, "Yeah, but they want to fuck like the thick airhead more always because she's thick, right?"
I mean,
so
I won't deny I have a type and I want to fuck a specific type more, but have half of the, I don't know, it's kind of difficult because I could go through my matches, but I also have my range set to like 100 miles because it's more for like content shit. So like half of these people aren't even in range to be able to like date. Like this person's 98 miles away. Like that's
really
no
a
way
woman
that's
in my
happening.
chat just a woman in my chat just said something. She said you probably all you need to like if you're lacking intensity, all it takes from what you're doing is just eye contact. If you just give a lot of eye contact,
I give a lot of eye contact.
You do?
Oh
And
yeah,
it's
he
not
does.
You
just
like
eye contact.
stare her down, be like, I'm an Aries man.
You know what?
It's not eye contact.
He
not
he does. When we were watching, I've only watched one of your guys' Riz ups or whatever with the girl that said the Aries man thing, and I was actually really impressed with the eye contact because you were making eye contact like basically the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Well, I want to
so
say something to you nobody says to you. I get it.
Okay.
It clicked when you were talking. I had a friend. Women would fawn over him. Like I was eating at a Taco Bell with him. This chick met us at she's seen us at Walmart, started talking to him. She went to Taco Bell with us. That's how into him she was. She was like, I'm just gonna go with you guys. And I was like, yeah, sure. And I knew why she was going. He didn't. We're talking, and she was about to try and kiss him, and he didn't even notice it, to where like he looked over and said something, because he wasn't trying to avoid it. He just didn't get it. And then she said something, and he turned around and goes, "Oh, you kind of remind me of my mom." And I was like, Elias, oh my God, bro, what are you doing? Like,
My man.
like you
My
could be
man.
like this chick was so into him, like he could have had sex in the Taco Bell bathroom. That's the degree in which she was flinging herself at him. And I'm not gonna sit here and like everybody's trying to say like, no, you can just I get it. Because I would tell my buddy all the time, like, Elias, just do this. Just do this. It got to the point where his first girlfriend, I texted her for the first 3 days for him. And I said, all right, buddy, you read what I wrote. You're on your own. You got this. And then that's when he finally lost his virginity to that girl. Because he just doesn't, it's just something's just not clicking there. So I get it. I'm not going to try to tell you that you can just do this simple thing and it's going to work for you. I get you have some struggles. I think you just need a good solid wingman to be there for you, to help you out through a couple interactions, and I think that you can pick up on the rhythm. If you're into physics, if you can play Tarkov, you can figure out patterns and know, like, once you see what you have to do when you've done it, I think you can carry on. But until that, I don't think anybody giving you little bits of advice is going to be the thing that clicks with you. I think you have to have a homie really being a homie for you and just looking out for you for a period of time.
Well, that in itself is a little bit of advice.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's little bits of advice is definitely going to chip away at it. Like I've gotten some little bits of advice that are better, but like something that I do want to address is like, for instance, Samantha, what you talked about, like, and with what was it, your girlfriend saying that it was attractive or something? Is what you said?
Yeah, she said you're hot.
Yeah,
she said you're hot, and when you're on your stream, you are intent. You have intensity. You have it in you. The intensity that Erudite was talking about.
Yeah, the problem is the intensity is not something that you can talk about on a first date, because this intensity is about male sexuality, it's about politics, it's about physics, it's about Tarkov. And like this, to me, like for instance, I went on a date yesterday. She didn't care about politics. She didn't give a fuck about physics. And she didn't play video games. I'm out. Like there's like the fuck, what can I do? Like what can I do? You know what I'm saying? Like I can't bring any intensity to anything because that's my whole shtick. I'm done. But anyway, part of the reason why I wanted to address that is because I think that there's a massive misconception with men versus women's ability to like get inside of relationships or like get sex. I think for the most part, if you're like doing online dating and you're an attractive woman, you can pretty much fuck whenever you want. Like, I mean, I think in general you can fuck whenever.
Say this to a woman.
I have.
There's a woman here. He's saying it.
Yeah. I'm
oh
saying
yeah, but
it
he's not trying. He's not trying to riz her, you know.
Oh, I see.
That's true.
But
so I'm gonna be honest. So I used to work with horses and kids a lot because it's super good. I'm gonna use the word energy because I don't know how else to describe it, even though I know it sounds woo-woo and crystally. I don't mean it in a crystally way. I just mean it in a, we don't know what energy is, but it's something tangible and you can feel the difference. And it's super cool to put a kid in a round pen with a horse because you can immediately, it's the best way to train energy with kids specifically about like intentionality and stuff, because horses will only move based on that. So I remember I put a kid, he's a really tough kid, flat affect, very low energy. And he couldn't get that horse to walk. He couldn't get it to move. He couldn't do anything. I could walk into the ring, horse I'd never worked with, and get that thing like fucking moving around the ring because I carry like within my body like this presence. So one question I have for you, I'm super curious how you answer this. When you move into the world, do you make space for yourself or do you occupy space?
Do I make space for myself or do I occupy space?
Yeah, which statement feels more true?
It depends entirely on the circumstance. So, like,
okay.
for instance,
when you're with women,
do I make space or occupy space? With women? I don't even know what either would look like.
What feels more true?
I probably say I occupy space because I don't even know how this would. I feel like I don't So one of the things that Elder Drazi said earlier, and things that I've even recently got in heated debates with my chat about, is how much I am unwilling to compromise my happiness to be able to do things I know would get me women. I know ways I can be successful with women, and I can do them. I just don't want to do them because that shit is fucking lame. That shit is just so lame to me to do. So I would say I occupy space, but I feel like the more right answer is I make space because
There's not a right answer.
I'm
It's like a Rorschach. It's like a
yeah,
Rorschach.
okay, because so for me, I'm just like, okay, fuck it, I don't really care that much. I'm just gonna kind of do my own thing and like be about my own business. If somebody doesn't seem like interesting to me, I'm just gonna do my own shit. And that like I just fumble every time with that.
Right.
But I don't I guess I wouldn't know where that lies. Because
When you're in a debate, do you make space or do you occupy space?
I definitely occupy space.
You think so? Like, so when we were doing the round robin in the house, you were just occupying space?
Wait, when you say make space, are you talking about making space for myself or other people?
Just
I can
however
give
it
an
feels.
example if you
Okay,
like.
then I occupy space.
Can I give you an
don't.
example,
So
Rob?
when you're in a debate, to be clear, when you're in a debate, you make space. Like in the house with us, you made space. Whereas with women, you occupy space.
I guess I don't know the difference then.
That's fair.
I have an example for you. When I was younger and I feel very awkward in social situations and not know how to deal with a lot of people, I would make a really vulgar or like uncomfortable joke so that everybody else felt just as uncomfortable as I did. And then I was able to just sort of flow. Like that was me making space for myself. When I felt like I was just like this tiny slice of the room, I would make everybody look at me and then get a little bit uncomfortable. And maybe some of them would have fun with what I did. And if the other ones didn't, at least now we're all on the same playing field. Like it's more or less like I forced what I had going on inside of me on everybody else, and now like I could interact. That would be me making space for myself.
I have another heuristic to use to say I think
I don't
the same
recommend doing
thing
it like
Erudite
that.
is saying.
Mm.
The same thing Erudite is saying, and it goes back to something Nick said. Earlier, like one of the first things that stuck out to me because it reminded me of something I say all the time. But he said he's totally comfortable embarrassing himself. But if he makes a woman uncomfortable, then that's a no go. Like that's like the end of the world. Like it's a horrible feeling. I often just tell people like, just be willing to make a fool of yourself. Like don't make a fool of someone else. Like if you're gonna do something, like you're gonna make a move, don't you just make a fool of yourself. And be willing to make a fool of yourself. Don't embarrass them. Embarrass yourself. If you're willing to embarrass yourself, you're gonna come out on
You
top.
and Darius would get
Because even if
along
you
really
embarrass
well
yourself,
because that's his whole riz. That's his whole riz. Is just doing over the top lackey stuff that embarrasses himself in order to like do it.
So
That's his
want
riz.
to know something funny? So when I was asking you those questions, all of the women in my chat immediately knew the answer for whether you occupied or made space in different situations, which is super frustrating because that means it's woman advice, which means it's not going to be super helpful to you.
Woman advice.
I mean, it's accurate. It's just like it's like feminine, like it's feminine in nature. That like a lot of women were like, I understand what she's describing here. Like I can feel this, whereas like that's not something that's mapping onto you. All I can offer at this point is being like, if I move to Florida, which is a likely chance that we're moving to Florida, I'll have access to horses, and I'm going to put you in a round pen with them so that you can see the difference. Because horses are great for this, especially with young men, because they just immediately mirror the energy level.
Okay. I mean,
Which is
that'd be
super cool. Yeah.
That'd be cool.
I'm so excited to move to Florida.
Are you guys like confirmed?
90%.
I just got my like deferral and stuff confirmed and whatnot, so school is not on for next year. So yeah.
Nice. Well, you'll be Americans properly.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
Let's own some guns. Shoot,
Yeah.
own some guns. Yeah. But part of the reason why I addressed the thing that Smith said earlier about your girlfriend and the attractiveness thing is I feel like there's an unfortunate amount of people that are like a little bit black pilled without realizing it, you can be a very hot guy, but if you're as socially stunted as me, it doesn't fucking matter. Like your absolute social competence is so important for men. It's incredibly
Wait. What my girlfriend said was that she watched your stream, and after watching your stream, it made her want to message you and hit on you.
Okay, and she would have done it, and then okay. So I'm gonna expose myself. Okay, so there's a chick who had messaged me at one point, and she was like, "Hey, Riley, I would love to see one of your streams." And she had her profile picture was of a woman, and without even thinking about it, I said, or she was like, "I would love to see you stream more. Like, please go live right now." And I literally just typed, "Nah, I don't know you. I don't know you. Better luck next time. Go watch someone else." And then I didn't even think about it. I was like, maybe this person is trying to put a move. I was like, God damn it. And then I was like, yeah. So it's like, that's what it is. That's what's going to fucking happen. Okay?
Wait, I want to ask, what was going through your head when you sent that in
I thought it was funny. I just thought that shit was funny. I thought, wouldn't it be funny if you message somebody, go live, and they literally just responded instantly? Nah, I don't know you.
And they just went, nah, elbows over.
Yeah, hold up. Let me get the exact message. No, I said, quote, nah, don't know you, hold this L. That's what I said. That's funny, right? And I was like, oh, shit, maybe I should have done that a little differently.
Oh my god, that's crazy. So,
yeah,
I don't know. I don't know how much I think of it as socially stunted, and how much of it is probably to some extent. And I think some of it is like the lack of social butterfly shit, right? Like I think you nailed it, put nail on the head, whatever the fuck. With Darius, Darius is very much a social butterfly. It's going to come off really, really weird to a lot of people who watch Darius, but he is very adept at reading the room and people a lot of the time, at least within a relatively wide range. And he's good at appealing to people according to what they like, reading the cues and then giving them, bouncing back what they appreciate and whatever.
Is that not like, so when I'm talking about socially stunted, I'm just talking about my social skills are inadequate for a man of my age. I have below average social skills, at least in the realm of riz and relationships. I have below average social skills for a man of my age. I feel like that's extreme.
It's not unlearnable though.
Of course it's learnable. I'm actively trying to learn it.
Look at me. I'm not the best looking guy, but I do fairly well when I interact with women. But when I was like 19 or 20, I had a girl, I just told the story recently, I had a girl who wanted me to teach her how to play Yu-Gi-Oh cards, because that's what I played then. And obviously, she didn't give a fuck about learning Yu-Gi-Oh. Started teaching her at the library, and then one day I was like literally teaching her in her room on her bed. And I look back and go, yes, she didn't give a fuck about the cards, and I went way over my head.
I would beg on my fucking knees and eat dirt for a woman that would do that. There is not a single. Do you know how many women I get in front of my computer? I'm like, do you know what this game is? And they're like, no, I don't care. And I'm like, how about this game? It's just, I'm trying to show them my hobby, and they're just like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't care.
I would say you have less social skills.
Right?
Huh?
This girl's off Tinder though, right?
No, this was my ex even, and she played video games.
Oh.
What I would say is, what's unique about you, your social skills are way further behind than your attraction. Like, you're very physically attractive, and a lot of people are going to always associate that with high levels of charisma. I would say your social skills are actually decently normal. They're not super far behind at all. But based on how buff you are, and how big you come to life in certain situations, and how attractive you are, I would expect more charisma from you. And more confidence.
Here's another thing, right? So charisma is yeah.
Thank you.
Charisma is also like maybe not for all people, but I think most charisma is kind of dishonest. It's kind of manipulative. At least mine is, and so is Darius's. It's like it comes kind of natural. It's natural, but it's unnatural, but it comes natural. That's like what being a social chameleon is. And I think you're more averse to that than just about anyone I've ever met. It seems like Smeth and Drazi have It sounds like you guys don't do that at all, though. Like your charisma, what
Yeah.
charisma you have is not manipulative. It's not contrived in
Okay.
any way.
I was gonna say
Mine
that
isn't
that
either,
doesn't feel
to
like
be
it
fair.
matches me because I'm a silly, kind of like outspoken guy. So seems like when I
I don't
attract
think
people
that's
to me, it's
most.
from that.
I'm
okay,
the
I'm
same
glad-
as you.
we're in
My
agreement.
charisma is not manipulative at all. But the issue for me is because mine is completely self personality garnered. I'm less of a chameleon. So in some spaces, like internet spaces and certain circles, I'm the fucking queen of charisma. But in other circles, people don't like me, and I can't really like adjust my shit to fit what they like. And I'm kind of like, right, I don't fucking want it. Fuck you. All right. I'm not gonna make dumbass fucking cringe jokes. Fuck you if you don't like me. Right. So like
I feel that.
yeah, so like mine's really authentic, but because of that, it's a little bit more hit or miss sometimes. Whereas Nick, I've never gone into a social setting where people don't immediately love Nick, adore Nick, but he's a slightly different person in all these spaces. Like he knows how to like cater to what they're interested in, and it's not like an inauthentic thing. It's just like he's willing to like shift and
I
mold
think
himself in a way that I'm
manipulative.
not willing.
I think manipulative is literally the best word for it. Like if you, especially if you can internally get rid of the connotations. Like, because I'm not trying to fuck anybody over or anything. I'm just like saying things and acting in a way that I know people will appreciate, especially in spaces where they'll be appreciated or something like that.
Yeah.
You remind me
But
of
you don't
when I'm
wanna
in
do that.
sales.
I can't. I can't. I don't even think I could. I could do some of it, but I can't.
I think if
can't.
you made a concerted effort to try, you could. It's just like it's
Yeah.
overtly against your mission statement, right? Like you said, you don't want to compromise your happiness to achieve blah blah blah. And I don't think you'd be happy thinking about and micromanaging all of your little interactions and like kind of puppet mastering yourself in all of these scenarios to build up the skill.
I
to
have
be a
no
social
problem
chameleon.
doing it in like for the debates or like conversations, changing up my conversation style and stuff like that. But I think it might just kind of really stem back to the idea. I just don't. I don't care about like
Hold on.
what.
Okay. I'm just so hesitant giving you advice because I think that I don't think there's with you, and like we've already just demonstrated, there's multiple ways to have the Riz, and so like if we tell you how to be us, it's like we're taking away what is you. But have you, if when you're talking
Hey, what's
to a
me
woman,
doesn't work. That's something. That's 25 years of established history.
Okay.
That what's me doesn't work.
I'm gonna tell you the Smeth tactic,
Yeah.
like the honest stupid tactic or whatever. You like, so in these situations you're talking to women. I haven't watched any of these streams or anything. And you're like bored and you don't care and you're not interested and like you're not like engaged. Have you ever just said like this? You are so boring to a woman. Have you ever tried doing that?
No, I don't want to be mean.
Exactly how you feel. No, you don't. You can say it in a non-mean way too. You can just be like, I don't know. Like, look, I think a mean way is the most
Fun
most
social
fun.
experiment.
I
The
feel like
mean way.
to do
Don't
that,
do
you
it on
have to be
stream.
playful. I feel like to do that, you have to be playful
Yeah.
about it, right? Like she's
Thank you,
talking about her
Beats.
horoscope. She's like, you're one of those. Okay. You know what I mean? Like that type of
Yeah,
shit,
exactly.
right? And then it's like your relationship becomes making fun of you for being a basic bitch and her thinking it's funny. Which I think is also fine, but like it's like that's just contrived, right? I think that's the whole trouble is like Relly doesn't want to do any of this contrived shit, and I think that's fine. Because like I don't know. Go ahead.
So there's that, and there's like it's just I don't know. It's not shit that I really have experience dealing with, like in having to manage somebody. I'm just gonna be honest. My 25-year part of the reason why I've never developed this shit is because I'll just cut you out of my life if I feel like you're a fucking weirdo. Like I just don't talk to you. Like the moment you bring up that horoscope shit, I'm not talking to you. That's just really, it's just straight.
Wait. What about the actual conversation itself? So like one way that could go is not the way Nick said. Like the best, most fun way, I think he would agree, is when you say, "Oh, you're one of those horoscope women. You have like crystals," and then she's like, "Oh, like what?" And then she says something about like you're fucking a tar cop, and like you're going back and forth, and it's like
that sounds fun, and that sounds like engaging. Literally, you and Darius are the same person. I highly recommend you.
Okay.
And so he's been telling me essentially the same thing. But yeah, I just like lose interest, and I'm just like I don't. Like I spent my entire life like not talking to people like this unless it's in a like political debate fashion. I spent my entire life like I don't want to get to know. I don't care. I just
Okay.
don't want to do that.
I have a.
It's
I have
like, yeah.
Oh,
It's not
amazing.
just for like horoscope or whatever shit. It's just like it builds up and then it gets to the point where it's like, yeah, okay, I don't want to talk to you
I have
anymore. And
I have a question that's vastly off topic, but it's been bugging me for a while, and this is a great place to ask it. On Tuesday, I said something on Wick's Collins show, and Wick said that it was the craziest thing he's ever heard me say, and I want to know if you guys think this is crazy too. I said they're talking about like where a centaur's dick is located or something, and it devolved into a thing where I said I would rather have sex with a man than kiss and cuddle with a man. Like, especially if it was like shirt off cuddling, that would freak me the fuck out to the highest degree. Like, I don't want to have sex with a guy, but I would rather have sex with a man than kiss and cuddle. Like, if my mustache touched another dude's mustache, I think that I would be out of my skin uncomfortable.
Depends what kind of man. If it, if it's
Yeah.
Smith from 5 years ago, it could go either way.
I feel like there's this like weird kind of like homophobia where I'm just not gay, and I feel like being intimate is just like out of my comfort zone. But like sex could theoretically still just be sex, and like I could get over that. But I don't think I could get over having like a physical closeness with a man.
I think I'm in the opposite direction. I'd rather kiss a homie than fuck a homie.
Like make out with your best friend
I
for
feel the
5
same.
minutes.
I would make out with Darius for 5 minutes for sure.
Making out is like
Just
handshakes.
for fun or what?
For me,
Hey,
it's an
listen,
emotional.
We're on
part of
kick
it.
for money. You feel me?
I feel like sex is so much more intimate. Like
It can
like,
be.
I would make out with pretty much anyone unless I'm grossed out by you. But then I'm not making out with you because I'm like actively averse. To me, kissing people is like handshakes. It's super fun to do. I enjoy teaching people how to kiss. It's very fun. It's like a social engagement. Whereas like sex is like there's a lot going on with sex.
Well, I did
pretty
try
much
to add
completely
like
agree with
the like skin to skin, like shirtless touching too, to try to add more to like the intimacy part of it. I just think that sex doesn't have to be intimate. It can be, and when it is, it's nice. But like having like a physical intimacy with somebody is just I couldn't do that. So you guys think that's wild too?
Yeah,
No,
I think
that-
sex is very intimate for like 90% of the population.
I don't think it's that wild. I can see it. I can understand it.
Yeah,
I think I'd still
understand what you're
rather.
saying.
Yeah, I think I'd still rather kiss up on, make out with, and fucking glide around with my homie than fuck him or get fucked.
I'd kiss a homie for sure. Yeah.
I had a similar hypothesis or similar like thought experiment. I would because I think about going to jail like in you're like someone's bitch. I would rather get fucked than fuck another man. I think that's really gay.
Oh,
But-
that's the opposite for me.
Yeah,
I'd
and-
still
yeah.
rather be the one doing the fucking than getting
I'm-
fucked. But I'd rather do either than like kiss and cuddle shirtless.
I'm really protective of my asshole. Okay, so I'd be doing the fucking.
I get it. My safe word is get out of my asshole.
To get fucked. To get fucked, you have to like you can just kind of dissociate, or you can just like imagine something else. You could just focus on yourself or your body. You maybe find a way to enjoy it, but to fuck another man, you have to be actively like
No,
fixated
I mean,
on
just
him.
close your
you
eyes
know?
and picture women.
wait, for sure. Yeah, exactly. Wait, what if I'm fucking another guy in the ass? Why can't I not just imagine I'm fucking a chick in the ass?
Because there's all that hair,
But
Relly.
there's
What do
all
you
that
mean?
hair. All that nasty
Yeah, there's all the
shit.
hair.
Toilet hair.
She just don't take care. She just don't groom herself well. That's all.
I got a good imagination. It's very vivid. Like, you know what I'm saying?
My
Like-
first thought was hairy buttholes as well. I was like, I
Yeah.
don't know. I feel like we have to like limit this hypothetical with assume the butthole's not a fucking forest.
Well, what if she just?
I
I mean,
think,
the
yeah,
chick you're imagining just don't take care of herself. She's like hyper mega feminist and won't shave her legs, doesn't shave her butthole, doesn't wax nothing. It's fine.
I think I could. Yeah, I think I could do the same thing as like, yeah, if I was fucking a dude, is like close my eyes, imagine
Yep.
something else. It might be a little weird if he's all like, yeah, I'm like, God,
Yeah.
bro, can you shut the fuck up?
I think-
Damn.
Okay, I thought of something I wanted to tell so this is a very specific thing, but cuddling men. There are like a decent amount of women that if they're like cuddling their boyfriend, and he gets a boner, they'll feel like there's a pressure for sex, or they'll feel uncomfortable because he's made the situation sexual and she didn't want it. I think just it's gonna happen.
He made it
cuddling
sexual?
is
What boners are
Yeah,
just like
it's- yeah,
fucking. They're just like sneezes. They just kind of happen, you know.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, totally. They
Yeah.
just happen all the time.
Sorry,
totally.
Oh, I'm sorry, Evie friends.
Yeah.
if
That wasn't a shot at us at all,
Rel.
Yeah.
If you had I agree. Well, if you have like if you're cuddling, it's a sneeze because you're literally like physically embracing, you're physically close and shit. And it doesn't mean that you actually want to fuck. It's just I think it's just closeness and love and intimacy, and you don't need to fuck. It's not a pressure to fuck. Guys
I don't
don't.
know.
When a guy
I
gets a
love
boner, he's
boners
telling
when I'm
you.
cuddling. Feeling like a boner push against you while you're cuddling is I just love it. I think it's so hot and so fun.
Some people I have met.
I cannot tell if you're joking.
No, I'm not joking. I actually love one of my favorite things is if Nick and I snuggle and then he gets a boner. I'm just like,
I think maybe
My
Rel
friend
feels this.
here.
If I get a boner, it's like I better not waste this. It's time to go right now. We can foreplay after, but like it's good right now. Let's go.
Do you think guys ever get insecure about like? Sorry to just derail us. With like ejaculation, that's something I think about a lot. Like if you're like a dribbler versus like something
Yo, I'm a
else. Is that,
fucking
like,
dribbler,
embarrassing?
bro. I'm a fucking dribbler.
A dribbler?
Yeah.
What does that
Like
mean?
I don't shoot no hot steamy ropes most of the time. It's just little.
It's
That's
like
such a weird
Really?
question because like I have a lot. It's usually a lot, but then it's like I've never been in a situation where a chick was like, "Oh, I love how much cum there is now." Like, is there any, like could you wait next time so there's even more cum? I want to spend longer cleaning up. That's never happened.
I had a woman look me in the face and just like, I just got slimed.
No way.
Yeah.
I think I don't know. I've met some. I've met women who like more or like less, and I want to hear about the dribbling thing though. How does that work? What is it?
Wait,
Well,
so wait,
bubbler.
when you come, do you shoot a really
It's like
hard?
this.
Stop
Oh
it!
my
Stop
God.
it! See, we invite a woman on here, and now we get the most sexually explicit shit that's happened
True.
all stream.
So if that's how it works, like, does it just come out slowly?
So it depends, right? So if I like save up for a week, it'll be like crazy, like right.
Oh,
But
okay.
most of the time, like
It's
so
like
if
that.
I'm if
It's
I'm
Oh
like a
my
squirt
God.
and then a dribble.
yeah exactly like that. Most days it'll be like a couple little like blee blee blee, and then it's just like glug 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 glug. Like I don't know.
Mm.
I feel like that has an advantage though. So like, because I have usually a lot, it's very hard to get head and then like have there not to be like a pause to deal with it. So like if you just have a little bit, they could just keep going. You don't have to worry about like
There's
she's
a
not
fair
figure out
bit,
what
it
she's gonna
just
do with
doesn't
it.
go anywhere.
So for the dribbler, you
For Dribblers Anonymous, yeah.
Dribblers Anonymous. You get an initial projection and then it dribbles out.
Sometimes, yeah, sometimes it'll all just dribble out. Basically,
All
sometimes
just dribble out.
Sometimes, or
Some
sometimes
dude
it'll
who
be a
hates
whole
you,
bunch
Nick,
of
is gonna
really,
clip the fuck out of this.
I think the term the FBI profilers use is a secretor.
yeah. Sometimes it'll be like a bunch of like really short projections. So it's like if it's like right here, right, it'll be like blue, blue, blue.
Mm. Yeah. So I guess I haven't even really thought about it. For me, like what it always is it's like one beamer just fucking beams the shit, and then and then it's like me. It like it powers down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like boom, then it's medium, then it's small, and then it's like You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's like you
Okay,
get the BMW out of the way first.
Yeah.
Then Toyota, and then a Ford Focus.
So if I'm hearing you guys correctly, none of you are particularly insecure or think about like your hot steamy ropes or your lack thereof.
Nah.
Just sometimes I
I
worry
think-
there's too much.
I don't feel.
Damn,
I don't feel insecure about it, but I feel like mildly. I'm not insecure, but I'm mildly guilty. Like I just slimed you, especially because that woman told me I slimed her. So
Yeah. That's where
Yeah.
all like my a lot of my like alternative dick insecurities have come from. They're pretty minor, but like I used to send a lot of dick pics, right? Sorry, Kyla. And and so that's where I
Never
first
sent one to me,
realized-
by the way.
Really?
That's where
I don't like
that's
dick
where
pics though.
Oh,
that's where I realized that I had like small testicles because I sent this one girl a dick pic, and at first it was like, oh wow, like blah blah blah, and she was like talking me up and shit, and then she's like, your balls are kind of small though, and then I was like,
oh no! Oh no! How old were you?
17 or
No
18.
shot.
I think.
No
Yeah.
shot.
Yeah, but you know, it was okay. It was okay because she was like talking up the rest of it. She was like, "Wait, is that yours?" And I was like, "Yeah, girl." You know what I mean? So that was fine. But then I got this all this positive information. Then it was this weird alternative thing that I never even thought about before. And then something similar happened with the dribbling, which is why. Yeah. Anyway,
How do you guys
shit
feel about
I never
dick
thought
pics?
about. What?
How
How
do
do you
I
guys
feel
feel-
about dick pics?
Yeah, like sending them.
love
It was really weird to send at first, like super weird. I felt like a fucking sexual predator, even though they asked for it. But like after like you get used to it, you kind of get used to it, and then it's like cool, I guess. It's like fun to see people's reaction.
Never gotten
I
used to
fucking
it.
I don't
Really?
I don't like sending dick pics because I don't like any shot that's a dick. I like to send full nudes. I don't like to send dick pics.
Hey,
Well, you can do that, too.
That's
yeah,
smart.
Full nudes.
I think I just think I think like Relevant said, I feel like a sex offender. I feel like because there's so many, you just hear women talk about unsolicited dick
Yeah.
pics. When a woman like will hint around at like wanting one, I'm like, look, I think I understand what you're saying, but you have to explicitly tell me that you want me to send you this picture, or I'm not doing it. I'm never gonna do it unless I understand that, because I just don't want to feel like I'm like virtually like sexually assaulting you. It freaks me out.
Yeah.
It did
I've
freak
never
me
sent
out
an
for a while.
unsolicited nude.
I guess I'm a freak ass.
I never-
I fucking love sending dick pics.
Unsolicited? Before they
No,
ask?
not unsolicited. Not unsolicited.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Not
sorry,
unsolicited.
no. I'm not. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna put my whole career on the line here. I've sent an unsolicited, but it was like hinted at. Is that
Yeah,
what we're
that-
talking about?
Yeah,
You know what I'm
I was
saying?
about
done that.
Yeah.
Really?
That's why I had
Would
paused
you-
for a second.
She'd been like, she'll like send a picture of her like boobs, and she'll be like, "Oh man, I wish I had something from you," or something like that.
Well,
That's enough for me.
solicited.
That's enough for me.
okay.
I've-
So then,
I've-
well, then then that's what I'm talking about.
I've done it with like much less provocation.
Oh my man!
Never just out of nowhere.
Never
out
cold.
of- No. I've never sent a
Hi,
cold
it's
dick
nice to
pic,
meet you.
okay? They're at least lukewarm dick pics.
She said it was nice to meet me. What would she expect?
No,
It's always been like we're doing different stuff. Like either we're like getting to the point where we're probably about to start sexting, or like a girl like she's like in the intro period of where she might be talking about your genitals, or you guys are talking about doing a whole bunch of stuff and what's gonna happen, that sort of stuff. So it's all lead up stuff, and it's a bit. I guess it's all like it's a bit of a jump. But I've always been right, so it's fine.
I guess maybe I have a skewed perspective because I lived in a really small town, and my picture got around to where like I was working with somebody, and my friend's friend came into my job, and apparently he had seen it, and like he just started talking about it like a lot, and I'm just like, this is very uncomfortable for me.
Yeah,
and
that's
so like
pretty weird.
that happened in a lot of like. This picture has made the rounds, and so like it's very awkward for me to like be around people. So I think maybe that's a
Why
big
did it-
holdup for me.
Why
What?
did it leak? Why did it leak? Your
I
picture.
just think that a chick sent it to somebody, and then like like everybody knows everybody, so that's just how it happened.
Oh my
Or
god,
then,
that's
Damn,
horrible.
or then,
yeah, it's fucked. Yeah.
and then,
That's kind of like
That's
some
revenge
sort-
porn.
That's some sort of like, yeah, I was gonna say like revenge porn or some sort of sexual deviancy. That's fucked.
well, and then our friend kept asking my wife to see. I have one picture ever. I took it when I was like 22 because I can't take a picture and be hard. That is just like not hot at all for me. So it's like way younger me, and my friend like basically harassed my wife till she's like, here, you can see it, and this motherfucker brings it up all the time, all the time. And I was at my local card shop, and he was talking about he worked there, and the magic judge was like, stop talking about his dick. He's like, I don't talk about it that much. He's
Oh
like,
my
we were literally in the front of the store yesterday, and somebody said something, and you turned around and started talking, and I'm like, I'm not even there. How is this in context even happening to me right now? So I think maybe I just have like a big mental hang up because I think it's dangerous too. I think like if you can't trust people to not be spreading your shit around.
Yeah.
I kind of. Well, for me, boy, I'll tell you. When you were talking about like being hard, it being hard to take dick pics, take it from this guy. It's very difficult to be able to. Like I said, dude, I got like 45 seconds of green time, dude. It's like when it's going, I gotta get up. I gotta fucking get it from all the angles. It's a little bit blurry. I'm gonna be sitting there for another 20 minutes until I can take another photo.
As a result, my face is like this.
I rarely take dick pics that are hard or like I like nudes because I take too much time to like actually take the whole pic. So I just fucking I don't take them like hard. If it's a hard pic, it's like just a shitty one because like I'm not gonna stay hard for like 15 minutes like without doing anything.
I just used the webcam. I was hard ready to go, and I'm just like focused, like staring dead into the soul of whoever's looking at it. So it's great presentation for the dick, and everything else is like a
What if you don't
nightmare
attach
scenario.
your face? What if you don't attach your face? Like you just send just the dick.
I
don't know how to weigh in on this because
people be like, "How do I know it's you?" I don't want to defend the dick belonging to me.
Wait, you've had someone say that?
Wait, you've had somebody say that? Yeah.
No, that's just how I imagine it would go.
Oh,
It's a great picture. It's a great picture.
Oh yeah. As a general rule, I never put my face inside of my dick pics. I don't do that shit. That's not me.
Always. I always do it. Eric Andre once said, and I agree with him. He said that if you're sending dick pics and you're not putting your face in it, you're not. If you're too afraid to put your face in it, you shouldn't be sending it.
Damn, I feel like there's like higher risk with the face attached because
that's true.
there's at least like
That's
plausible
true.
deniability if you send a dick pic and it's not your face.
that's
Well,
true.
we
But
talked
that's
about
true,
it
but,
before.
like,
Wait, but is it even that big of a deal? Like, as long as at least you think you have a nice dick, and your dick pic gets circulated, and you're looking all right in the photo. Maybe you got a pump. Maybe you did a little extra work. And if it circulates, it's just like that's free advertising, baby.
That's for me personally. I'm with you there on that, Nick. I don't want to put my face in it just in case. Primarily for employment purposes of streaming. I don't want to have like my dick pic with my face all over the place.
You go into the job interview and somebody's like, "Oh, you're the guy," and he just pulls out a photo like, "That's your dick, right?"
Channing Tatum.
Yeah. The only time I've ever done like full nude pics is like the just got out of the shower thing.
I don't have the body for full nudes, so no. To just focus on the goods. I can say this from people sharing and passing around my picture though. The one thing I learned is that if you have a good dick pic, guys think it's cooler than women do. I've had guys say way more things about that picture than women by a landslide.
Internet girls are a different breed, man. I'll say that much.
This was this was before it would have been like an internet thing, unless one of those people put it on the internet. Yeah, somebody in my chat just said, "Yeah, I always."
Wait,
I
so
pick up a
hold on,
dick
Smith. This shit has been invading my mind. Okay, Smith, it has to. You said you don't take pics when you're. Feel free to not answer this, but you're Smith, so you're probably going to answer it. When you said you don't take pics when you're hard, you're a shower. Then you're not a grower, right?
He wants a dick pic. He wants.
I mean, there are pictures of me naked online. I mean, you can go find them. But
No, I'm just asking. I don't, You know what
Bro,
I'm saying? I just want to know.
He's saying, go look. And
He's
I
so
have a-
elusive about his dick, man. What's
I
going
have
on?
I have a 7-inch dick when I've measured from base to head.
Okay.
Flaccid or
Not flaccid, no.
okay? I was like,
Yeah, I was
The look
gonna
on your
say,
face.
sheesh.
Not flaccid, no.
okay.
So are you a grower or a shower though? Come on, bro.
I hope somebody
Shower, I think
clips
a
your
shower.
reaction to him saying that. And you
Shower.
said
There you,
flaccid.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Because if I took a full, what is it, full nude, full body, and then I was soft, I wasn't hard, bro. That's Tic Tac level, bro. It doesn't like if you get me at the right time, whew, no shot. There ain't nothing there.
I honestly, I don't care about that. Like, it doesn't bother me. I
Oh,
feel
well, I
like
mean,
I'm
I feel like
good
a
enough
part
for
of
it.
I feel like a part of sending the nude is that way they know what they're in for. You get me?
Wait, I think that's just because of the relationship you have with your body. After I got the second
And the
surgery-
relationship I have with women, is I don't present myself as like I'm gonna be your big dick man. Like I'm gonna it's like it's a I don't know. Like I'm not that kind of. I'm not a normie sexually.
I just mean I think you spend a lot of time, like you've told us you spend a lot of time like figuring out things with your genitals. You spend a lot of time on it. After my second surgery, my everything looked fucked up, and I seen it for the first. I had a panic attack where I couldn't talk for 30 minutes just because it didn't look like me down there.
Jesus Christ, man!
It was the. I've never went from 0 to 100 not being able to talk panic attack in my life, but that triggered it because everything. I'm just always used to seeing the same thing all the time, and it was just alien to me.
Yeah.
But I think that if but Smith, you seem to have a much more like in tune relationship with your body than probably most men that I know. So you might just have like a different level of comfort.
Yeah, I don't know.
Smith is more at peace with his cock than any man.
Which I say that in a really positive way. I think that's something to be proud of, that you're that comfortable with you're very in tune and comfortable with your body in a way that I think most people just don't even consider to be.
I'm not very. There are things I'm insecure about, but I'm not insecure about most of the things most people are insecure about.
That makes sense.
Okay. Can I ask what you're insecure about?
Honestly, to my credit, I can't think of what they are off the top of my head. Which is good, but I know they exist for sure. But no, I wouldn't fucking tell you. No, not on stream.
Really?
Not on
Really?
stream.
Really?
No, not on
Listen,
stream because
I told you about my fucking dribbling, my poor turgid pressure, bro.
Oh well, okay. Well,
Your poor what pressure?
I'm not asking
okay,
you to
well,
tell us,
that,
but I'm curious.
that kind of
why
thing
you
I would
would
tell you.
I don't think it actually applies.
Just
Turgid
because
pressure is like what
no,
makes
just
plants
because then so if I
still
say what I'm
human.
insecure about on stream, then people are gonna be like poke at me about that forever. Like someone is gonna see this and they're gonna be like they're gonna like use it against me.
That's true, but that's a
Oh,
perfect
damn,
way to
true.
have to be forced to get over that insecurity. Because if they keep poking at it,
That's
at some
true.
point you're just going to be like, you know
Anybody
what?
who uses this stream
Fuck
for
you.
that, it's a piece of shit. This stream is about us being open and honest in a way that most people are too fucking cowardly to be. And if they like, you know how small dick energy that is to take this stream and then use it to try to hurt you? You know this motherfucker definitely lives in their mother's basement if they're doing that kind of shit.
I think it's funny that you pick small dicked energy to work out of this.
Okay, okay, I'll
That's
tell
kind
you.
of a
I'll tell you.
funny one to pick there.
I will take the wound of publicly saying something that I'm insecure about. I feel like I'm getting fat.
Huh?
Yeah.
Wait, Mom,
I have
what?
been gaining weight. I have
Wait,
been gaining weight.
you what?
and,
Wait, hold on. Can you tell me how much you weigh?
Last time I weighed myself, I was 155, but I think I gained some. But I just have I have some flub on my stomach that I never had before. That's all.
You're gonna
Homie,
you already have
you're-
you just triggered my whole chat, bro.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what are you? Wait,
Bastard.
you said you're
Wait.
5'11", right?
Your chat getting triggered by somebody's insecurity
5'10".
is cringe. Okay, somebody can be skinnier than you and still be insecure about their body, and it's not an offense to you. Okay.
Oh,
I understand this.
Wait,
Sorry,
you
I'm
said
a professional at fighting chatters.
That's why I
You
made
said
a
you're-
joke and held up a burger when he said that. Like,
Yeah,
I
I
get
saw
it,
that.
but I know that a lot of
Comedy
people
gold.
are gonna feel like bro, you're like half my size. If you're getting fat, then I'm just a fucking blob. Yeah, I agree with you though. One person's perspective about their own body should have nothing to do with how you feel about yours.
Well, no, it's like having been like a femboy, and I was like, I indulged in quasi anorexia, and and now I'm getting a little bit of flab on my stomach, and I wanna curb it. I don't know.
You and Darius would get along very well. Darius has like a single. Oh my god!
Yeah, it's not a lot.
I can resonate with that though, Smith, because like I'm in really good shape. I'm relatively low body fat, but as soon as I get like I'm bulking right now, and as soon as I tip past a certain point, I like keep a 6-pack, but my abs get very distended. It turns into like a little bit of a muscle gut, and it's like the same thing. It's like it's stupid when I look at it. I'm like, okay, I'm not getting fat. Okay, but I feel fat. Like,
yeah.
How often do you guys think like? I feel like all this like sex conversation and insecurities and stuff is something that I just like never ever hear men talk about.
Because men are frail.
They are frail. And even like reading the comments, like the moment you guys get like more vulnerable, some of the chatters, like I won't say names yet, but I love calling out chatters. So if they keep, because I feel that chatters are humans and humans need to get confronted for their behavior. But seeing like some of the chat response, like whenever you guys like start talking about like more like vulnerable stuff, like dribbling or like anything like that, to see like the men, like all the women in my chat are like super empathetic and like gentle, and all the men are like fucking. Some of them are just like fucking assholes about it. It's like wild.
Women are just better.
Well, they say, wait, hold on. If any of them said anything about me, what'd they say? What'd they say?
I don't know, man. I
want a review.
Let's scroll.
Hey, man, I want some reviews. You feel me?
Chatters are people, but that doesn't mean I respect their opinion, okay? It doesn't mean that I'm actually listening to what they're saying.
That's why this stream is important. This stream is important because we need to normalize this so that way that doesn't seem like an opportunity to take a shot at somebody. So that way people feel like they can actually talk about these things. I think when men don't talk about their sexuality, it causes sexual frustrations between men and their partners and themselves. And I think that
I have a really weird perspective on this because I know like a lot of normie guys who like either like sit on 4chan all day or are total normies, where they just don't do whatever. They like will sit on 4chan and like watch anime and do whatever, that kind of new age weird online normie versus the like total normie who's like not even online at all. I just talked to them about this shit like 100%. Like, and they talked to me about that. They talked to me about like fucking everything and like how they might be a little gay and shit like that. How they've seen a dude and been like, yeah, you know what, I'd suck his dick and shit like that. And it's like, it's whatever. It's totally whatever. We don't give a fuck. And so it's kind of foreign because I know dudes that aren't like that exist, but it's weird having like such a broad spectrum of guys, like totally offline guys and terminally like online 4chan guys, and then like political guys or whatever that just don't care. They'll just talk about it.
Right.
Yeah, I have my best friend. I told him one day, I was like, I've made a ton of jokes about it, and I had to stop and consider, like, I actually do think that Freddie Mercury's attractive. He's the only guy that I've ever looked at and thought, that's an attractive guy. Like if I was ever going to be gay, Freddie Mercury, for sure. And he started getting so weird on me. I'm like, you're like my best friend. If you can't handle me telling you this shit, like, you need to that's on you. You need to figure this out. Because, like, if anything, I'm saying something kind of profound here. I'm saying I've never found a man attractive, but, like, Freddie Mercury's pretty fucking hot. Granted, he's dead. And then he devolved into just going, like, he'd never have you. And just, like, being, like, super, so uncomfortable. And he's just like, just stop talking, please. And I'm like, what is wrong with you? Yeah.
Did he didn't say exactly those words, did he?
He said he'd never have you.
Damn.
Are you still friends with this guy?
He's like my best friend, yeah. He came over on Friday. Yeah. He sold me a bunch of Magic cards.
Okay. I just listen. That's just the gayest thing I've ever heard somebody say about another person being gay. It's like, no, he'd never have you.
What the fuck?
Holy shit! That's actually big true.
Yeah, because like that's a really weird response,
manly
right?
Man?
It is weird.
You know what, manly man? Like I'm not attracted to most men, but there's like one man that like that has made me I think is hot. Matt Walsh.
Are you serious? Ain't
Yes.
no way. Oh my
is that the
God.
what's a woman guy?
The way,
Yeah, what's
the
a
way he
woman?
talks,
Yes.
the way he talks so bluntly is like, yeah, like, like, what are you even talking about? Like, yeah, yeah.
That's
I'm-
crazy.
I
Smith-
love that for
Walsh.
you. That's so funny. That's amazing.
Yeah, Smith. Well, he'd never have you.
He would never have you.
I'm not
he is
laughing at you. I was
gay.
laughing at Erudite's laugh. That was fucking bonkers.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you. You knew that was a funny person to mention. Ain't nobody. If anybody is laughing, you knew that was a funny person to mention.
But it's true.
It's just that's
I started
That
feeling
is a
super
funny
bad as
person.
soon as
That's
I
like being
laughed.
like, you know who I love? Ben Shapiro.
Yeah,
God,
Ben
I want to rail that
No,
ass.
not Ben Shapiro.
oh man, fucking Matt
Said
Walsh.
Matt Walsh.
Mine's Adam Levine. I've thought Adam Levine is very hot for a
No.
long time.
You have the same taste in men as my mom.
Your mom has
Smart
good
lady.
taste.
Smart lady.
Wait, I
alright.
just realized if you said Adam Levine, when Darius was talking about what body he wanted, you suggested Adam Levine.
Yeah.
You trying to do something? Wait, you
What?
trying
Listen.
to...
Yeah, Darius is my boy. It's because so whenever I just like I have ideas of who is like the best embodiment of physiques of varying levels. So when I think of like the super lean, super buff guy, it's always Chris Heria, and most people know Chris Heria. I think that are talking about fitness. And then if someone doesn't know Chris Heria, if somebody wants to do like like less than Chris Heria or whatever, then it's like Adam Levine. And if it's less than Adam Levine, basically no one ever says says less than Adam Levine. So.
I just think
Wait,
that
Chris Heria. How do you spell that name?
ChrisHeria. Chris Heria.
I think for me, Freddie Mercury.
Oh yeah,
just
this
uses
guy. I know who
sex.
this is.
He's Freddie Mercury's just the most sexual person I've ever seen in my life. Man just oozes sex in everything that he does. I think that's what I'm latching onto. Have you ever seen
What about
him?
Little Peep?
You know who's the most sexual person I've ever seen? It was on a panel from back in the day. I think it was a Raj Royale, and there was this girl there that dresses kind of like gothy, but a little bit like I'm just gonna say like she was part like Romani, like kind of like she had like lots of dangles. Holy fuck! I don't know who that woman was. She was the sexiest human being I think I've ever seen in my life. You know who I'm talking about?
I know who you're talking about. I can't remember her name though.
Yeah.
I found her name once. Oh fuck. Yeah, I don't know.
I looked her up one time.
All right.
Well, guys, is there anything else we wanted to talk about?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Smith, you should tell me what questions you have for women, and then I'll just turn it into questions for men, because you might make me think of questions that I didn't know I had.
Okay. So I'm just so baffled by the more I learn and discuss Evo Psych. I really enjoy having arguments with people where they come at me from an Evo Psych perspective, and I argue with them and fight them tooth and nail, and then I agree with them on some things. But just the more I learn about female sexuality, I'm just so baffled because we just like I don't even think women understand their sexuality.
I would agree with that.
Like, you don't agree with that?
No, I would agree with that for sure.
Like, so something somebody in my chat the other day was saying was that for them the experience of like seeing sexual stimulus like sexual stimulus and becoming physically aroused but not mentally aroused feels like being raped.
What?
Like they're being forced to have sexual feelings they didn't want?
No, like they don't have sexual feelings, but their body becomes physically
feeling
aroused.
like they're feeling sexual and they didn't want to, and they don't want to.
And this was from a woman, or this was from a man?
Yes, from a woman.
So like,
it's like she's being raped.
So like getting like wet and the clitoris becoming engorged, but not.
She was talking about the preparedness or preparation like theory or something, which is about how like women will respond to any sexual stimulus, like sexually their body will respond to it, but it doesn't mean that they're like actually like actively interested. So like she said that if that happens to her where she's not actively interested, it feels like it's like a violating experience.
Okay. Huh.
Which would be different from erudite, because you're saying you were saying that you have like almost the opposite problem, right?
What do you mean opposite
You
problem?
what was the word? Vaginis.
Oh, vaginismus. I mean, sort of. I mean, that was like a different sort of. I don't have vaginismus at all anymore. So I guess it's kind of similar. I didn't really think about it in like any of those terms though. Like I didn't, when I was experiencing vaginismus, I wasn't like, I'm mentally stimulated, but my body isn't. I was just like, God, this hurts. And that was like kind of the beginning and the end of it for me.
It's like fully somatic.
Yeah. It was like almost exclusively somatic, but I'm a pretty somatic person. So like, I don't really process things until I feel them. Like I process bottom up for sure. If that makes sense. I don't know if that's answering the statement, so I apologize if it's not.
It's not exactly, but I didn't really expect it to. I don't know.
So like,
I don't know.
You're not in the mood, Kyla, and I like try to turn you on physically. Would you say that feels like a weird experience or like a
No.
No, they're just like, oh, okay. I wasn't, and now I'm getting there, or whatever, or like I wasn't, and I'm still not, basically.
Yeah, either basically, if you start trying to turn me on and my body does get aroused, I'm like, okay, guess I'm getting aroused. And if my body doesn't get aroused, I'm like, meh, I'm not really into this. And then I communicate that, and then we stop.
Do you guys ever have the experience where you really don't want to have sex, but then when your partner's like, you're like, yeah, I guess I'll try, but then like it takes like no time, and all of a sudden you're like, I have no idea how I wasn't like automatically into this. Because I think we all kind of like push past.
That happens. Yeah, that shit happens. Yeah, for sure.
All the time. I would say that's the main way I get turned on. Is I'm like, I could go without, and then we like start getting into it, and I'm like, God, fuck! I always forget that I enjoyed this so much, you know. But I have like a super low libido. Like for me, like sexual arousal is very separate from like sexual libido or like sexual desire necessarily.
That's confusing.
Yeah, like I can sexually desire. Like I would say anytime I look at Nick, I would say I sexually desire him. And I feel that way about like lots of people. Like Toph Taj is another person. Like anytime I see like pictures of Toph Taj, I'm like, oh God, she's so fucking hot. Right?
True.
But I don't really want to fuck them necessarily. I just think that they're hot and I like looking at it. But I can be basically convinced a lot of the time to be sexually, like to have libido, to be sexually aroused and stuff like that. But it doesn't, it's not like a negative experience to be stimulated when I'm not necessarily like wanting, like thinking about.
I think it's negative for me up until that transition happens. Like if my wife is like, I really want to have sex, and I'm just like, all right. And then like if she starts like doing stuff to me, that in between of waiting for like my body to be fully responsive, so that way it like affects my brain, it's just like a really weird and awful time period. And then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, let's fucking do this. I guess that's what I was asking, and I didn't really know how to say it. Do you guys get that like really weird intermediate part where it's just like extraordinarily uncomfortable until that switch flips? Or is that like a me thing? It's obviously something I'm willing to like forego, but
why is it like distinctly negative?
Because it's like I'm doing something sexual when I just like quite don't want to, and then like things are happening to my body and that switch hasn't flipped yet, so it's just like this is just like it's almost like having like an unwilling doctor's appointment or something at that point until like everything kind of changes over.
Yeah, I think this is kind of interesting. It relates to something that I feel like Drazi and Smith, you guys will massively disagree with me on, and maybe irrelevant. I'm not sure. I think we get way too attached to like our current whims and feelings, or even like to a broader extent, our perception of who we are as a person. Like I have very little of like the super fixed, finite idea of like who is Nick as a person, or like what are my authentic feelings like right now in this moment. It's kind of like Nick is a guy, and he does what needs to be done or something like that. Like a big
Sound like a
part of
hitman.
what I mean is like, how do I explain that?
I think I know what you're saying. You're just saying that you're versatile. You're open to doing whatever the situation calls for. Yeah.
Yeah, and like if my predispositions preclude me from doing something that I really need to do, it's like over time I'm gonna shift my predispositions, and I'm not gonna hold on to those and be like, no, this would be cheating myself. You know, it's like, no, those are stupid things for now. They're dumb things to worry about, and I'm just gonna give that up and change.
I think
If
I
that makes
have.
sense.
Yeah, I think I have a pretty strong tie to who I think I am as a person now, because when I was younger, like when I was in my 20s, early 20s, I was not a good person. I wouldn't consider myself a good person. I was a pretty shitty guy, especially when it came to like relationships. In fact, like when I would meet a woman, I just kind of had like a system in my head because I was like poor and homeless a lot. Like they would invite me over, they'd have me stay the night, and I would just absolutely not have sex with them. And then the next night I would. And on the third day, they're like, "You can just stay here," and that worked. And I think that's terrible, gross, awful thing to do. And just like a lot of my other behaviors are really toxic and bad. And when I kind of like found myself and figured out what kind of person I wanted to be and was happy with the way that I treated and interacted with people, I feel like that was very important to preserve like that me as a person. So I think I have a hard time of like being as fluid as like you are, because I know that I could, maybe me being fluid leads to me being a shitty person who doesn't care about other people as much.
So would you say it's out of fear of reverting to that same self, or just losing the good self that you are now?
I think if there's a fear of it, I think it's definitely subconscious. Like I hadn't really considered it until like you kind of posed that to Smeth and I. But I think that maybe in the initial phase of like trying to build upon like when I say like I found myself, it was something like I felt really comfortable being, and it didn't feel like I never really felt like I hated myself or interacting with people afterwards. I think I did a lot of work to like build that up, and now that just seems like such a strong foundation that it's hard for me to divert from it.
Yeah.
Does that make more sense?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I just wanted to say, man, it's weird though. Like the way I think that this became cemented in me was like of being very fluid and not holding too firmly to like an identity. It was in a really strange way. I was playing, I'm pretty sure StarCraft 2, and fucking the campaign, not even the real fucking game, just the campaign. And Jim Raynor is talking to Kerrigan, who's like, have you guys played the StarCraft 2 campaign at all? Or
Yeah.
So Jim Raynor's talking to Kerrigan, and Kerrigan's talking about like what's going on with her in the Zerg or whatever the fuck. And Jim Raynor looks at her, and she like, as she's going off to the sunset or whatever, and he goes, "Just remember, we are who we choose to be." And I was like, God damn, that's wise. Yeah, we are who we choose to be. And that just stuck with me, man. Jim Raynor, words to live by.
Profound, life-changing dialogue from StarCraft 2.
Yeah,
I get it. I think you can get.
Can you rephrase the question about? Can you rephrase the question or restate the question about like so you feel fluid about your identity?
I think that so what I would say is I think that people are a little bit too rigid in adhering to this fixed idea of who you are, because who you are can fundamentally change really easily. The reason it doesn't is because we hold to it. And I think often holding to that rigid identity of self is negative. And I think I get from you and Drazi, and also from Mr. Girl in the past, because I think you guys have a similar worldview in regard to that thing specifically, being authentically yourself. I think I wonder if you guys maybe stick to this rigid sense of self too much.
No, I actually agree with you. I think that the only way I could be true to myself is to whatever it is at any given moment.
So is it about your desires though? It's about what you want in any given moment?
Well, there is always going to be whatever I am at a baseline, but I'm not going to be. If I spend a lot of time introspecting and like dissecting myself and figure out who I am, at any given time that could change, and that's just how it is.
Okay, I see.
I'm not afraid to contradict myself or or just completely feel different.
Yeah,
I could be horrified by everything I've said tonight in some way tomorrow for some reason. I don't know.
For me, at least, when it comes to the question about like having a fluid sense of self, it depends on what you mean by a sense of self. I would say I have a pretty rigid sense of self, and I'd say it's contributed to um, what I'd say is an overwhelmingly, extremely happy life that I've lived. But that's based on my sense of self being tied to like certain principles that I have and like morals, not so much like anything else. So like, yeah, I guess I wouldn't really know necessarily what you mean by sense of self.
So say you're in a situation or a scenario, right? And someone goes, "Hey, do you want to do this?" Let's tangibilize it. You're in San Diego, okay? And it's nighttime and you're staying at your friend's Airbnb on the beach. And everybody goes, "Man, you guys want to go fucking jump in the ocean and get smashed by the waves?" And then everyone goes like, "Yeah, yeah," or a bunch of people go, "Yeah, yeah," and a few people go, "Oh no, I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay." And you're sitting there and you go, "I don't fucking like the water. I don't want to get wet, fuck," right? Or do you go, "I don't really fuck it. That sounds like fun." That would be like an example. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I feel like I can't answer that question in any way that wasn't already answered. But yeah, no, I guess that makes sense. But wouldn't that necessitate that that's kind of a part of, in your example, like a part of your identity or your sense of self? Because you could just say at that point, it's like, just what do I want to do for fun right
Yeah.
now? So like that's not really something that hits me as like a sense of self thing. It depends on what you consider to be your sense of self. So like, yeah, my sense of self is pretty much just attached to morals. That's pretty much it.
Okay.
It takes me a long
I have
time to make a
certain-
change. So,
Okay.
I don't think I could, like, if somebody asked me to jump in the ocean, I'd be freaked out by it because I'm germophobic and I got a bad infection on my leg from a lake once, and I'll never let
shit.
that go. I was limping for like 2 months. But I think, like, if I think about
everything
something,
fucks you up. You keep getting fucked up.
well, those things come up a lot at least. I feel like
Elder Drazi is just a big ball of scar tissue.
You'd be surprised, yeah. I think we remember the bad things a lot more than the good things. Like, I couldn't tell you how many orgasms I had, but I know how many times people punched me in the fucking face.
Fair, yeah.
It's probably about novelty though as well, right?
And
sure.
I was actually bringing that up as an example, really, because I don't actually know if you ever wanted to, like, if you actually wanted to jump in the ocean, or if you were just like, "Oh, okay, I'll go with the flow." You know what I mean? I don't actually know.
So that's what you're saying. Am I going with the flow or am I doing?
Are you like leaning into it, or are you just like, fine? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think I ever do anything I don't want to do.
Okay.
Like, really.
What changed
which is
your
kind of
mind,
part.
though, then? Because you didn't want to go initially.
Yeah. Wicked Supreme gave me some words of wisdom.
Oh, okay.
And so did IRA.
One of my favorite things to do on a date is to let the other person or order food for me or order what they have. Like, say we're going to a restaurant they've been to before. I'm not gonna. If I just pick what I know, or like I'd rather just like, what do you think is good, and then eat it. And
wow.
I
order the same thing every time.
Yeah, I order. Hey, you and me, Drazi. You and me. I've tried being like, tried stuff like that, Smith. It's just choice paralysis every time. I feel like, in my experience, not only been told explicitly, but also it just seems like this is like, if I don't pick and choose as the man, like, I'm taking an L. That's literally how it seems like the relationships and shit that I've gone are.
Another way I like that is if I'm looking at the menu and I see something I have no idea what it is, and it just like I want that.
I always do the, like, look at the waiter and be like, "Okay, never been here before. What's the best thing on the menu?" Or like, "What's your favorite?" on the menu or whatever. And then usually either the waiter either goes waiter/waitress either goes they have something right off top, if in which case it's always going to be the best thing on the menu because it's the favorite of all the regulars, or they do the thing where it's like, oh, I don't know, like blah 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 blah, and then it gives you like an opportunity, especially if it's a female waiter, to do the thing where like, okay, yeah, but what's your favorite? Which is kind of like being assertive in a different way.
Yeah. Okay.
Hmm.
But you're risen up waiters now? Or
Yeah.
waitresses?
Cold approaches everywhere, baby.
I'm surprised to hear Aurelia you say that you don't have like this crazy concrete sense of self, because then when you describe like things like these are things that I don't want to do, like it feels like a very like concerted, rigid thing. Like I don't want to like become like a person who's manipulatively charismatic, and I don't want to be somebody who like does things that I find like boring and stuff like that. So I'm surprised to hear you say that you don't really have like a rigid sense of self.
I thought I said I did have a rigid sense of self, but
But you think about it in like terms of like morals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it's prime.
But those things aren't moral, right?
Yeah, sure. So you're talking about like with that other stuff. I don't attach that to my, I guess I could attach that to my sense of self, I guess. I don't really attach like a lot of like my video games and stuff like that as like my sense of self. That's not like, I could stop playing video games altogether and I'm still me. So it has no attachment to my sense of self. But it definitely has attachment to my like sense of joy and my continued happiness. And so like that's why I'm rather uncompromising on it, because I want to be happy. So.
I think you and I are the same in that. Like my sense of self, like if you ask me who you are as a person, who are you as a person, I'm probably just going to explain my moral system to you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably where I'd say I am.
All right. Well, I feel like you guys wanted a woman to come on here,
Yeah.
and I feel like I don't feel like I have a satisfactory question. I feel like I'm letting you guys down by my lack of.
I've got another question for
asking the
women.
questions. Okay.
I think you're the right woman to answer this because it's a very niche question. Niche question. So like, women's sexuality just is sort of different than men's sexuality. I know that they're like interested in like status and like proximity more, and like more, there's more sort of a romanticism in general for whatever reason, maybe proclivities or social, I don't know. But in regards to like auto heterosexuality, like for men, autogynephiles attracted to seeing themselves as a woman, it's certainly true that there are autoandrophiles, like women that are attracted to seeing themselves as a man, but that must be experienced incredibly differently than autogynephilia. And what does that even mean? What is that? It's like trying to conceptualize that has me like drawing a full blank.
Well, I actually don't know how to
blank,
conceptualize autogynephilia. Like it seems like that one seems like self-descriptive to you, but
What's
I have a really hard.
autogynephilia?
It's where a guy is attracted to seeing himself dressed as a woman.
Oh yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Sorry, I forgot.
I don't understand that at all, actually. Like when I think about that, I'm like, yeah. Do you know what I'm saying? Probably the same as why you have a hard time picturing why it would be like attractive to like a woman.
Right. But like so like for a man to be an autogynephile, you're kind of like, for a man's sexuality, it's very like the object of the woman is what I like. I love women so much. I'm so attracted to women. I want to like have a personal, it's like target misattribution error, I think is the term. So you're taking the sexual target and you're attributing it to yourself, and it's like just a different way to objectify the woman. But if women are less so upfront objectifying, then like, and it's more like status or whatever, then like the relationships, like how does that target misattribution even function in an autoandrophile? It's just very
strange.
Like there's so many more female to male transitioning now.
Okay, that's going in. Do you think that autogynephilia has much to do with like transitioning? And
the researcher that I talked to last night said that he goes by the two type model, and his research suggests that heavily suggests that most trans people are autogynephilic, but he's autogynephilic and he's advocating like that shouldn't be a like bad thing, and he's saying like we're lying to ourselves trying to say that that's wrong because that shouldn't be a damning thing, you know, like the way that manifests is like very multifaceted, and it isn't just like some kinky weird fetish.
Right.
Right.
Interesting. What's the researcher's name?
So is the sorry. So the
Bill-
thesis is that it's like normal, standard, and everyone feels that way.
His research says that 2% of men have autogynephilia to the extent where it could be actually the extent where it actually could be called that. Most men have like a like will say like if I was a woman, oh that would be hot, but like just a brief like okay that you know like on the Scooby Doo movie where like Fred looks, he's like I can look at myself. Do you guys remember that scene?
Oh yeah.
And he like wakes up and he's in like
Daphne's
Vilma's body or whatever, and he's like I can look at myself, but that's not like a persistent thing for most men. 2% is a lot though, and 1% in women are autoandrophilic.
Interesting.
And his name's Phil Illy.
Phil Illy?
Yeah.
Huh.
I'm gonna keep it $1.50. That sounds like a fake name.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Does sound like a fake ass name. I mean, I suspect
Yeah.
probably what's happening in women is probably similar to men, right? Because like when we're talking about like what mate selection occurs amongst like women versus men, we're like talking about normative things, but normatives fall apart really profoundly at the individual level, right? So like, yeah, by and large, most women are going to select for like stability markers, but at an individual level, that doesn't mean that like basically women don't exist that like dominantly select for looks or dominantly select exclusively and only for money and not other stability factors. So I wouldn't be surprised to find out that like there are some women that are like highly visually stimulated, they're highly visual sexual, and I suspect in that population you might start also seeing like the same auto whatever it's called for women being dressing as men.
Maybe being a man feels stable, and that feels I don't know. Maybe the stability factor.
Wait, do you
Are you-
guys see it?
are you guys
I was
okay?
like,
Did Darius
it's
bring a date over?
Darius is
Darius
breaking,
got a
breaking
gout
something.
down.
I'm so sorry. Darius is breaking something.
Does he break things often?
Not too often. Enough to keep things interesting.
Darius is collar training in the other room. Let's give him some space.
No kidding. Holy shit.
All right.
I said everything I really have to say.
Does anybody else have anything else? If not, I'm okay wrapping it. This has been a really good stream. We had a ton of. I've had more chat interaction with this than anything else I've done by a long shot.
Nice.
Also, I wanted to point out. I just wanted to say, Erudite. Some people in my chat got super freaked out when you were waving the cucumber around. They kept mentioning it in there. Like, can you tell her to stop? I wasn't gonna say it until like well
Why
after
did it
the
freak
fact.
them out?
Because we're talking about dicks, and you're about to chop up a cucumber, and you were like waving it in your hand.
Oh,
That sounds like your stuff. I don't know. That's some fucking soy requests. All right, get over it. It's a fucking
Oh,
cucumber.
damn.
I
Listen,
think they
this
were.
is a
I think they
panel
were
about
joking, but I wanted
masculinity.
to
You
give
can't be
them
calling us all
a
soy.
voice.
Sure you can. You can be highly masculine and also soy, right?
Yeah,
No.
there's I think F Bombs is gonna have a panel about that in the near future. I'm gonna be on talking about
yeah.
how like there was that attempted Chud Logic stream about like the age of the Giga Chat. I think F Bomb's gonna take a more sincere approach to it about how it's not appropriate to be seen as soy. Which I just gotta say, as a vegan, I hate that that's the word we fucking picked. It always feels like they're saying like you don't want to be like Drazi.
Yeah, you're drinking that fucking rice milk.
I drink almond milk and it's the bomb.
I like almond milk.
Yes.
I just
Silk
think
or Pure
it's
Life?
okay. It's okay to be masculine and feminine at the same time, but it's not okay to be toxically masculine and toxically feminine at the same time. Okay, and being
True.
soy is like one form of being toxically feminine, and we shouldn't do it. Not because I think women are soy, but because I think women at its worst can be proverbially soy.
I think in the
Soy.
space sensitivity at all is seen as soy, and if you're sensitive to another person or to yourself at all, like you're just gonna get shit on, and I think that's weird.
I think
agree.
of soy as a lack of masculinity as opposed to an excess of femininity.
I think that should be the idea of it, but that's not what it actually translates out to when people lodge the complaint.
So do you think it's a lack of masculinity or toxic femininity to be uncomfortable watching somebody cut cucumbers in a conversation about it?
That's a lack of masculinity.
I think they were being silly, but I just wanted to space it out to when you weren't doing it.
I'm being silly too.
their,
I'm being silly too. Yeah.
voice their joke.
Yeah.
I'm not. No,
I thought that was hilarious. I don't know if you did that on purpose, but I was like, this is brilliant. This is brilliant content. We're talking about dicks and she's chopping a cucumber. It's just like,
Yeah.
Yeah. Just gotta, let's get my misandry out too. I'm just kidding.
All right.
we should have brought Lav on.
That was Smith did throw it out there when we were talking about having a woman come on to ask questions. I was like, isn't Lav and Irrelevant
she would've-
mortal enemies at this point?
she would have come out. She would have come.
She got weird
like-
on me at
like,
one point.
like, 'cause
You mean about
she's very misandrous, so she
Western
would have
you-
come out swinging about
That'd
what
be
we had to
weird.
say, probably.
About
That's
the
not
what?
what I. And I really didn't want
requesting
that.
you thing or what?
Yeah, she was. It felt like she was trying to put the moves on me for some reason.
Yeah. Did you see the video of her talking about it?
Yeah.
Yeah. A week before she even said that on stream, she was talking to me, and she mentioned you that way too.
Yeah, what the hell? Yeah, I don't know.
It was also just very important to me that the person who came on here had like real things to say. I didn't want anybody throwing a bunch of shit. I didn't want anybody making memes. I had a couple people on this was like, I think they might be a little bit too memey. I appreciate Erudite. When Smith said something to me, I said Erudite's the first person that comes to mind, but I didn't want Nick to feel like I asked him to be on here so that we could get you on here or anything. So I just chose to pass until he mentioned you. But yeah, I appreciate you coming on here to do that because I know that I felt comfortable immediately knowing that you would take this seriously.
And then I cut cucumbers instead.
And
You don't
dribble
ever-
the ranch out of your mouth. I hope it was
Yeah, I
ranch.
was gonna say, I don't know. Seriously, I dribbled milk out of my mouth and cut up a cucumber and tried to hump Nick with a cucumber. But...
True, freak. Listen, you never, Drazi, you never have to worry about I was trying to tell a joke and the words all completely just left my brain, so never mind.
Based
Oh.
10 out of 10.
I
Conversations.
We're all getting.
was
tired.
gonna
We're
say
all
something
getting
like
tired.
that. The best part of me is my wife, so don't worry about fucking. I don't know.
Well, you guys are all awesome. I appreciate everybody for sharing everything that they shared. I think that we definitely did the thing that I wanted to do, which was have a real open and honest conversation. And in a way too, I feel like I'm a little bit closer with you guys, having shared some of my stuff and hearing your guys' stuff. It's been really cool. This was fantastic for me.
Yeah, I had fun.
No, same.
The best part of me is my girlfriend. That's a joke.
Very based.
I'm just.
What are you saying, Smack?
I'm gonna be real with you. The best part of me is my Magic the Gathering collection.
Let's go.
The best part of Nick
Okay.
is
Pretty good though.
that he likes to be a slut for chat. So can you? Chat is asking for a butt clench and a flex.
Butt clench? You do that on your class?
Specifically a butt clench. Yeah.
You want to end it on a strong note?
Oh my God, Drazi. You just tried that.
We're not. I'm not gonna. I'm not.
For real
I'm not
though,
actually trying
for
to push
everybody
that.
out there, regardless of your situation, you should try Kegels, however the fuck you say it. It's good. It's just good for you, man. Everybody, try that shit out. Feel your gooch, fucking give it a little squeeze.
Hell
Might
yeah.
change your life, man.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm going to do it.
I'm sorry, Brazil Land Lad. Thank you. They donated $13.37 to the Trevor Project on my stream. That's really, really nice of you. I appreciate that. Usually I mute for that, but that was for charity, not for me. So I figured
Yeah.
it was worth
Yeah, it's,
standing
yeah.
unmuted.
No, it's good.
Sweet.
They also
Really,
said
apparently
in
your
no joke
child
they're
wants
gonna
you.
Do Kegels.
My what?
Your child wants you. He doesn't know how to work the
Oh.
microwave.
Thank you so much for the
no.
bits.
Okay.
Angry Wayne Gretzky.
Is he streaming?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's streaming right now.
Angry Wayne Gretzky thanked everybody, and they donated 100 bits as well. I really appreciate that. Does anybody have any recommendations for who to raid out to?
Not Darius.
Not Darius.
Well, yeah, we want to see the conclusion of if Darius gets his thing fixed, or is like he.
Wait, is Irrelevant? Are you streaming?
No, I'm not streaming right now.
Okay.
I
You're
didn't want my shit to fuck up.
I'm
You
gonna
want
raid,
it?
so don't go to me.
Okay, I guess I'm
Yeah,
gonna throw it
I'm
to
done.
Stardust then.
There you
All
go.
right.
All right.
Thank you
you.
so much,
Talk to
Talk to
everybody.
you guys later.
Peace.
Thanks for
Guys,
having me
have a good one.
on.
Bye.
Wait, irrelevant.
Yep,
Don't
yep,
leave.
yep, yep.
Peace out, you guys.
I wanted to ask you something. The what do you call it? The co-streams have been fucking insane for you guys, hey?
Mm-hmm.
How's it
doing
going?
pretty well. It's a lot of work. It's a lot more than you'd think. We only stream like 4 hours a day, but there's a lot of stuff that happens like off stream, talking to people, stuff like that. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of drama.
Shit.
Yeah.
Drama?
Like
Mhm.
streamer drama, or you guys real people drama?
Real people drama.
Oh, no.
So there's
Like the
which
people
makes
you invite
sense with
over?
the con. Huh?
Like with the people that you invite over and stuff like that. That like there's
Yeah,
been
something.
drama. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense. It comes with the
inevitable in this
territory.
space,
Yeah. So there's that. We're trying to